Good morning to one and all. Welcome back here to Coetzenberg. We are at the semi-final stage of this USSA week, the USSA week here, and it is a very enticing clash here between MATIES and KOVSIES. MATIES finishing top of their pool after beating Tuks yesterday, and then KOVSIES finishing second in their pool. The umpires out there are Nathan Rhodes from George and Jamil Golden. He is the man from KZN. My name is Eugene Molian, and I'm pleased to announce with me has brought all the glorious weather with him from wherever he is in the world. Sayed Adams, a very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Eugene. It's a beautiful day here in Stellenbosch. Nothing like being back home. And I would be fair to say a little bit hotter here than it is even in Dubai. But wonderful to be back and fantastic to see such wonderful cricket on display. It's been a good week thus far. And now we're getting to the business end of this competition.
Yeah, it very much is the business end. And we saw a very good clash here yesterday. It was the team of Tuks had put on 236 for 9 in their 50 overs. And Marty's got off to an absolute flyer with their men, David Christie and Jason Muirhead. And I think the star-studdedness in the Marty's team is just coming more to the fore as Leon Boerter comes back in to the fray as well as George van Heerden. They got such a side, don't they, Marty's? They're very strong, but KOVSIES, well, you never know in this knockout competition.
Marty's definitely they're a power pack unit. Plenty of former SA under-19 representatives, a couple that have tasted provincial cricket and certainly looking to get to the next stage. They've also obviously playing at home, knowing the conditions. It's quite a big outfield, the Marty's Oval, and they'll look to strike early with this new ball.
Yeah, you want to do that. That's a 9:30 start. KOVSIES winning the toss and elected to have a bat first. They want to get score on the board, and maybe they decided they don't have that scoreboard pressure of chasing. We saw that on day 2 actually against Madibas. They just fell short against Madibas here, chasing a rather modest total. But conditions out here always looking good. The other semi-final in this group sees Tuks. They take on Picker just next door to us, and we'll keep you abreast about how those are going, as well as to the far side. There's 4 games here at this glorious venue here at Coetzenberg. But just a bit on this platform of USSA. This is a very important platform that CSA have had in place for such a long time, and it is, yes, the guys that are studying, but the better cricketers hopefully will make their ways to the provincial teams.
Eugene, I think in the new structures, it's a very, very important element of the game. When we've gone from franchise cricket and back to provincial cricket, you feel that this is actually the next step between schoolboy cricket and provincial senior cricket. And the fact that these guys now have this opportunity, it's live streamed, it's on for everybody to watch. You never know. You play a good innings here and you might just pick yourself up a professional contract in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, it's going to be a jam, the left-arm seamer. That's going to be bowling there from the mountain end. And he bowled maybe a little bit indifferently. He's a wholehearted cricketer, wears his heart on his sleeves, like most bowlers probably. Laporto to take first strike. Coetzenberg is the other batsman at the non-strikers end, and we're ready to go in this semi-final of USSA. Oh, and immediately a little bit of shape in. Good start from a jump with 2 slips. So very orthodox field. 2 slips, 3 men saving, 1 on the off, 2 on the leg, and then final leg and 3rd man out.
It's an excellent start by the left arm seamer, bringing it back towards the right-hander. Last time I saw a jump was here at the Cubs week a couple of years ago, bowling to the likes of Dewald Brevis and Jordan Herman of the sort. So certainly a quality performer, this young left arm seamer.
Nicely played, just pushed to the offside. So you've seen a lot of the men that have gone from this format onto representing the Proteas as well, Zaire.
Absolutely, and That's why this stage is so important. You see young cricketers putting their names in their hat. These fields have seen wonderful cricketers over the years, and as we said, it takes just one or two performances. You've seen Matty de Villiers, he was playing club cricket a little while back, and one season for the Warriors, he's up to SA20. So things do happen quickly.
Well, they're up and running here. KOVSIES nicely tickled. Just down to fine leg. Just for one. Yeah. And isn't that the case? You're just one innings away. Or even one tournament away from being recognized. And then there you find yourself playing with the big guns.
Absolutely. You never know. I spoke to David Bedingham a while back, and he was saying that his time at Stellenbosch was the perfect tool that set him up for a professional career. Loved his time here with MATIES.
Short, wide, cut away. And now you can see the speed of this outfield. Got to save your legs. That's gone for 4. First boundary of the morning.
Always a billiard table here at Coetzenberg. It runs away for the first boundary of the morning. Porto, he gets off the mark.
Good see yeah, that's good see. Just the score just taking a little bit of time to just update on your screens. Beautifully put away. In the air. Oh, easy as you like. Easy as you like. That's the first wicket. David Christie won't drop many, and none easier than those.
That is a massive breakthrough here for the home side. You're wanting to strike early, and a jump is delivered. Just stuck in the wicket a little bit and offered a simple chance to the covers. And MATIES, they on their way.
Yeah, it is a 9:30 start. Maybe the pitch not really coming on, and we've seen that all throughout this week. Not really coming through. But that's an early scalp. KOVSIES, they are without Bongi Mshlanga. He is injured, and he is a Knights player. They still got Ruben Marie, who's made 100 on debut for the Knights this year against Limpopo, as well as Fledermaus, who's played for the Knights in both white and red ball. So they do have men with provincial experience in their lineup. And it is Ruben Marie that has come to the middle now. Left-handed batter. I think his brother went up and played at Tux, I think. Or he's playing at Tux, I should say. But here, he's got to face the music early doors. And will the likes of Ajam fancy himself here against a left-hander, taking it away from him?
That's the end of the first over. KOVSIES 5 for 1. What I liked about Ajam previously was he was struck away for that boundary, the previous delivery. The follow-up, he just held it up, pulled his length a little bit, pulled his length a bit back, and reaped the rewards.
Well, looks it's going to be Leon Boerter, the captain for today for MATIES. That's going to be bowling here from the River End. And what a campaign he's had in the local or domestic T20 competition for Boland. Scored some runs, getting valuable runs as well for his side. Scored a good 150 on day one of this USSA week. Just outside that off stump, looking to get it away. He's worked hard on his bowling as Leon Boerter. Big appeal. Big appeal. None given. He's really steaming in here.
Porter just looking down the wicket and wondering where did that steep bounce come from. That's an excellent delivery here from the MATIES skipper.
Well, 9:30 starts does that. The wicket hasn't got another half an hour to bake a little bit. There's hardly a breeze here. There's a light flutter, a flurry.
Really like the look of Liam Bora. He's got a strong action, gets up high in the crease, good delivery point. Really good prospect here for the MATIES.
It's just not just for the MATIES. He's been a very good performer for Boland in both white and red ball. You can really see him express himself as a cricketer. You see how hard he loves to hit the surface, and that just kisses the deck nicely and comes through. As a keeper, Caden Solomons takes that above his waist. Now changing field. They're going to get another man, maybe in that gully area. See David Christie ambling there. So they've taken the man from the onside, sort of a square leg or mid-wicket. They've taken him across. And while Christie has been demoted, said, no, you can still stay in the cover. Someone else has gone in there. Looks like that's Muirhead.
Not quite trusting Christie's hands there, are they?
He's got buckets. Well, how's the discipline here as a bowler?
Just see Laporte, he's looking down the surface. One's gone past his grill and the other one has hardly carried through to keeper Solomons. So he's just wondering what exactly is the surface going to serve up this morning.
Oh, good discipline. Good discipline. And that is a maiden over. 2 done. 5 for 1.
Mentioned that Boert has been such a success at ball and cricket, and that's wonderful to see that the pathway is certainly developing players. It's providing it's strengthening the talent pool. It's allowing young cricketers who are playing varsity cricket, club cricket to show their wares at provincial level. I think within the previous system, the franchise system, when it was Boland and Western Province, it's probably a little bit clogged up for the club player or the varsity player. But now that we do have 8 provinces in Division 1, it's opened up the route again for aspiring talent.
Well, that's a given. That is a given for me. Ajam's going to continue. This is the big wicket, Marie. Everything sort of revolves around him. Classy left-handed batter, and I mean, keep saying classy left-handed batters. I mean, what left-handed batter isn't classy? Even your big mate Graham Smith, he was classy in the way he bludgeoned the ball all over the place.
He was he really was not the prettiest, not the most aesthetically pleasing batter, but he certainly knew how to score runs with Big Buff. And you seem to be watching the Proteas at the moment. They're finding ways to score runs, aren't they? What a wonderful chase last night.
What a wonderful time for them. I think they're having a real purple patch series victory over India in the red ball. And great to see them bringing that back now. 1-1 in that series with the white ball.
Excellent. And the growth that side is showing towards the 2027 World Cup. It's just a pool of players. There's quite a few still to come in, experienced players. But the youngsters, someone like Dewolf Brevis just taking it on last night. What a show that was.
Well, you talk about the players that's there. What about the players that are not there? Stubbs, he was here, Mutasami. I mean, we've seen David Miller here going through his recovery period as well. That crop of cricketers that South Africa can call upon is just getting bigger.
Absolutely, and that's what you want. You want competition for places.
Oh, that's up and over. It's going to be 1 or 2 bounces, and over the rope it goes. Over pitch by a jump, and well put away by Marais.
Jump just slightly missing his length there, and Marais, he's tired of just sitting around through the kitchen sink. It was a free hit over the top. And that's the second boundary for the KOVSIES.
Back on his line, back on his length. So just a 4 from that over. 1 wicket loss. Scores moves to 9.
Positive start here by the MATIES. They've identified a length that on the surface, obviously home conditions for them, knowing this wicket better than most and utilizing it here this morning. If there is going to be something to offer the new ball bowlers, it will be in this first half an hour.
Yeah, and just an update on the ball as well. They're using a far better ball this week. Kookaburra regulation, which certainly has dished up the scores and everything else that goes with it. And I think that has been a great, great introduction this time around.
Some good running there by the KOVSIES batters. Jen, is cricket such a peculiar game that piece of leather weighing, what's it,
156.
156 ounces, that can have such an impact on the outcome.
Well, how many tournaments haven't we done, and we spoke about it long and hard after the first 10 overs? I mean, it just becomes a slog, not a slog fest.
You want to see batters getting runs and good surfaces, good facilities, good outfields, and now good balls too.
Oh, it's in the air. Just short. Oh, there's that ball that just stood up yet again. Marais decided he just wanted to stand tall and play it, and nearly carried back to Botha.
Botha was just in his run-up at the time, at least in his follow-through, and he was going away to mid-wicket, and then realized like, he's got to come back, and he did a bit of a Cheslin Colby side step there. And a big man like that, it's a little bit hard. And Marais survives.
Oh, it's driven square. Ah, save your legs, fella. That's going to be papers. Third boundary of this innings.
As you mentioned earlier, Eugene, Marais is certainly the one that looks like he's going to be the batter, the key batter for KOVSIES. He just leans into it. They didn't try to hit that one too hard. Earlier he went kitchen sink. This time it was all pure timing. He picks up his second boundary of the innings.
Yeah, and just a touch on that ball again. So here, it's not just about the batting, it's the bowling as well. You want to get something out of it. Oh, back-to-back papers in the same direction. 4 more.
Looking really good here is Marais. He's picked up a couple of boundaries. Again, not trying to hit it too hard, allowing the ball to come to him, playing it under his eyes.
Well, he's learned his lesson from the first boundary hit. Didn't even think about running that time. Now then, field unchanged still. Around the wicket. Oh, got a hustle. Oh, couldn't pick it up cleanly, but that's, shall we say, good single?
That's good cricket. Hit the 2 boundaries, and suddenly the MATIES fielders, they were on their haunches. They were staying a little bit back because he's taken the attack to them in the previous 2 deliveries. So good cricket there from Murray, just pushing it into the leg side and getting to the other end.
Yeah, this is turning into a very good start now for KOVSIES. Oh, glorious, majestic, all along the carpet. 3rd boundary in this over. More papers to KOVSIES.
Lepoto says, I want to get into the act here. I've watched Marie cream it through the covers, and now it's my turn. Overpitched and just a waft of the bat, and you can see Porter, he is upset with himself. He's conceded 3 boundaries in the over. KOVSIES out of nowhere suddenly find a way. 23 for 1 after 3, after 4 at least.
Well, something's got to change here. Just the length there. And he's a short man, is Lepoto. So maybe not that easy to find your length to him. Porter opting to go for a little bit fuller. But that was beautifully put away. And all of a sudden the rate is now just a tick under. Or sorry, a tick over 4 runs. 5 runs, I should say, to the over. Ajam to continue. He's bowled 2 overs for 15. Apologies. Porter's bowled 2 overs for 15. We'll get the scores up right for you in a second. But Ajam will continue. As well, stop that square leg. Another ball. The timing. You can hear the sound the ball makes off that willow.
Certainly is a good start here by KOVSIES. They've lost the early wicket, but Marie and Lepoto just trying to rebuild the innings.
Oh, that's just a waft. I'm sorry, that's just a waft. Head was up there by Marie. Maybe he wanted to go up and over, but you still got to keep your head nice and still. Sometimes you just got to take deep breaths. Got to pick the right ball to go for. Oh, he's learnt his lesson. It's good bowling from a jump, saying, listen, I'll bowl you the same ball. See if you can have a waft at it again. It's probably a green Thursday here for my mate Bandile today. I think the problem is he hasn't got his Oakley glasses on. That's the problem. Put the glasses on, everything will work fine.
He's the real article, isn't he? The genuine article.
Oh, good line and length again. No, he's genuine, all right. Not sure about the article, but we'll work on that. Good man, he does all the cameras, put them up for the stream.
It's about to say one of the hardest workers around in behind the scenes in domestic cricket.
He got chucked off the ground today. Oh. He decided to drive around on his car. Ryan Bailey says, no. Full delivery. Now got a sweeper now on that offside because third man. In fact, they don't have a third man. Very interesting field, Mr. Adams.
It's one of those positions your good mate, the Cape Fox, absolutely loves. The deep point.
It's the Jeremy that loves it even more. It's the wildlife.
I think we went through a 140 game just down the road at Boran Park where it was a topic of discussion for about an hour.
And it could have gone on, but it was tea, so we had to cut it short.
Definitely. You ain't missing out on a couple of scones easy.
Well, tidy over. Just the one from it. 24 for 1 after 5 overs.
Gene, I'd like to ask you a question. You were involved at UCT for a while and in the tertiary level. Just the challenges that students face these days in terms of making cricket a priority. Has it changed since over time?
Certainly at my time at UCT it has. You had fellows there that really gave their all for their studies, and that is correct in my view. Guys were really working hard, and the type of degree they were going for as well, I mean, was next level.
It wasn't just our BAs that we got through spending more time on the cricket field and then in class, was it?
Yeah, no, it's upper accounting, and it is tough. And then you come into environment. I know here at MATIES, the guys train very hard. They do gym work in the morning, and there's a whole probably it's definitely 3 days of training, etc. UCT, we didn't have those resources to allow us to do that, and to even attract the type of player that wants to be a cricketer as well as go through the studies. So it is quite difficult on certain universities. But I know they've got a very professional structure here. MATIES have got a very professional structure. Tukkies, Pika, UJ, and there's no disrespect to all the other universities that's taking part in this week as well. So, yeah, it can be extremely tough on players. But I like the idea that they are doing their education. I think that is very, very important. Driven, half stop. Will just be the one. So that slip has come out to a man just square of the bound, or square of the wicket, I should say, on the offside. Now they're going to maybe go with still 2 slips to the right-hander.
Certainly trying to cut off that square region. That's where Marie looks like that's his strong area, his favoured area. Got a couple of boundaries the previous over in that region.
A little bit straighter that time. Solid defence.
Just took the words out of my mouth there, Eugene. Laporte does look like a bit of a beacon there on the one end, allowing Marie to free his arms a little bit more, and he'll be the solidifying base at the other.
Big appeal. Big appeal.
Sliding down, just sliding down. There's the umpire. With the angle. Seems like there's plenty of excitement on the other end there, Eugene, on the other fields.
Oh, that's AKA the snake pit. Let me tell you, many a wicket has fallen there. The jubilation from men. Try and find out who the team is that's playing there. Well, that's another tidy over, isn't it? Another one that yielded just a single. So after the foray of boundaries in Bota's previous over, what's the date? 2 overs that yielded just 2 runs.
We'll continue with Ajam. He'll be starting his 4th over. Picked up that early wicket. Just 3 balls into the KOVSIES innings.
Yeah, it's ETA that's playing over there against Madiba's B side. Driven nicely. Oh, and pierced the field. Now we'll see the pace of this outfield. Oh, he's saving his legs, is he? Well done. Well, brilliantly done by Marie. And there you can see the pace of this outfield.
Kept the flare. It's one of those teasers where he just keeps him interested. Fielder went all the way, but eventually it was the rope that won the race.
Just a lovely push through extra cover. He's another youngster, Maria, that has come through the youth, all the youth groups at Free State, and then also found himself in the Cubs team that we also come and broadcast from this very ground. So he knows conditions here very well.
This ground is certainly going to see some best young talent in the country. It's USSA week, and it's Cubs week, and also phase 2 of the schools SC20 Western Cape competition. So plenty of cricket here at Coetzenberg.
I must say, with your involvement, obviously SA20, we're going to miss you for Cubs, as always. The last couple of years.
I will miss it. That is absolutely true. There's always run across from the test match.
Yeah.
Last year we got lucky. It was a two-day. So
everybody was here.
Yeah, it was a full house. So we got to earn your keep. So certainly we'll be missing it this year. But wish me luck. 20 flights in 15 days, Eugene.
Driven straight to Moran. 20 flights
in 15 days.
15 days. Just hand luggage, I take it.
It's actually, finally you ask, you actually have, you pack 2 bags. One that goes to the north and one that goes to the coast. One goes to the Highveld, one goes to the coast. You just keep it ready.
Let's get your idea on it. It's been brought forward by a month, so to speak.
Not a month, like a week.
A week or so.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
2 weeks, to be fair.
Good idea?
I think it wasn't something that was, as you say, planned. It was more the fact that there was a gap. It wasn't that SA20 said, we want to start on Boxing Day. It was more the fact that CSA had not secured any international cricket over that period. And the window was there. So SA20 felt that within the realms of the game that it would only be good to have cricket over the festive season. Otherwise, there wasn't going to be any cricket. So it certainly wasn't the case of, oh, that'll run away for another boundary. Maria, he's certainly finding his groove. Brings us to the end of the 7th over, 33 for 1. But
yeah, just another punch down the ground. I think Ajam's not happy. He thought Midhoff could maybe put in a dive. The dive didn't come.
Let me just get back to that. I think that's the misconception, that there was actually no cricket during that period, and SC20 is now filled it up with his opening game on Boxing Day. MI Cape Town up against the Urban Super Giants. And then for the first time, we'll be having cricket New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. New Year's Eve in Kabeja and Cape Town. What a night that's going to be at Newlands. And then on New Year's Day at the Bull Ring, 5 p.m. Oh, I'd love to see how patrons are going to turn up for that. And one patron that certainly turned up is Johan. He's alongside me. Good morning.
Good morning, Zay. Nice to be in your company again, and good morning to our viewers as well. As I come on air, it's the first extra that's been conceded by MATIES. They've been very disciplined, but one has to say, Laporto and Maria, great partnership. That loss of the early wicket, but they've recovered nicely and some boundaries as well. Very productive 4th over that yielded 14 runs. Now another 8 off the 7th. I'm interested to see Boeta's captaincy and the tactics, because spin has played a major part in this week, and especially on this ground. So when do they change it up? They've gone all seam attack for the first 8 overs. Bit of a false shot. Now they're together in the middle. This is problems. It's out. It's out.
It was excellent fielding by MATIES, creating the confusion, the dive at short mid-wicket, and he chucked it in. And Caden Solomons, he was there to whoop with the pails just when the partnership was beginning to grow for KOVSIES. Laporto, he has to go.
Oh, well, there's never a good time to lose a wicket. They've done such a good job to repair that initial damage that was done in the first over. And as you said, valuable partnership comes to an end. It's a fortuitous one, but they've set it up, and their fielding has been pretty sharp. We've seen the full value that you do get for your shots if you beat the inner ring. But that was some sharp fielding, got up and also knew which end to go to. They were sort of stuck mid-wicket and thinking, should I, shouldn't I? And Laporto turned his back. Maria, the set batter, and also, he's a class act. I've seen him bat this week on this very track. And Laporto offered himself up. He turned around, anticipated or appreciated the situation, and that was tickets. But great fielding from MATIES to get their second.
Certainly was, and the fact it was a full-length dive, and basically like a little acrobat, jumped up, got the ball in, and Caden Solomons, the wicketkeeper, he did really well to get to the stumps. So often it requires a direct hit, but Solomons was there, took the throw, whooped the bails, and MATIES had their second wicket. Certainly comes at opportune time. You just felt that KOVSIES was starting to settle after that early wicket, building a bit of a partnership, and it's probably Botha and a jumps last over before the change of bowlers. So to lose a wicket at that critical time, and also in the manner, certainly boost MATIES.
Oh, immediately a chance offered. It didn't carry, but Botha, as he's tell up, he's responsible for the most expensive over of the innings. That was the fourth one, 14 off it. So it's just wonderful to be part of this product and see the youngsters who have had the opportunity at senior level already, and then come back and play the USA week, and then move on to bigger and greater things. It's the Bacher story with the SA20, with the Joburg Super Kings. There's some real talent. And I think there's I'll just complete this ball and then talk about my point. Just short from Botha, puts his man on the back foot. I think there's real energy in cricket in general in South Africa. And it's also thanks to what the Proteas are doing overseas. The tour to Pakistan, the tour to India, a test series victory 2-0. Leveling the one-day international series in some style yesterday. Aiden Markram with a valuable 100. And now set up for that decider. And then we go into T20 mode, 5 of them.
There's certainly a feel-good factor about South African cricket at the moment. And I think, in general, South African sport at the moment, you look at the Springboks, they've just gone unbeaten on a European tour, ending with a 73-0 walloping of Wales. You look at the football, Bafana qualifying for their first ever FIFA World Cup in about, since 2002. So there's certainly the women's game, Proteas women getting to the final, Banyana, them qualifying for tournaments. There certainly is a feel-good factor about South African sport and South African cricket in particular. Proteas men's team, what they have achieved in India, nothing short of remarkable. Shukri Conrad, Temba Bavuma, just masterminding that test success 2-0. Who would have thought beforehand, having not won a test there since 2000, 25 years ago. If I think about it, I was walking these halls here at MATIES 25 years ago, and yet they've now come and done it.
Yeah, we can discuss this as the keeper needs some medical attention. So we are going to have a break in play. But yeah, 2010, that magical FIFA World Cup in South Africa, that was an amazing storyline for Bafana playing in that first match. Sipewe Shabalala with the first goal.
Against Mexico.
Where
were you at that time, Johan? Can you remember where you were at exactly that moment?
Oh, that takes me back. So I was privileged enough to work for SuperSport as a field presenter for 2010. And it was the change of technology because we had backpacks. So not the presenters, that would look awkward on camera. So we traveled Gauteng and South Africa. But the first part was in Gauteng. And we would do early morning crossings from venue to studio to do scene setters. So that magic day, I was actually in the media conference area, at the FNB Stadium.
At
the
couldn't be better. Could not be better.
Well, it could have been on the seat, on a seat in the stadium.
Yeah.
But it was amazing to absorb. And I remember that first goal, and just everyone got up, well, all the South African media, and people were hugging each other. And it was just amazing, and it takes you back to what sport has done in South Africa and how it unites people. Go back to 1995 and the Rugby World Cup.
Before you go any further, on that 2010, so I found myself at St. George's Park, at the fan park in Gqeberha, and I had actually made the opposite decision. I said I want to take in this World Cup as a fan. So I did not work at all. I just got back from the Caribbean, the 2010 tour of the West Indies. And I said, you know what? This 2010 World Cup is going to be once in my lifetime. I'm doing this as a fan. I'm not working at all. And in Gqeberha with my family, and as Shabalala struck the goal on the big screen at St. George's Park, I literally did a lap around the field without my shirt. Not a sight that anybody would want to see. But yes, that is what, that's how I celebrated. So, certainly special occasions in South African sports history.
It's amazing how those memories stick, and you know exactly where you were. I would ask you the same question about 95, and you would be able to answer me exactly where you were. And then 96 obviously won the Africa Cup of Nations. Neil Tovey was skippering South Africa.
Wonderful moment. Mark Williams, the goal scorers.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're sort of building up towards AFCON again, and South Africa will be there. And the fact that we qualified, we almost made it very hard for us.
We did make it very hard. We tend to do that. We tend to do that.
We add to the drama, our own drama.
We don't like a simple. Even last night's chase, it looked like they were coasting, and suddenly Tony Dezorzi pulling hamstrings, and there's always a bit of as a South African fan, winning semi-finals, Rugby World Cup by 1 point, quarter-final, semi-final. It's never a dull moment being a South African fan.
Yeah, I love what you've said. It's just, but part of that South African DNA is the fighting spirit, and we have so many stories of fighting back from positions where sometimes you look down and out. Look at that World Test Championship, how we turned that around.
I remember leaving the ground at the end of it was lunchtime. Not leaving the ground, it was lunchtime, and South Africa had folded the first innings. They had a lead. Australia had a lead, and Australia were comfortably moving at 28 for no wicket, and the lead was growing. We just looked at it and we looked at the scoreboard at Lords. I remember saying, is the dream over? Has the dream come to an end? Because you just thought Australia, being Australia, they'd bat South Africa out of the game. And what transpired on that magical afternoon, which Lungi Ngidi, I still get goosebumps talking about it. It was, it just felt like absolute theatre. Lords, South Africa, Australia, and with a majority South African crowd as well, which was amazing. I think that certainly ranks up there as one of the highlights.
Yeah, we've been very blessed, and that fighting spirit again in this series. I'll take you back to our first innings against India in the first test. And then we turned that around, bowled them out for under 100 in their second innings, and it just kick-started.
Just resilience.
Absolutely. We just never know when to quit.
I think it's, like you say, it's in the DNA. Growing up in South Africa, I mean, we know that the challenges that on a day-to-day basis that many people face, and I think that just toughens it up when they get out to the sports field. Change of bowling.
So we were anticipating a potential change. It is pretty warm, slight wind, but not what we've been accustomed to in the week in Stellenbosch. It's normally a bit more gusty, but now there is a change. Under De Lima. So still persisting with the full pace attack, Marties. Up front, 9th over. I can tell you that they would give anything to get Maria quickly. He's already settled in, 23 of 25, Libba new at the crease. So you want to apply the pressure. If they can squeeze one more, just that complexity changes. It looked so promising. 5 for 1 became 33 for 1, and then for 2 with a needless run out. And now, just a bit of a renegotiation has to take place for KOVSIES.
You feel that MATIES they'll certainly look to open up the other end. Because that is what Marie can do. An excellent drive through the covers. He picks up another boundary. Marie is certainly the key for the visitors from Bloemfontein.
I can't agree with you more. He is just, he's a class act. That's the 8th boundary in the 8th over.
And what, 7 belongs to Maria?
9th over. Let me just correct myself. Yes, he's been dealing in boundaries, but he's trusted his process, and if it's there to hit, it's been risk-free. Hasn't really offered a chance.
It's a good comeback there from the young Seema.
We talk about partnerships in the batting department, but the same applies to the bowlers.
Absolutely. You don't want to be leaking runs from the one end if the other end is drying it up. Because the old age saying of 3 maidens creates a wicket. And that's what's the pressure that led to the run out earlier. Just change in field. A deep extra cover going out to protect that Marie cover drive. Still in the power play, so the fine leg's got to come up into the ring.
What I like about that, it's not so much protecting the bowler, but it's giving the bowler the opportunity to pitch it full. Maybe there's a bit of a movement, and you can almost invite your batter to come forward, have a little feel for it. So it's a good game plan. I welcome that. And if it goes wrong, you've got the protection on the boundary.
100%. That brings us to the end of another over. It is MATIES who are 38 for 2. Marie certainly this central to KOVSIES' success here. He's the one that not only holds it together but also scores at a rapid rate.
Botha will continue. This is then the start of over number 10. What a change for Leon Botha. How he took that domestic T20 by storm. And what a final we were treated to in Paul. Something that you probably couldn't even script.
No, unbelievable scenes. And how crazy has it been that both those same sides played to a super over in the league stages. So certainly nothing to separate them. Comfortably the 2 strongest sides in the CSA T20 Challenge. The Dolphins, they might feel a little bit aggrieved after having their quarterfinal, at least their semi-final rained off in Gqeberha to have another crack at the Warriors. But
and they were in a position of strength. They had a good little effort there. The batters doing their bit.
100%. They saw Province in their eliminator at Kingsmead quite comfortably. Just felt that Jason Smith, he was starting to hit some fine form. Former UWC alumni.
Yeah, and you talk about how sport has evolved, and we're blessed in all departments. I know that the National Netball Championships is currently taking place in a wet Gauteng.
What is happening up there at the moment?
It's raining.
It is storming, it is raining, it thunders. It's meant to be summer.
Those in the north always blame us for the rain, but there's nothing here. I can just tell you it's not coming from us. There's no clouds in the sky.
They say it's the wind that's blowing it up there. It's the wind that's blowing up the clouds. But it's been miserable up there, as I've heard from a couple of my colleagues.
Oh, full, nice length. Just seeing what he can find, maybe a way through that Libba defence. He's giving it a chance, Botha. But just going back to Botha and Boland sport in general, just the rugby department, Obvious Fourie and the investment, the way they've played the Currie Cup, and how the fans have come out. Also saw the top 12 final played in Wellington recently. Saldanha coming and taking it away in a thrilling final. I think Eugene Molion actually commentated in that final, if I'm not
He
mistaken.
commentates on everything, so he most likely would have been there. Athletics, rugby,
Loves the mic, old
cricket.
Eugene.
Oh, he does more the side of his own voice. He's a good man. He's a good man. He's a trooper. Certainly does his fair share. Gets around.
Played some decent cricket as well. So lovely to have him part of our commentary team.
Not many people know that he was a South African junior athlete, 100-meter sprint and 400. 100 meters, 400 and 200. Can you imagine that man alongside you in the blocks? He was certainly a big unit, and he, if I'm not mistaken, was 10:02 was his quickest time.
Really? I have to ask him about that. You've just that's something new.
I stirred up a hornet's nest there, sir.
No, never knew that about Eugene. It's a maiden from Leon Botha. He's second. 38 for 2 now after 10.
If we talk about bursaries, particularly, it's quite apt at this level. And talk about bursaries and opportunities. He was actually offered and I might be incorrect, but of the university, but it could have been Houston State in America, and he was offered a full scholarship, athletics, and he chose the Western Province Super Juicer Cricket Academy instead, and this is where we are now.
What a great story, and also for someone like that to come back and invest behind the mic. Really a true character, as we have in our team. Really blessed to have so many of our former players come back and take up a microphone and give their insights into the game we love.
Certainly has been, and wonderful to hear their insights. And we were just speaking about it earlier, just in terms of your development in the game and giving back, and how much time and this you offer up to this wonderful game. But it's never a chore, because it's a privilege to be involved in this wonderful sport of ours.
Yeah, and again, you asked me about the 2010 FIFA World Cup and the backpacks that we used, and our technology really came into play. And I'm just going to complete the delivery. Post-COVID, there had to be a new way found to tell the sports stories, and that's where the advent came of what we are doing currently, and how you are able to go anywhere in the world and cover any match where possible to give an audience an opportunity to dial in and be present. And I think that's been superb.
100%. It's changed the landscape. You look at Supersport schools, you look at various other digital platforms. You can be anywhere in the world, and a lot of particularly Supersport schools, or where parents might possibly be working on a Saturday morning or away, and you can sit at your desk and just plop it up, and there you go. You can watch your son or your daughter and perform. And I mean, that is it's absolutely amazing. You know, a lot of parents who cannot be at their children's events, and the fact that they now just need a bit of data, and there you go.
It's a shot over the top. It's risk-free. No one protecting that offside boundary, and it's going to race away for another 4. No surprise that it comes off the bat, the Maria bat.
Absolutely. That's his 8th boundary of the morning. He keeps this KOVSIES ticking away. I think the further element, just to continue that, Johan, is the fact that these youngsters now, they can clip a package. You look at Marie, he can go back and clip his innings and just send it off all around the world to various agents, and getting gigs elsewhere, whether it's club cricket or league cricket in England or Australia. It's just another opportunity for these young men to further their careers.
Tries to repeat the shot, but it doesn't go the aerial route, and there is cover on the boundary, but they'll only get one. Beats sort of a backward point, short backward point position. 5 of this over, with 1 delivery still remaining. They've clawed their way back nicely. There was that little brief moment 4-14. Those 2 overs, suddenly 18 off 2. And then MATIES did an excellent job. 1-1-8. And then that run out, that crucial run out.
Tibbers faced 2 overs already, though, without getting off the mark. So he'll feel a little bit of pressure. We might just see a big shot coming out now. That's 12 deliveries and counting for Libba.
And it brings to a close over number 11, 5 off it. Score now 43 for 2.
Probably feel that the end of the over is coming at a good time for Libba, just for Marie to go across him and say, this is a partnership. At the moment, I'm doing the heavy lifting. And for us to be here for a while, you don't have to worry about the run rate. As long as you get yourself in and settle, the bad ball will come. So we see another change of bowling.
It's more seams. We haven't seen any spin whatsoever. So Ross Boast is the 4th bowler used by MATIES in this innings. Goes away from our commentary position to Maria. So what's now evident is keeper, solitary man behind the stumps. No slips, no gully.
Ross Boast, of course, the brother of Matthew Boast, was also moved down from Pretoria down to the Eastern Cape, part of that T20 side that's just won the CSA T20 Challenge. Very impressive young cricketer.
Oh, that's clipped. Was there a bit of bad? No, all bat, and that's 4. Just missed his mark there, Ross Boast. Just too straight and tucked around the corner. Another boundary.
He certainly wasn't going to let that one slide. Arguably the easiest boundary of his innings thus far. He's 9th. Just Boast drifting onto the pads and just getting enough.
I'll tell you that Rudy Coetzenberg was one of the umpires. That's how it sticks.
That's pulled away for a single. And Marie gets another one.
Kepler Wessels, Dave Richardson.
What? Absolutely. That was the test South Africa won. They won the series. Picked up the 1-0 victory. Alan Donald. Wonderful game there.
I stood outside that change room. At that stage, you could still do that. I was a youngster, and India...
Fantastic memories.
Absolutely. India came down the change room, the steps, and before they go to the bus, there's a window of opportunity. And I had a book with me, and Sachin Tendulkar, Muhammad Azharuddin, Kapil Dev all signed my book, and I still have it today.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We talk about what this game gives you, and that's where the love begins. It was a wonderful tour. South Africa's first test tour post-isolation. 5 test match series. How they would love to play 5 test matches now, South Africa.
How we would love to see South Africa play 5 tests. Ashes, currently on the go. Second test.
Pink ball tonight.
Pink ball.
We would love to see the Proteas. They certainly deserve to go head-to-head against the bigger nations. We can't say the best nations because they're the best at the moment. They're the World Test champions.
Yeah, true.
So certainly would be a captivating contest. But we do have some big cricket coming next year, Australia and England, for full tours. So that's a lot to look forward to. Hopefully they can maintain the momentum.
Yeah, New Zealand now busy with their first test in this new cycle against the West Indies. Windies in all sorts of trouble. Mountain to climb, lead for New Zealand 480. Oh, that's going to be a wide.
And that little bit of extra effort from Dilma brings up the KOVSIES 50. And he'll have to deliver that again. Talk about bending your back. He certainly tried there.
That was way short. Almost hit his own toe.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking at the popping crease there, just the landing. I think that's just him trying to make a few excuses for that delivery. Just trying to get the spotlight off him.
Yeah, that's when you avoid contact with Leon Botha. Look the other way.
It's fortunate it didn't beat Caden Solomon's. That's a little bit better. Libba, he's finally off the mark. Took him all of 13 deliveries.
And credit to the ground staff as well. It's not just this pitch that we're looking at. There's multiple fields being looked after and kept in prime condition throughout the week. Credit to the unsung heroes behind the scenes. It's another good batting track. Eugene came off. He was part of the toss and said, well, this is a really good track.
That's a wonderful venue, Coetzenberg. One of the citadels of South African sport, not just university. You look across the way and you see the Danny Craven Stadium. Memories of memories. Talk about memories of that place. Wonderful, wonderful. Also now home of Stellenbosch Football Club.
Yeah, absolutely. And our Varsity Cup filled it up very quickly on a Monday night.
Monday nights are special in this town, aren't they? They certainly are.
Great to go on this journey with you, not only from what we are looking at and just the sport that we privileged to be a part of. Bit of width, but can't find the gap.
See, that's the difference between Libba and Marie. Marie is just caressed it through the covers on occasion, where Libba just trying to feel his way, still trying to hit it a little bit too hard, and going straight to the fielder. Run rate still at a decent clip, just on 4 runs and over. I would, of course, like it to be a little bit better.
That's better, but there is protection. Will be 1. Libba doubles his score off to 2. But yeah, it's so important for him to play that feeding role. Don't put too much pressure on Maria, because that scoreboard pressure, although they have the 51 for 2, Maria might feel, okay, well, Libba's struggling. I need to maybe manufacture and do something different, get the scoreboard ticking, and then he makes a mistake, could cost him a wicket. So he needs Libba to settle down, but then that rotation of strike is so important in a partnership. 2 balls shy of completing over number 13.
Maria will feel that he missed out there. Juicy little full toss. You can see him just looking up at the heavens. It was on his pads and he just needed to beat that first fielder in the inner ring.
Only one player, just to paint the picture so that you can also see it at home, is there's one solitary fielder on the leg side in the inner circle protecting 1. And then we have fine leg on the boundary. Deep square. Fuller length, but dug out and worked towards 3rd. Maria thinks about 2, but he'll settle on the 1. Brings to an end over number 13 that yielded 3 runs, 2 off the bat and a wide. 52 for 2. Zahir earns or takes a well-deserved break, and the man that I learned something today, 10.02 in the 100. I've always had respect for you. I've gone up that ladder of respect. You've just earned another step there, Eugene, in my book. 10.02. Wow. I always knew I was sitting next to a credible cricket journalist, player, now athlete. I need to move my seat slightly more to the left. I'm really in greatness, and I'm not talking you up for no reason. It's really nice to work with you, Eugene, and also I didn't know that multiple skills, commentary, cricket, athletics. Wow, rugby commentary. I was talking about you or listening to you in that top 12 tournament, and what a day that was for Saldanha. And I was privileged enough and blessed enough to be part of the Saldanha Super 8 tournament in Saldanha. So listening to you in commentary and bring home that story, it's really nice. Also sitting next to you today in a cricket capacity.
I feel like I've got to give you a trumpet.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, that's carved away back with a point. 4 more runs, and Marie, he certainly holds the key here for KOVSIES. But yeah, those are. I enjoyed my youth, and that athletics was certainly one of them. And, but now I love trying to bring the sport to the viewers. Well, Nearly a carbon copy there, Johan.
King Goedeke has been introduced. The first opportunity to look at spin.
Yeah, I think spin is going to play a big role. We saw yesterday as well, and this whole week, in fact. The game you did here on Tuesday, it was evident then as well.
Yeah, 4 spinners used. That's been part and parcel of the approach in the teams that we've watched. A majority of the overs being bowled by the spinners.
He hasn't settled here, has Goedeke. That's 6 runs now conceded. 2 balls still to go.
Maria just so easy on the eye.
Yeah, and he knows these conditions well. Nicely cut away again through to the offside. Work to be done by the sweeper.
Just love how he rocks back. Just waits for the ball and then makes the contact placement accurate once again. So Goedeke has leaked 7 of the first 4 deliveries. He'll want to buy a couple of dots, especially to Lebo, who hasn't quite found his straps just yet. Maria, 44, 46, almost going at a runner ball. As he nudged onto the leg side, gets another single. So they've tapped into Goedeke without taking risk.
Yeah, and that's a sign of a team that maybe feel they're slightly on top here. The rate is just a tick above 4.3 in fact. And easy as you like, 8 runs.
That single will make it 9, and Maria edges ever closer to a milestone. Very productive over, risk-free cricket. 61 for 2. Boundary percentage, 44 of the runs has come in boundaries.
That's quite a big percentage. It's quite a big percentage, which just shows that the bowlers haven't settled really. It is something that the coaching staff will probably highlight to them as well. There's the projected scores, 217 at the current rate.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, easy to sit here and make the assumptions now. We're only over 15 and there's so many variables, but I think 217 is light. I don't think that's where they will aim. I know it's the projected score, but for me, 240, 250, I think they've got a chance.
Well, from what we've seen this week, in day 1, Picker got to 286, if I can recall. Day 2, it was near the 250. I think it was 245. I think it was on day 2. Yesterday it was 236. But yeah, Marty's made light work of that. Thanks due to that opening partnership with Christian Meer. Hit the ball to all parts here. So if you were to put us on the block, or put myself on the block here, Mr. Ferreira, I would say 260, 260, 265. Between 260 to 270, I think around that ballpark, you'd be sort of around the par score here.
Yeah, and the variable factors is the partnerships, and that's where they need one right now. One of substance, and these two have absorbed the pressure, the initial pressure, but for Libba, it's just so key that he plays that supporting role and just gets that equation, runs versus balls faced, just gets that up slightly. At the moment, it's just a bit slow. But he's settled in, but now he needs to make sure that he doesn't lose his wicket. You don't want to offer up 20 deliveries. You've only scored 5, and then you lose your wicket with a false shot.
Excellent point. Excellent point, because you look at that 5 of 20. I think the key is that he needs to stay in and really catch up with those balls. And you can see why none of the seamers have really settled in. More or less a full toss again there from the Lima. We see him bowl a few short balls previous over as well. Just not settling here, the seamers. And it's going to be a baking hot day here in Stellenbosch today. This talks about 40, but I'm hoping that's wrong.
Yeah, in Paul, where I left this morning, it is the projected temperature was 37.
That's just a mere breeze.
Especially in Paul, yes. Yeah, elsewhere, it's raining and raining and raining, hailing in Gauteng.
It always rains this time of year up there in the high veld.
So getting to the end of over number 15, De Lima has only conceded 2. He'll want to finish strong here against the form player, Maria. Oh, there's an edge, just doesn't carry to the keeper. Will concede the single. Maria ticks over to 47. Over that produced 3 more runs to KOVSIES.
Oh, looks like they're going to enjoy a drinks break. And there you see it. 64 for 2. KOVSIES over MATIES. 15 overs to go. Or 15 overs gone. And we're going to take a short drinks break with them as well. So join us in a few moments.
Welcome to our broadcast. It's USSA Cricket and it's in Stellenbosch. MATIES, KOVSIES. Wonderful to be with you. 64 for 2 is the match situation. KOVSIES at the drinks and interval. Coetzenberg losing his wicket in the first over for 4 and the Porto run out unnecessarily, but the chance was created by brilliant fielding by MATIES. That was in the 8th over. 34 for 2. So Libba and Maria together for KOVSIES, with Goedeke running away, starting his second over. Huge appeal, but won't be given by one of our two umpires, Rhodes and Goldel. It is umpire Goldel that's closest to us, or closest to the commentary end. Again, brilliant fielding by MATIES. The inner ring has been pretty sharp.
Yeah, they've done some good work. They're fielding. They pride themselves in the fielding, the MATIES. I think that stems from that second wicket that fell, Johan. I think the batters were probably ball watching and not. I think if they ran through, they might have got there, or if they turned back, they would have said no, or nothing would have happened. But I think they were ball watching.
Tossed up by Goedeke, but worked nicely into the gap by Libbe. There's a long on the boundary, so he gets off strike. I think that's what they would have been talking about. It's just how to rotate strike, use Goedeke just to get yourself into a bit of rhythm from a batting perspective. And Goedeke has conceded 10 halfway through his second over. Goes away to Maria, who's looked untroubled. Another single ticked off. Third in this over.
Yeah, it's just, I think that makes it one away from the 50 milestone for Marie.
Again tossed up. Action replay of what he did in this over. First over done after the resumption. 16 gone, 4 of that one. 68 for 2.
Yeah, fairly steady at this stage from KOVSIES. It's going to be a change of bowling. Maleka coming into the attack here for MATIES. Right arm over bowler.
Mpela Mleka. So I guess, Eugene, after the resumption, you can quickly find yourself, the game sort of drifts. It's still a very important passage. So the one thing you've got to be alert, and the batters would try and just make the most of the opportunities, take over that scoring department, and then set themselves up towards that 30 over mark where they normally say you can double the score. What you don't need is what has just happened. Mpela Maleka has got that dreaded one arm out from the umpire, which means it's a no ball and it's going to be followed up with a free hit.
Oh, and what a ball to get if you're on 49. A little free hit. You can swing yourself off your feet. Oh, that was naughty from the bowler. So what is the field down here? The men out, there's steep square. There's a long on, long off, and as well as looks like it's going to be a deep mid wicket. So those are the 4 men out. Third man and fine leg in the ring. No sweep on the offside.
And because they crossed or they completed the run, that's why the field can change.
Oh, missed it. Oh, can you believe it? Did he get a scratch on it, though? He did get a scratch on it. So that will be his 50.
Excellent knock. Ruben Maria, there we go. There's confirmation of his numbers. 50 or 56, healthy strike rate of 89. And 9 of the 11 fours that's been hit in the innings belongs to Ruben Maria. It just illustrates the role that he has played, just settling things, but also the aggressor being the aggressor in the multiple partnerships since he's come to the crease.
9 fours out of 50. That's a very, very high percentage, which shows they haven't settled to the left-hander. the bowlers of MATIES. 36 runs out of 50, Johan, that's a lot.
And that run rate 4.36. And like I said, they'll be probably just take it in phases. 5 overs at a time. Let's rework, let's renegotiate, let's put ourselves into a target mindset. Where do we want to be? After 20 overs, there's an appeal from the bowler and keeper, but the umpire not interested. Maria was unmoved.
He hit the ground there. He hit the ground. Sometimes when you do hit the ground, sometimes you do get an edge, but umpire said, no, not at this stage, and Maria just seems to go on, and he probably wants to reset himself here as well.
Yeah, he chased a wide one. You don't want to unnecessarily lose your wicket chasing one like that, but he is set. He'll see it, identify it, and he'll play the shot. That's better. Straighter. It's going to be a quick single. Field out, not accurate enough, so the decision does not need to be made by the umpire.
The running has been good, pushing the fielders, especially when they hit the ball to mid-off or mid-on. They set off very, very quickly.
Four of the previous over, that was the first one after the resumption. This one is worth 4, and this is the extra delivery, that no ball delivery. Cut away beautifully. Will be at least 2, but will be 4. Enough wheels on it. That's a great way to finish the over. Productive over that's brought 8 to the KOVSIES tally, and that's Libba's first boundary.
Oh, you said it. You pulled it up nicely for that extra ball. Got a little bit of width on there. It was beautifully played by Libba. Just back with a point on the offside, and the sweeper had no price. Kunika to continue. His 2 overs costing 13. He needs to settle. He needs to find something here for Leon Buerta. Some control. A little bit quicker through the air. 2 dot balls. That's better. I always say spinners can get 2 dots in this period of play. More or less winning it that over. Now he's back 3.
That's what he's been wanting to do throughout the first couple of deliveries. Just pierce that gap. Gets the single finally off the 4th delivery. Been over this so far from a conceding perspective for Goedeke. Can he finish strong? 2 balls shy of completing his 3rd over. 0 for 14 at the moment. His analysis. Libba is on 13 of 27.
Right outside that off stump that time. Another dot. This is a much better over. Just need to see it out now. Well, he'll take that. Much better from Goedeke. Just the 2 conceded. 79 for 2. 18 gone.
I think for the evidence that we've seen, number 1, lush outfield. If you beat the inner ring, you'll get your value for shots. That's number 1. Number 2, if you're prepared to work hard and grind it out in the initial phases, there's runs to be made. Maleka continues. Wild throw towards the stumps. Beats keeper, beats the backup fielder, and for the second fielder missing it, they'll be allowed to come back for 2.
And that's just the pressure. Pressure put on the fielders. Pushed into the offside. Quickly through they came. Dennis Solomon's tried his best as keeper to get round, and then fine leg as well coming up, but good awareness from the deep square to say he's also in the game. I like that. Sometimes that man just thinks, oh, it's not coming to me. That could easily have gone for extra 4 runs.
It's just amazing. There's a new urgency. Libba looks settled. It's completely different batter after the resumption. 16 off 30, but feet moving nicely, well aware of where the potential gaps are, and also playing that foil, that rotating the strike, just that role in the partnership. So he'll be happy with the way he's restarted. It's full. It's straight and whipped around the corner, and the ball will win the race. And that's also the 50 partnership for the third wicket between these two, Libba and Maria. What a time for them to get that 50 partnership, and Libba on to 20.
Yeah, just the line not right there, and fine leg again in. That's a jam down there. He just couldn't get to it. And you talked about this outfield. How quick is it? And you just got to save your legs, man. But somebody has to settle. Rate's gone to 4, about 4.5 now.
So something that's changed, that's pretty evident now with Libba. We'll keep an eye on that. Maybe you'll be able to see it at home as well. He has a little shuffle forward. Just wants to meet the ball on the bounce. There's definitely a change in approach from his setup and how he faces the bowler. And that's to get the feet going as well. It could be something that's in the subconscious mind to say, I need to get my feet going. If I can take a step up, I can meet the ball on the full, or be in a better position to choose where do I go, offside, leg side. So we'll keep an eye on that. Nice and full to Maria, who has a look at the bat. Well, this over has cost 7, and you've alluded to it as well, Eugene. Since the resumption, we've had 4, 8, 2, and now another 7.
Yeah, and Libba now, after being 5 of 20 deliveries, is now 21 of 33. So he scored 16 runs off the next 13 deliveries.
That's too full. It's over the top. Again, it's racing along the carpet, but will be cut off by a third. It's another expensive over. 9 off it.
Mr. Ferreira, is it a problem coming down the hill there from the mountain end? The bowlers haven't settled, especially from that end.
And
will continue here.
No, I wanted to just touch on your point and say, and that maybe makes it even more interesting that we've only had seam from the top. The only spin that we've had is Goedeke bowling, and he's bowling from our commentary end.
Yeah, and we've seen our spin has been successful this week. And I'm with you there. I'm quite surprised we haven't seen another. That's good work. That's excellent work. That's Jason Muirhead. He is a lightning quick there at mid-wicket.
Oh, that's Ariel. He's going to buy a wicket. He's bought a wicket for his team. Goedeke has got Libba. Would you believe it? Certainly not a wicket-taking delivery. He looked onto the onside. He wanted to place it, and unfortunately, only managed to splice it up towards the fielder. Easy catch, as easy as they come. Goedeke now strikes, and the partnership comes to an end. 55 for the third wicket. Once again, Maria is looking at the other end. He's on 52 of this 88. Scored the majority of the runs, and now he loses Libba just when Libba settled in and got that scoring up to where it's sort of an acceptable rate. He walks back having scored 23.
Well, that is soft. That we have to say that is a soft dismissal. He was just starting to get going. Libba gets to 23 and then just wants to get one around the corner. I think what he did, he got himself into so much trouble by closing himself off. And then the hands and everything else needed to work extra hard to get there. And that just in turn just lobs it up to the safe hands of David Christie yet again. And he again bags his second catch, I think, today.
How the complexity can change very quickly. Foster on his way for 21. Goedeke with the breakthrough that his team has been desperate for. 88 for 3 it becomes. 55-run partnership for that third wicket.
Yeah, now even more. Marie, he needs to get through here at least to over number 35 or 40.
It looks like Leketa, yes, but confirm. It looks like Takalo Leketa. It looks like him, yes. Who? It looks like Takalo. It looks like
Takalo. There's a new man in here for KOVSIES.
Leketa. Leketa. Yes.
Takalo Leketa, another all-rounder in this team. What a soft moment in the game. Tucked around the corner, caught at the fine leg running in. It was a dolly of a catch. And Goedeke will have some momentum on his side. Produces a forward press that is edged towards a vacant third, unprotected short third area. So Leketa off the mark immediately.
Well, that's what you want to do. It's all about getting the score moving very, very quickly indeed. Other scores around this Stellenbosch USSA week. University of Johannesburg currently 97 for 5 against UWC. Wits are 71 for 3 against MATIES. Vaal, which is NWU Vaal, they are 85 for 2 versus Varsity College. CUT up against University of Cape Town. They are 105 for 1, batting first against UCT. And then the field just next to us, looks like Quicker are in a very good position there. Tucks 92 for 4 currently.
There's a change in bowler, guys. Jason Mia.
And there is the leg spinner. I like the way Juan Ferreira is saying, putting in overtime here, fellas.
Yeah, so for our viewers, we have 3 commentators at this venue, and we work half an hour shifts, and then we have colleagues that what should we say? They get stuck in different places.
Well, time management. Just call it time management.
Yeah.
No, he was earnestly looking for a coffee shop, and there was none here forthcoming. But here is that leg spin of Jason Muirhead. You've got your wish. I'm, for one, looking forward to how he's going to bowl. And what he does is give it a little bit of a tweak, but the ball doesn't bounce as much. It sort of skids through more.
On the money right away. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this, Eugene, because it's been an area where it's been a wicket-taking area from the top. We've seen that throughout the week, and spinners have operated from both ends, but I'm happy to see some spin from the top.
Yeah, and what you'll find is that the game will just go a little bit quicker here through now. We'll get quicker through the overs.
Dead ball called, just a bit too rushed at the moment.
He's even quicker for the umpires now.
Nathan Rhodes, our umpire at the top. Interesting to talk to Nathan before the start of play. He started his career as an umpire in 2019. Oh, false shot. Leketa has a bit of a false start there. Gets away and gets 2. Yeah, Nathan Rhodes, product of Outeniqua High School in George. He said to me his highlight as an umpire was his first tournament, which was the National Under-19 Girls Week that he stood in.
Oh, this is a massive week for them.
Leketa just takes a couple of steps down the track, meets it on the full. But already I like this tussle, Eugene. Leketa on 3, Maria is the prize wicket. He's still looking on 54 of 66. More flight the delivery and slightly slower through the air.
Well, you'll be glad to know your marathon stint is only going to last another 2 more balls, Mr. Ferreira.
Hopefully only 1, Eugene, unless you're anticipating a wide. It's the short one, it's the gift, but Leketa can't put it away, straight to the field, he'll get 1. First over from Muirhead is done. 3 off it. The score moves on to 92 for the loss of 3. I will leave you in the capable hands of Eugene and Zaire. 21 gone, 92 for 3.
Well, and there we have the bowling figures. Ajam, 4 overs, 18. He got a wicket. I think it was the 3rd ball. Just popped it up to Christie. Water, he bowled with some heat here. 5 overs for 16. Lima struggled with his length and line, 4 to 15. Both only bowling the 1 over. And then Kurika finally getting settled. That's hit downtown. Definitely 2 bounces and 4 runs. Greets Zaire Adams back into the commentary box.
Morning, Eugene. Certainly bringing in runs here, have I? A wonderful strike down the ground. Much needed boundary for Leketa and Stellenbosch.
You've seen a lot of cricket, and this is one of the things that I'm going to ask every commentator that I'm on with. Off spinner immediately comes on, bowls around the wicket to the right-hander. We see it a lot more in our cricket these days, but there we can see if you don't get it right, you offer a width and you can just free the arms through. Absolutely. I think it's a safety mechanism just to get that action moving, to make sure that off spinners pivot in their follow through. But as you see, don't get it right, you will travel. And also if you drift onto the pads, it's an easy single. Yeah, I just see it more and more coming into our game. And I mean, this term, modern day cricket, has been used quite a lot, but just want to see him go more attacking. You can then bring one across. That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah. Absolutely. It's just too easy. And if you come around the wicket like this is, you don't even need to look at the sweep on the offside. You just look at mid-on, mid-off, because you know they're trying to go straight and they can apply himself to hit straighter. I don't mind this to the left hand, of course. He's obviously much more comfortable towards the left hand, taking the ball away from the batter. And then he drifts down the leg side, so it's not finding his rhythm at the moment. He's the off spinner, Goedeke. Well, it's gone for runs, is it? It's gone for 4 runs. Down the leg side, and yeah, he's not settled. I know he got the wicket. It was a very soft wicket, it has to be said. But he hasn't settled. Spinner going over 4 runs to the over. And forever, when we look at that run rate achieved at the minute, it's forever going up. It's 4.66 at the minute. 4.7 now. Leketa has looked good. He's come in, he's nudged it around. He's going at a runner ball.
Marie, he's moved on nicely. He's now 102 for 3 after 22.
Apologies there, Mr. Bo Senior was around. Merehead's going to continue. That current rate, even when you look at the projector score, is also up. It was on 217 not so long ago. Now they're looking at 231. You want to keep growing that number.
I feel that Marie is central to that cause. Nice juicy full toss, just pushed into the covers for a single.
Well, that shows how important he is, because I know a few men that would have seen a full toss and decided, hey, I'm going to swing here, boy.
Often, though, that is the full toss or the short delivery from the leg spinner that picks up the wicket, and Marie was certainly aware of the danger.
I remember you coming here to this part, and the way the weather's looking at, you decided to come with a baseball hat today, not your normal, usual wide brim.
You have called me out on that, sir. You have certainly have called me out.
I mean, this was the best day ever.
Will you believe that I'm in the market for a new one?
I can. No, that I can. You do so much travel. That hat must get damaged. You need to get one of these umpire, those bags that they
I've
travel
actually had a chat with a few umpires. Seen them at the airport with their little bag, and I was like, had a chat with Stephen Cook actually. I said, Cookie, do you provide them to the umpires? Because I think I might be in the market there, sir. Fortunately, my ones, you can get them dime a dozen.
The only reason why I'm saying is because we have been here setting up scaffoldings, and I tell you, the wind is half blowing us.
Did you do school's SA20 final at Bishop's?
No, I didn't. I got posted at the rugby that day.
Oh, you were down in Saldanha or somewhere, weren't
Yeah,
you?
I was in Wellington.
Wellington, yeah. That's the end of another over. The KOVSIES, they moved to 104 for 3 after 23. It was, to say it was blustery would be the understatement of the year.
No, let me tell you, there was cricket being played in Rylands that day that I had to go and do. And the boys were not so keen running into that breeze. They're in Gatesville.
Mate, so down below, it looked like a perfect summer's day. Everybody in shorts and T-shirts and, wonderful, taking in the beautiful facilities at Bishop's. And us up on the scaffolding. I was in my rugby winter jacket, mate, with hoodie and all. It was absolutely gusting. Needless to say, that was the end of my hat. That served.
Oh, that was it.
That was it. That was it. Yes.
I feel for you. I'll even do some research for you, fella. I'm also on the lookout.
Please do.
I'll definitely find out something. I mean, there's the SA20 coming up.
So there's a big appeal there from Goedeke.
Must have been a scratch.
So myself and Ashwell Prince actually have a competition about the hats, but that one will be hauled in for a couple. We during SA20 we are the kind of the hat police. Have a look out for the best ones on the circuit.
There's some good ones around. You can't go with a flimsy one, just in case there is a ground where the breeze is going to blow. You might take off. Another wide down the leg side. Just shows how he hasn't settled. That's his 30th run conceded. Picked up a wicket. He's only busy with his 6th over.
We thought it would be spin that would be provide the noose, just tighten it up here in the middle overs. But they've allowed the likes of Marie and Lekete just to move along.
Well, I'm surprised one thing. Mr. Post only bowled 1 over. Went for 6, but taken off. He's certainly an improved cricketer from when we've seen him at the junior weeks and even here at the Cubs weeks. He's turned into a very good all-rounder. Like the man standing in front of us here, Leon Botha.
That one's kicked up a puff of dust, but not able to pick up the edge. At the end of the 24th over, KOVSIES are 109 for 3.
What we've seen this week, and it's probably something that you will love, because you like spin and spin bowlers and the art that they give and they carve. The slower you bowled it here, for some reason you get more bounce. That's what we've seen this week. Usually we see you got to bowl it into the surface and it bounces. This week, if you're taking the pace off, obviously you've got to put some revs on. You've got a lot more bounce out of it. It's different now for a leg spin bowler.
That one came out front of the hand there. He's trying something different towards Murid.
But I mean, you've always been an added person of saying, listen, take some pace off, make them hit it, and that has been actually very successful here this week.
I certainly do feel that, particularly on this main oval, it's quite a big outfield. It's bigger than you might. You obviously don't get the view on your stream, but it's really the square boundaries are quite long. And that's the one, you just throw it up above the eyes. You're asking the batter to make the play. And as we've seen, we haven't seen a lot of batters willing to use their feet.
More wickets been walked by the MATIES faithful here.
You're settling into a rhythm here. That's beautiful bowled by this young leg spinner. He's had the better of Marie in this over. There hasn't been many that have been able to get better of the KOVSIES left-hander today.
That is the truth right there. He's got one more ball left in this over again. Over that's gone just for a single. Excuse me.
Just pushing it down for another single. Cautious cricket here at the moment by the KOVSIES. They move to Nelson for 3 after 25.
Oh, looks like there will be a change here now. Looks like it's Ajam that's going to come back into the attack here from the river end.
Thought he was impressive in his first spell. Picked up a wicket with in his first over. Did take a little bit of tap from Marie when he overpitched.
Yeah, now we can have a few more fielders out. This is the part that I struggle with a little bit. you know you're going to come in the back end here in the middle overs. You should have your fields a little bit. You should know what your plan is going to be here. And it's just taking a little bit of time to get that right.
Just slows down the game. I can see the development of Jam from a schoolboy cricketer. He's got a lot stronger.
What school is that?
Stellenbosch, if I wasn't mistaken.
Yeah.
Definitely wasn't one of the big 4 boys schools. But he certainly just added a yard of pace as he's got older. We thought back then he might just be lacking a little bit of speed. He was one of the standout performers for the Cubs during that week where they won the national championship a couple of years ago against as we said before, a Northern Titans side that possessed the likes of Previs, Harriman, Post. We could rattle a few names there.
They weren't called champions for nothing. Northern champions, they're known as.
That's off the face of the bat. That has run away. So Ajam's come back. And he's immediately delivered. And Nelson has struck, Eugene.
Nelson has struck. Batters doesn't seem happy with that decision. It's a strangle down the leg side nonetheless. Maketa, he's got to go for 12.
You felt that if he had the option to send it upstairs, he was certainly looking to haul out the big T there. He wasn't happy. But all that matters is he's on his way. And I know some cricketers are not superstitious, but Nelson, it's a wonderful wicket taker.
The only thing I'll say, Zahir, looking at that first time, not with the replay, is that the sound it made was a very thuddy one. It was not one that, as it comes off a bat, that little tick. It was definitely thuddy. Nah.
Umpire had no hesitation though.
He was up like a shotgun.
He wasn't thinking about it. His finger was there. He was in the game.
Lucas van der Berg now coming to join Marie, and the ever increasing challenge for Maria to stay out there as long as possible. He is looking very, very nicely there. 64 of 79. And Ajama struck. Come what may.
Come on, mate. He's been brought into the attack to break the partnership, and he's delivered for his skipper. So, MATIES, they keep chipping away while keeping that run rate in check.
Here's the other thing that gets me as well. I'll tell you now, just with speed of play. The batter came out running to the middle, took his guard and everything, but the fielders weren't in their right places.
So he's come all the way from the change room, and he's got to wait.
He's got to wait.
No, that's not right. That's not right. Talking about Nelson striking, you have any superstitions when you played? Did you?
Indeed.
Oh no! You just opened a can here. Let's go.
Neil McKenzie was my captain at the Lions. So
that
goes without saying.
That sets the tone.
Even now, I still do it now. I always, when I get to grounds, always walk onto the ground with my left foot first. Always. I have to cross that, and coming off, I do exactly the same thing. Gotta walk off. When I was playing, nearly get onto the stumps here. When I was playing in bowling, I always turned, what would that be, anti-clockwise. when I get to my mark. Like morning walker, but not to that extremity.
Didn't do the full
No,
giraffe.
no. Didn't do that. When I was batting, obviously, yeah.
I feel like we're gonna be here for a couple of more overs.
Yeah,
Your
well-
stint's almost done.
Yeah, no.
Keep on going.
Got 5 minutes.
Keep on going.
I'm happy to go over time here, Johan. I'll tell you one when I was batting. You know, and that a successful over for a jump comes to an end. Well done to Marties for getting a wicket there. Still Nelson, half for 4. When we're batting, you know how they do the crease and A.B. de Villiers, whenever A.B. de Villiers did the mark, he would kick it out towards the pitch. I would always go the other way and kick it towards the stumps because I always viewed it as if you kick it out here, stuff might go in front of you. You know what I mean?
This is absolutely hilarious. I just had one during my playing days. Went to the dressing room. Would always find the corner. Had to sit in the corner. Bag went straight to the and it had to be, if it was a repeat dressing room, it was the same corner.
Yeah.
That was the only one. Never find me in the middle of a dressing room.
Well, I'll tell you my national club champs one. I had one there because that's 5 days of cricket in a row. Yeah, it's still continuing. Bowling very nicely here. Oh, nearly getting through. So we stayed in the very good hotels, not Protea Hotel, Southern Sun, whatever it was, and you would have your breakfast there and eat and whatever the case may be. But I did this thing once. Well, I don't know why I did it. Nicely bowled again. I brushed my teeth as we all do.
I'd hope so.
Wake up.
I would hope so. Let's just
Yeah,
park
let's just
it
get
park it off there. Yeah.
So, I brushed, when you wake up, brush your teeth and everything. Then you go for breakfast and everything else. Oh, Harry's a full toss. Misfield, but you can forgive him for that misfield because that was hit quite hard. Through they come for a single. And we ended up going, I can't remember the ground we played at, but I opened the batting for Victoria at Club Champs.
I think that is a story on its own. On your next, when you come back for your second stint, we'll ask about that. Because as far as I know, you were double figures, mate.
No, never. Come on now. Sort
Mate,
yourself
double
out.
figures, double figures.
Listen.
We can call Vinny Barnes up here. And
You
we
can. Go ahead. I'm ahead of a few there. And we got to this ground, and I just thought, I need to do something. So I got to the ground, and I did this thing. I brushed my teeth at the ground. And I scored 50.
And you,
Opening the batting.
and you did that for the rest of the
I
week.
did that for the rest of the week.
How many more 50s you get?
One more after that.
Oh,
I was
okay.
playing the tournament.
Well done. Well done. So there was method in the brushing the teeth part.
At the ground. Must be at the... did it at the hotel and at the ground. Went
Wow.
through toothpaste, though, but it's all right.
Oh, that's gone, and that's gone all the way for another boundary.
Well, that's the first real bad delivery from Jason Muirhead, dropping that short and latched on very, very quickly by Van der Berg. Yeah, I was also in the dressing room, obviously, with Neil McKenzie. And he was the neatest person in the dressing room I've ever come across. He's wherever he sat was very packed, especially 4-day cricket. He would have his clothes, obviously, folded up very nicely, socks and everything else. The thing is...
But ACDC. What did I just say? ACDC.
Yes.
That's the
You
band.
want to play a band? You want to play as a song? The thing with Mackie is he can put the sock on and take it off for about 3 times because if it doesn't feel right.
Must have been an interesting time in that Lions dressing room, sure.
Especially when the boys start hiding his bat, especially when he goes into bat again. He's got his next in, they couldn't
Why
find his
would you
bat.
do that to your premier batter?
Couldn't find his bat, was taped to the ceilings, and then he was so upset, goes out, scores 100. Proceeded to flip and tape his own bat to the ceiling.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Slower ball.
Actually bumped into Maka in the UAE. He's batting coach of one of the RT20 franchises over there. Enjoying his stint.
I bumped into him at Saks behind the barbecue
Yes, you would.
at the rugby event.
Was Proteas coach Shukri Khanna not alongside him?
No, not this day. Not this day.
They do tend to spend a bit of time alongside the rugby field of Saks these days. Both their youngsters.
I will tell you this about Neil McKenzie. He's one of the very astute captains I've played under. Oh, big booming drive that just goes nowhere. And you just got to be careful because of the angle the left arm now presents coming back into you. Don't look too square.
I'm in serious discussion with his captain, wanting a few changes in the field. Not sure if he's going to get his way, though.
Which club were you with most of the time in your playing days?
Bluebells Cricket Club, home of Paul Adams.
A few superstitions there? No, not really. Surely not.
Did have a mate that if his kit was not all the same, wouldn't go bad. Wouldn't bat. If everything was not the same brand, wouldn't go bad on the day.
Did he not have his own kit?
He did, but often like if he's batting long or his gloves would get sweaty or whatever, if you brought out the wrong gloves, you'd have a problem. Crazy stuff. Certainly it does. Cricketers are a strange bunch. They surely are.
Unique. Yeah, I mean, strange is...
A bit harsh.
Strange
Eh?
is very harsh.
Strange is
Unique.
a bit harsh. Unique.
I mean, there's so many other things in there. I mean, we can talk for days about certain superstition about the players and everyone else. Also know about players that hated flying. Even flights up to Joburg.
Another thing I had to play in a long sleeve shirt with a jumper, no matter what. That was mine. That's a top edge. Won't carry. I don't know why, but the long sleeve just made me feel that my forearm was protected better.
I will leave you on that one.
Have a good one. Enjoy the little break. Welcome back, Johan.
Thanks. So here we are. It's been fascinating to listen to the later part of that. But we are a strange bunch. There's no doubt about it.
You have any in your sporting career?
Not as extreme as what you guys spoke about, I must be honest. So I can tell you two stories. The first one is we save up. It's Natal Country Districts Week in Pietermaritzburg. It's the highlight of our playing careers or playing years. The season culminates with the Natal Country Districts Week, and I represent Northern Natal. Back in the day, it's now changed.
Is that the Midlands now?
Yeah, so
inland.
Yeah, so inland now. So
Yeah.
northern KwaZulu Natal. I was captaining that team, and my younger brother, he's 3 years younger than I am. He was the opening bowler. I had nothing to do with selection. I just want to put it out there. It's down the leg side. It will be a wide. So the first ball of the week, I'm standing at mid-on. Opening batter hits the ball with some venom. I pick up, chuck the ball to my brother, and I feel there's a stinging feeling which I'm not accustomed to. And I look down and I'm looking straight into what used to be my webbing on my left hand. Oh, it's H. Has he taken that? They'll look at each other. It is the big wicket of Maria. What a catch from the keeper. And suddenly it's all happening. The mainstay of the innings is walking back. Maria gone for 68. They understand the importance of that wicket. Look at the celebration. They know exactly what just happened.
Keep your eye on Caden Solomons. Keep your eye on the keeper. He has just taken an absolute blinder. It's never easy diving forward, and he's managed to just get his gloves underneath. There's a bit of consultation by the umpires, but they had no hesitation in sending Marie, who's played a very, very good innings, back to the pavilion.
How it's changed. 88 for 2, now 122 for 5. What a change from Leon Botha.
It looks like Zed Flaherty. Please confirm. Please confirm Zed Flaherty.
The batsman?
So I'll complete the story and tell you that the stinging feeling turned out to be a very badly split webbing in my left hand. And I walked off, went to hospital, received a lot of stitches, and became the scorer of the Northern Natal team for the entire week.
Wow. Did it lead to anything further?
That was the one ball that I was able to save up for. To go from Newcastle to Pietermaritzburg, stay in hotels, and take over the scoring responsibilities while the lads were playing cricket.
Thought maybe it led to a scoring career. It enlightened the passion for scoring.
No, not me. I'm too busy. I would. It's a special bunch, and we can't play the game without scorers. And we have two brilliant scorers next to us, and you must see how it's changed. I wish I could show the viewers how many colours there are, how many colour points, and it looks like my matric essay in history that's busy unfolding in that scorebook.
The part that I'm still impressed is that pens are being used, because it feels like it's moved on from there. It's a nice way
to Fledermaus. So the other story I'm going to give you, and you probably won't believe this, is like one of those Ripley's Believe It or Not stories. I'm going to give you one. Playing at school in Newcastle, I was keeping. So my role was keeper, opening bat. And the player hit the ball short, and I ran up to the stumps. It's traditional to do. You anticipate the return from the fielder, which never happened. And the batter was trying to replicate his shot, but he didn't see me behind him. So he went for what he wanted to do. Bat came around the corner, and he hit my right eye, made contact with my right eye, and I collapsed. Went to the hospital. My brother, it looks like my brother is actually featuring far too many times here in my misery. So he just looked at me and said, "Don't worry, your eye is intact," which was a very, very good story. I went to hospital, and the doctor on duty said, "Just hold on, how serious is it?" And I said, "No, his eye is fine, but you've got to stitch him up." So he said, I'm just watching the end of the rugby game on television. I'll be there shortly." So the doctor came and he stitched me up 16 stitches. Later, I went back to the ground with a shirt that was full of blood.
A blood-stained shirt.
Sat next to the field, and we didn't have a 12-man. So I just decided, no, I can't watch this anymore. I need to play a supporting part, even if it's just fielding. I'm not going to keep. Ran onto the field, and the captain then said to me, "Johan, we're in a bit of trouble. Do you fancy a bowl?" I said, "Give me the ball. I'll do whatever it takes." Here's the story, the Ripley spot. I took a hat-trick.
Oh my word.
Finished with 5 for 12. We won the game. When the hat-trick ball, I bowled the batter, but they celebrated before me because I didn't see that I hit the stumps.
The story gets better and better.
And turned into a medium pacer after that, let the gloves go, and only resumed that way later in my career. So that got me into bowling, was the confidence of having taken a fifer with one eye shut.
That is an amazing story, Johan. That is one for the books. That is certainly Ripley's Believe It or Not. I thought the fact that you just went on to bowl was the part. The fact, the hat-trick, the fifer, maybe should have patched up the right eye for the rest of your career.
Now in hindsight, maybe that was the part that was lacking.
Hindsight, the apt word there.
But you know what? And everyone has a story. I think in sport in general, everyone has a storyline that you can tell for years to come, and that's just part of why we love to go out and do it again and put on your long sleeve shirt and your sweater in 37 degrees, because that's just the story, and you'll tell that for years to come, and people will laugh with you. And yeah, it's the characters that we create in sport.
So Jump getting he's back into the tackle. I'll match. It's funny that you mentioned 37 degrees in the jumper. So I'll tell you mine. It's literally just down the road here. Literally down the road at Paul Roos. It was the month of fasting, Ramadan, and I decided not to play. I wasn't going to play during the month. And ironically, somebody had withdrawn. A Jewish boy had withdrawn for a holiday, and the Muslim boy gets called up. So we can work out how all that works in a different time or whatever. But anyway, so I could call back and then I got asked, can I play the final Saturday? So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to tough it out. So remember, it's February in Stellenbosch. Fast starts at about 4 a.m., sunset at 8. Come out here, and my captain decides to insert the opposition. And the sun is already at midday. No run there. Anyway, back in those days, schoolboy youth cricket, if you had inserted the opposition, you have lost the right for them for their overs to be curtailed. They can bat as long as they want. Needless to say, they bat 76 overs that day. As a schoolboy, that is quite a lengthy period. I remember during lunchtime, and one of my mates, he regaled it very well, me laying under a tree while they were enjoying a wonderful lunch. So we get back, and it's our chance to bat. And the coaches can see he's done for. He's had 76 overs in the field. He cannot even walk. They go to him. So Coach says, I think you'll go in at 7. I usually bat at 4. You can go in at 7 today. That's fine. In no time, we're 30 for 5. Here we go. 47 overs later, still batting it out there. A fault fire comes over at 12. And just outside the reach of Caden Solomons, and runs away for a boundary. Not able to pick up that one. Took a glorious catch earlier. But KOVSIES, they move on. So a fault fire on the mountain at about 12 o'clock. At least 4 o'clock, apologies. Starts coming out. And you cannot breathe. And I'm batting for 43 overs. Needless to say, I came home that day and swore never ever to play cricket again. Was in the field for 120 overs.
Wow, that's some stories.
Without a drop of water.
Oh no.
Without a single drop of water. Let alone food.
Wow.
So, like you say, we all have our stories.
Thanks for sharing. Gee. KOVSIES have a story to write here. It's tough times with the departure of Maria van der Berg on 6, Fledermaus on 5. That brings to a close the 30th over, 127 for the loss of 5. Normally you say that you can double the score at 30. And I'll tell you, Zaid, I think if you would offer them that right now, they would probably take it.
I think without Marie at the crease, they will certainly take it. It's going to be a big job for Van der Berg and Fledermaus to try and get them up to something competitive. You feel that it's this partnership that is the key to building something substantial.
Now, the one thing for our younger viewers is just keep believing, keep knocking away. Because, I mean, you go back to the scorecard, 88 for 2, you probably say, okay, there's going to be a bit of a quiet period, time for, I'm just going to take a bit of a breather, lapse on concentration. You've got to be in the moment, and one brings two. There's always that old adage that one brings two, and it's certainly been the case in this innings. 88 for 3, 111 for 4, 122 for 5. So they've taken wickets at regular intervals. The only partnership of substance was that third wicket one for 55. Again, short of a length, just whipped around the corner, will be one. Just keep knocking away, and the complexity, the storyline can change so quickly if you add 1 or 2 wickets in that column. You always have to say to yourself, okay, it's 88 for 2. What if I add 2 more wickets? How does it change the game right now?
Couldn't agree with you more, Johan. And that's what Stellenbosch have done here. They've stuck to their task. They haven't allowed it to get away. Been really impressed by this young man, Present. Since he's come into the attack, he's come bowled with a lot of energy and a lot of speed.
Just guided towards third. Fledermaus opens the face of the bat, helps himself to an easy single. I was in my break, I was just hovering around the boundary rope. And also another aspect of modern day sport is the investment of former greats into the system. Ryan Bailey, Justin Ontong, just to name 2 quick ones that comes to mind. Great to see Bales again, real character of the game. Waff outside off stump.
It feels like a storytelling day, and I've got one with both Bales and myself. And when I knew that I'd be better off on the mic than playing than out in the middle. It was Western Province final trials under 15. So Bales and I go back a long way. We're the same age. And we were batting at Bishops in the final trial at Western Province. We put on a 50 partnership between the two of us. He got 47 and I got 3. That's when I knew. Went home to my dad and said, I think I might have to study a little bit harder and hit less balls. So yeah, we enjoyed some fantastic battles. Wynberg versus Stellenbosch. It was a decent side, Stellenbosch. Jonathan Trott, former England batter. Andrew Paddock, stalwart of Western Province and the Cape Cobras. Really good Stellenbosch side.
Well, that England angle that you allude to, also heartbreaking news coming through this week. Robin Smith's passing. Born in Durban, went on to play for England.
I loved watching him play. Was one of the few Englishmen in inverted commas who was willing to take on the West Indies attack. And you talk about the resilience and DNA, him and along with Alan Lamb, another South African born. Really were the few English batters who fronted up to the likes of Marshall, Holding and Ghana during those days.
Who was the quickest you faced?
Quickest I faced? Probably Quinton Friend, I reckon. Quinton Friend. And that same particular trial, he bowled a beam at my head. I remember. He was at Bavel Tech at the time. And we asked him, have you lost a few of your screws there, young man? Because it was straight at the helmet. And he's always been such a nice guy. First thing was, sorry, it wasn't intentional. But yeah, Quinton Friend was rapid at school.
Yeah, and Botha is back into the attack. Captain changes himself. And it's going to be interesting how he goes about it. His work rate now, over number 32.
Before we go any further, there was another one, and it was probably Eugene would know him, was Albert Nkomo. He was absolutely blitz when you were a 15-year-old.
Just a tap into the leg side, single.
He might have played with Eugene in their Coke week, along with... Oh, you had Mulligan George, I remember. I faced Mulligan George, yes. He's up there. He was, remember, a night at Newlands. This unknown quantity pitched up and rattled the Titans with 4 wickets. And everybody asked, where has he come from? Mondale High School in Mitchell's Plain in the Western Cape.
I was in Secunda. We played the National Under 15 week, and the captain of then Southeastern Transvaal was a certain Johan van der Walt.
Oh, Rambo.
Also behind the mic nowadays.
Yes,
Does a
yes.
good job. Plays a very good golf, Mr. van der Walt.
Had a golf swing when he batted, didn't he? Hit the
Yeah,
ball a
he
long
could,
while.
He could hit it. That's a lovely shot. That's not going to be cut off. That's going to be a 4. Welcome boundary to Fledermaus.
Listening to you today, though, Johan, I haven't quite put my finger on where exactly did you grow up? Because there was a 91 test in Kabeja, there was a Pietermaritzburg National Week, and now we're in Secunda. So I'm trying to lay the pin down here.
I've done a good job to confuse you completely. I've been in a
Absolutely.
couple of provinces now, but now born and raised in Newcastle, in northern KwaZulu-Natal, halfway between Durban and Johannesburg. And I grew up there, matriculated in a school called Ferrum High School. Really privileged to have played there, played first team, and then also did the full circle, coached the first team as well.
Wonderful, giving back, as we said.
Yeah, for me that was always important. It's so easy to receive from this beautiful game, but at that stage it was coaching, and now sitting behind the microphone and being able to paint a picture in Stellenbosch, 1,400 kilometers away from what was the familiar territory for me.
It's the end of the 32nd over. KOVSIES are 135 for 5.
The whole story around Kabeja was purely family related. So we had the opportunity, as we take drinks, just to go and visit the grandparents over the December holidays.
Wonderful, wonderful.
And my parents would go to the beach, and they would drop me off at St. George's, and I would buy a scorebook with my pocket money and go and sit between the band and score what I was watching. There was a full electronic scoreboard, but I sat there with my scorebook. I had that cream, that white cream
Alan
that you
Donald,
painted.
the zinc.
I wanted to be Alan Donald. That was my hero growing up, and then sat there in the pavilion scoring for a full day. And when the day was done, my parents would fetch me outside the main gate at St. George's Park, and then we would go back to our grandparents' house.
Fantastic. And I said earlier that there was scoring genes in you. I said that earlier. And if there was a camera in this commentary box, I'd show them that you want to actually still keep score every single ball of this game. So do not be fooled. It was something he's taken along with him throughout his life.
I hoped that you would not catch on to that, but yes, it's a numbers thing. I really love numbers, so I still sit with my notes and I score every ball. I just enjoy being on top of what's happening and looking at the numbers. There's a summary. Then we are going to take a breather with the players. 135 for 5, the mainstay of the KOVSIES innings, Ruben Maria, classy 68 once again from 85 deliveries. He's been the mainstay of the innings, but for now it's a regroup from a KOVSIES perspective. How do they propel themselves and get them towards that 250 mark that we spoke about earlier as a potential mark that they would have put down? 32 overs gone, 18 remain, 135 for 5. We'll be back when the players resume after this.
decided to give Zahir a little bit of a break. Be back with this game here. 32 overs into it, and KOVSIES have got it all to do here. 135 for 5. Van der Berg on 8. Fader Mouse, he's on 11. And yeah, there's always some great stories and great memories. And I think it's always good to pass on those stories. But here, Percent, he is literally steamrolling down the hill into the attack here. Nicely played, just square of the wicket, just for one. He's certainly given Marty some impetus into this innings, hasn't he, with his bowling?
Yeah, I love his energy, and I'm grateful that you've joined us, because we were talking Tuesday about the rhythm, and I would like to have a look at Prusent and what he's doing. That rhythm, and that when at delivery, and that follow through where you go, because we were analysing a couple of bowlers. It was sort of delivery stop, and how important that is in your complete analysis. You'll see how he follows through. There's a bit of a pull up, just mindful of his leg. Hopefully he's okay, but there's another single added. But I'm curious to just get your technical analysis about how important that is, and where you ideally want to finish up as a bowler, having released the delivery.
First thing I'll say is I'll see if we get a ball that goes through to Caden Solomons. Let's just put the batsman aside for a little bit, because what these bowlers normally do is, as soon as they bowl a good ball that goes to the keeper, the follow-through normally gets extended. So we'll see what that is like. I saw he stopped the previous ball. It's wide outside that off stump. Yeah, that is wide. I think the correct call. But that just went with the arm. What I like about, as you said, his energy, that's a standout. That's good. He loves to hit the surface hard. I like that. And they set the field accordingly. I like that from the captain's perspective as well. Third man, fine leg, deep back of square. There's got a sweep on the offside. There's nobody at mid-wicket saving ones. It's just got a wide is mid-on. What I do notice straight up off the bat is he veers away. So on your screen, he veers away very quickly off this pitch. And yeah, I know there's danger areas and everything else that goes with it. He should try and just get all the momentum going a little bit more longer towards the batter, which is the target. That's the one thing I'll say. Because as you can see, the previous ball when he bowled that wide was around, or maybe that stem from him running off. That's better. That is better.
So your ideal mark for our viewers is almost between the two white lines facing towards the top. The small white line on the left and the extended line on the right. In between there, that's sort of your line that you want to finish in.
Yeah, so the longer one, that's your return crease. That's what that is known as. The other one, the smaller one, that is just a guide for the wide. So you want to be bowling and just veer off more to where the return line is, return crease line is. Oh dear, full toss. That's been easy as you like. Hit straight down the ground for 4. And it's a no ball as well, and free hit coming. And I think it should be, I like his running in, I like the intensity. It's got to be controlled. If you can control that, you can control yourself at the important bit, which is where you want to hit the crease or hit the deck, as we say. I think sometimes you can get overawed by just steaming in, and then your timing is out in terms of where the feet goes and where the arm is, etc. There's so many parts. Bowling is so many parts that moves at one go. And if you can control that, that's when you get the best out of it.
I'm so grateful that you've alluded to that, because I think the same applies for a bouncy track where you can sort of get carried away and say, whoa, I'm getting extra speed, extra bounce, I'm going to run in harder, and suddenly it's just all over the place. It's so important to stay within your bubble, within your processes, keep with what's working and let the pitch do the work, rather than you needing to steam in. It's almost like hitting a driver. It's not about how hard you hit it, it's about the timing and the execution.
Yeah, and I'm going to come back to that point that you made right there about batting. And I'm going to revert it back to bowling. But this is a free hit. So Van der Berg, he can swing for all his might here. Oh, and that he did. Oh, what a shot that is through extra cover. Stand and deliver. Glorious.
Van der Berg also in good form. He's certainly played his part throughout this week. And that is a lovely shot.
This is what I mean. So you talk about just standing. Look at that. Strong base. Batting is all about getting into a strong base and then executing it. You talked about not overhitting. If you get a strong base, you will never overhit yourself. Because you just generate so much power, and it's the timing of these batters these days. End of over number 33, 147 for 5.
That was an expensive one, 11 off it. Now, I'm really enjoying this technical analysis with you. What was also interesting there, I mean, again, you can get lost in the moment of it's a free hit. I'm just going to go on a wild swing. The first thing that Van der Berg did is he moved across off stump. He moved to a fourth stump line, anticipating a foolish delivery, and then had the presence of mind to know exactly what he wanted to do. Place the ball in the gap and get the 4. But so often people can almost lose their mind and just say, I'm just going to go and have a wild old swing without looking at what the bowler is doing with the delivery.
Yeah, well, you get so carried away. It's a free hit, and then all of a sudden we think, oh, leg side, leg side, leg side. What I liked about Van Berg there, he just stood tall, bowler adjusted, but he still swung that ball nicely. Got his hands through the ball with that strong base, and that is important. Hudika into the attack again.
So it's a short burst by Leon Botha. Whips himself out of the attack and back to Hudika, who's starting his 7th.
Yeah, and he hasn't settled. Going at over 5s for a spinner. I mean, the rest of the team scores only going at 4.4. That is not a good delivery. Down the leg side.
So that's going to take me to my next point. Is the attack, the mindset to go right arm around the wicket?
I raised that question to Zaire earlier. And it's one that I'm seeing coming into a game a lot more. The minute you see a right arm offie, first thing they say, going around the wicket to the right-hander. I don't mind it now with the way the field's set. And the reason why I say that, they brought the sweeper from the offside in because Hudika at best should be trying to hit off stump here. And if it's going to be slightly wider than that, that's the time you're going to get into serious trouble. Because a batsman can just wait on a little bit and hit it past that extra cover fielder. So what he wants to do here is tie the batsman up. You don't want to free the arms up.
And now you look at Fledermaus and he opens up his stance. Facing, he's got his chest on approach is facing where the bowler's coming from. You just see the angle there.
There's the point. There is the point in question. I said, you give him a little bit just outside that off stump, outside the line of off stump, and batters can put it away, and that's going to cause a problem. Now then, time to think about this a little bit, but good batting. Look at that line. Look at that line. Outside off stump. Free hit. Free arms through the ball. Well put away.
And that's where I'm not convinced as well. He's got to be, his margin for error is so small when he's employing that sort of strategy. And Eugene, you've got to be perfect to even get the LBW shot into play because you're coming around the wicket. So anything that pitches outside there can't be out. So for me, you're almost taking that opportunity away. Yes, you can bowl towards a certain field, but for me, an offie is best served going over the wicket because you can have that additional opportunity with a quicker ball, trap your man on the crease maybe, one that keeps low, that opportunity does arise.
I've got one question for you. Is he a big turner of the ball?
No, not on the evidence from what we've seen so far.
So if he doesn't get it right, and the breeze is blowing from right to left, so the ball's going to drift that way anyway. So if he doesn't get it spot on, as you rightly said, he gets hit through the offside fairly easy. Leon Botha changing ends. Now steaming down the hill here. Starts with a dot ball, replacing percent. So it's all about lines and angles, etc. So if you come over and you go towards sort of fourth stump, off stump line, you know, okay, you're putting that side out of it. you're taking the offside unless the batter goes in reverse sweep or gives himself room. That's a risk he has to take. Cut away, work to be done by Boast. They're going to come back for two. Good work by Ross Boast on the sweeper boundary. He only's bowled one over though. That surprises me. And just looking how he's standing there, I think he might have maybe done himself a mischief.
He's going to be called in. It's a good observation because they're changing him, bringing him into the inner circle. So definitely there's a bit of a niggle there.
Yeah, and I don't want to lose him. Saw how we batted yesterday. Oh, quite magnificent. Getting MATIES across the line. So other men have to step up with the ball for now. Van der Berg moves to 20 of 27.
It's just great. Thanks for the addition of that technical analysis, Eugene. It's great to observe and look at different things of different players. And at the end of the day, you get coached from a junior level, and then you adapt and you sort of stick to the process that works for you. Now, I mean, there's so many great world-class players that never had it perfectly out of the textbook, but they made it, and they made it big.
Oh, that's hit.
He's hit him on the helmet.
That is it, and that is not good because the batter went straight to his helmet. So this will be just a little bit of time just to see if the batter's okay. But that hit him flush on the helmet.
Yeah, thankfully he's standing, but as part of our player protocol, there has to be a checkup done, concussion test done. Thankfully for helmets nowadays as well, and fully protected helmets. This hit him flush, Eugene.
Yeah, it did hit him flush on. And the warning sign is if a batter goes like that, grabs his helmet and try to get it off straight away, that is a sign for me that it maybe hurt him a little bit more. The helmets these days are so good.
Yeah, I'm just grateful that he's standing, he's communicating. That's a good sign. That was a nasty one from Leon Botha.
Maybe just bounced a little bit more than the batter thought there. Ball is now in its 35th over. He does possess a good short ball, does Leon Botha. Pulled plenty of it for Boland, especially in 4-day cricket, where he's used as a little bit of an enforcer. But we all hope that Van der Berg is okay.
Also, great for the manufacturers in the cricket equipment department, how they've evolved with protective gear and how helmets, it's such a big part. And I can't overemphasize, especially for our junior viewers, rather go out, rather safe than sorry. You never know, one can just spit off the surface. Always make sure that you are fully protected and looked after. That's key. You remember 1996, Alan Donald was bowling in the World Cup to the captain of UAE, who had a wide brim hat on, and he hit him also a bouncer.
Yeah, well, I'm not one for anyone like that. Alan Donald was bowling very quick, very, very sharp. And yeah, I'm not sure what the batter was thinking coming there with a wide brim hat on. That is just a target for someone like Alan Donald, or any bowler, let's say, as well. But also, it wasn't so long ago, it was the anniversary of the death of a certain Phil Hughes that got hit as well. And yeah, everything evolves, and always player safety is very, very important. And everything gets looked. I mean, your bats get a lot better, and likewise the pads, the gloves, and more importantly now, even the helmets need to be of a certain standard because the game moves quickly, and then guys are getting better.
Yeah, it's that extra protective piece that's been added under the visor, which has been the adjustment in recent years. I'm glad that Van der Berg is okay and fully checked out, and he's passed his medical check. We do have medical facilities here as well. An ambulance is parked just behind the field, so players are being looked after. Van der Berg will resume his innings. Now I'm going to take you to what you want to do as Leon Botha as your follow-up delivery. This is also very important. What do you anticipate the batter is going to do? Probably can't blame him for maybe potentially being stuck in the crease. What is he thinking? What's coming his way? And what will Botha do? What is that follow-up delivery?
I think it should be about fourth, even fifth stump here. Don't bowl at him. I wouldn't have gone there. That's a short ball again. I wouldn't have gone there because that's one of the things that they could expect. What he might not expect is the fact that he's going to go about fourth or fifth stump, bring him forward. So you want him to make a decision. That there, short ball, nah, he wants nothing to do with it. So you know the feet probably won't move as much. He's done the job the previous ball. The follow-up delivery, as you rightly said, needs to be spot on. For me, should have been drawing him forward outside fourth or fifth stump.
There's exactly you. Have you seen the movie, Eugene? So that's just brilliant analysis. That's what Eugene brings, having been a bowler himself and a batter. But yeah, that he should have. It's easy in hindsight, but that should have been the delivery, the previous one. Still invited the flush outside off stump, didn't get the contact, but Van der Berg survives. And Botha has completed his 7th over, 0 for 24. His analysis, it's set up 156 for 5 as we approach the last 15.
No, it's going to be a massive 15 overs, massive hour here that we've got left. It's set up very, very nicely, a 156 for 5. And just coming back to that, that's the question I ask. What would a batter want me to do? Right, he wants me to bowl the ball at him because he wants to field bat and ball again. He's just been hit. All he wants to do is field bat and ball. And if it's not wide, I'm not saying bowl it wide, but you want to bring him forward and make him come to you. That's what you want. Make him make a decision. If it's around that fourth or fifth stump line and he leaves it, happy days. Okay?
And Murray is switching ends. He started from the top. He's now coming from our commentary end, starting his 5th over. He's been impressive, Eugene, I must say. He's offered very little, and he's been at the batters.
Let me tell you, he's such a good cricketer. Good person, speak to him quite often. And I like to see him get a chance higher up, himself and Christie, especially in white ball cricket. And change of ends. So what we'll see here, the drift will just drift it further away to the left-hand side potentially. Just got to watch not freeing his arms up too much. I was just about to say there's no sweeper on the offside. That's a misfield. Christie just not getting there. That's excellently done. Good chase, but they're going to come through for 3.
And that's the first 3 that's been run today. Just dropped it slightly short, and the presence of mind from Fledermaus to rock back, cut it, and then a slight misfield which assisted KOVSIES in helping themselves to 3. Van der Berg on 20 from 31 deliveries. Fledermaus has been pretty busy, 20 from 24. That energy that he's brought to the crease.
Don't be going to back. Don't go back too much, especially to the straight one. Because Jason Mead has this ability to get the ball not to bounce as much as the rest.
Yeah, I just like the look of Murray. Very impressed by him. Good control.
Still opting to go back. If it's on the stumps, I'm not so sure. Not so sure, Van der Berg. And maybe he just needs to find his feet a little bit. And this is where Fledermaus has to come in. He needs to just get more of the strike. I know he got a single or 3, that's good. He needs to just take the lead here. Just take the pressure off Van der Berg for a bit.
That one is down the leg side. Try to use the sweep. There's that short fine in play. And any bat either side of the fielder would have been 4. Does they get the wide? It's tossed up too much. Missed his mark there. That's going to be smashed towards long off. They'll turn for two. Two indifferent deliveries from Murray to finish. He's over. 6 off it. 164. 162 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, that's where it's just a little bit of a gift. But it's a day of learning. You know what I learned today? I heard about the lotus. The lotus grows from nothing, can still blossom into something magnificent. I think that will be my learning for the day.
We spoke about that 260, let's call it 260 sort of figure. Yeah. That's 14 overs to go. Current run rate 4.5.
100 runs from here in 14 overs. 86 balls to get 100 runs. 84 balls, I should say, sorry, to get 100 runs. Surely. Today's cricket. Keep saying surely. Did Joe Root get his 100? I'm not sure. Beautifully played again by Florimas, and you said it. He's come in here, he's looked busy.
Another all-rounder in the KOVSIES team, Seth Fledermaus.
I tell you one thing, all the script writers are getting ready. 12 runs away for Joe Root.
That's lovely from that's van der Berg. Remember, this was the tussle in the previous Botha over. Hit him on the head, went for the short delivery, follow-up delivery, then the full one outside off stump, and here we go again. This tussle resumes.
So this is where I would change what I said previous. Now it's different over. He's had an over of Jason Mead. Now I would say, right, go and attack. A little bit short. No, he goes full. See, now this is where I would go the other way. That was beautifully put away by Van den Berg. Now it doesn't matter. Now if he does bowl the short, he's got 4 already. But this is where the thinking needs to come in with the bowlers. So I'm not saying I'm going both sides of the fence here. I'm just saying if this was like he's back on this over, I would just go right back short again to start the over. But he hasn't. He's gone full, second ball full.
Yeah, and I like what you've said because it's almost given him that 4-5 minute gap to reset, think 100%. About what's happened. Persists on that fuller length.
100%. And those are the smaller things. And these are things that it doesn't get often discussed, you know, and players are still developing, etc. But these are the small bits that if you're on top in a certain way, do it again. You still got the field set for it.
Return catch offered. Good Botha, bold Botha, Van der Berg is out.
I rest my case, sir. I rest my case.
Yeah, that's brilliantly called, Eugene Molion. I think in his mind he saw a different length there, but just again it's a visual game. But offered the easiest of return catches. Yes, Botha conceded the 4, but he's won the battle.
Yeah, I get that, but it's at the cost of what? 4 runs. All right, okay. Some might say it only cost him 4 runs, whatever. But these things need to happen. The people talk about, and cricketers always talk about, let's make things happen. Let's make things happen. That's an instance there where cricketers could make things happen a little bit quicker. That brought the end of Van den Berg. Ball that was bowled into the surface, tried to turn it around, leading edge. 6 gone, and one we have to say that MATIES probably very much in the ascendancy here. They still got to come out and get the runs, but we know what they can do with bat in hand, and they are fully loaded today in terms of batting.
The battles within the battles, Eugene. And you know, we again, I go back to before the wicket. We were just again emphasising the 86 required, the 260 mark, and you add 1 or 2 wickets, and suddenly even that could be a stretch. So the mathematics and the plans, they keep changing continuously throughout a game of cricket.
Yeah, they do. But I think we both agree that 260 is a minimum.
Yeah, especially against MATIES.
Yeah, and especially if you look David Christie near at the top of the order, Leon Botha, Gijsberg, Wege, Van Heerden.
They just
Post.
bat right down.
That's 6 posts. You got other men there as well. You got Goedeke. Even Percent can bat. I mean, they just got batsmen galore.
Question asked by Leon Botha, and he has the thinking cap on, having a look back, thinking what that could have been, but good follow-up delivery. First one to the new batter. Eventful 8th Botha over, 1 for 29 his analysis, 167 for 6.
Yeah, still 13 overs remaining. We're definitely going to go past the 1 o'clock time here today, and that was due to a couple of injuries early on.
Yeah, we've had some discussions between captain and umpires. 3-minute late start this morning, a couple of breaks, but MATIES would want to wrap this up. At the same time, they'll say, right, we've got Fledermaus is the danger man at the moment. He's looked busy. He's been there. He hasn't offered any chances. So who holds the key to KOVSIES getting that 250 score? Seth Fledermaus is set. Let's work on Chelani, who's the new batter. If we can maybe buy the wicket of Fledermaus, put a bit of pressure on Chelani, and suddenly Fledermaus feels that it's not quite happening, goes for a false stroke. So it's all these little games within the greater game of cricket.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be that man on strike.
I think so. I think it's in
Fela Maleka. Change of ends for him as well. He only bowled 2 overs so far for 18. Oh, what a time to come back and bowl your second spell.
I just love to watch it from Fledermaus. Look how busy he is. He's turning that half opportunity into a 2. That's brilliant running and awareness from Fledermaus.
Well, a few teapots out there. David Christie on the sweeper. Still got to be on the game. Still got to be in the game here, MATIES. Remember, this is a semi-final. Well, David Christie back in action. I don't think I was going to say, don't think he can stop 2. Well, he's just conceded 4.
That all hard yards, ran across, covered it easily, and then the ball escaped him, went for 4. You won't be able to see that on your screen, but not the best fielding on the boundary.
Well, he has, if there was a teapot out, there's double teapots all round. And a certain Joe Root's only 4 runs away, 96 there in Australia. That's cut away. Here comes Christie yet again. Same thing. It's going to be 2 more runs. He's very busy out there.
That's another thing. Ball keeps following you when it finds you the first time. It keeps coming.
Well, it's going to be a change of personnel. Ajama's now moving to that sweeper boundary and told Christie, listen, can you please go to mid-off? Imagine this next ball gets hit to mid-off. I'll run. I'm telling you, I don't care how hard I hit it to mid-off. I will run. Because the first thing Christie will do is he'll get the long barrier out if it comes in his direction.
I'll take your odds because I think it's coming. Oh, it went one hand. Was that Botha going with one hand? Was it necessary to go with one hand?
Let me tell you, that happened in direct line of us. I don't know. I think the old dossing in the field there. I know you're walking in and you don't half expect the ball to come to you, but he just put an arm out. They're the old taxi. Sorry, lads.
It's more than half a chance. That's a full chance that's been grasped by MATIES.
And it would have been Florimas.
This time goes on the cut shot, flies towards third. Single gets Chelani underway. Fledermaus, runner ball 30. Expensive over. 10 off it.
Well, that over had everything. We had a sloppy fielding, allowing 2 runs. Then we had the misfield, went for 4. Then the replacement of the fielder from sweeper to mid-off. Then the flat bat start to mid-on, where the fielder was tossing. Just put his hand out, said, sorry, boys. Then a nicely placed shot down to third man. All in all, resulted in some good runs for KOVSIES. Can he make amends, the captain, after putting that chance down? Oh, here's another check coming. Well, not sure where the ball hit. Definitely didn't hit him on the helmet.
Well, the umpire is signalling that it's a head check. It's a check on the helmet.
Well, I thought it hit the middle of the bat.
The support staff on the field. I don't know.
You take the bones. Take the bones out of that meat there. You tell me, Mr. Ferreira. Because I think that hit the middle of the bat. And now it's all of a sudden a concussion. Now, I'm all for concussion tests. Don't get me wrong. Folks, I'm all for that. But I don't understand there. Safety first.
Yeah.
But all we can say, safety first. You're right, Zahir. All you can say, safety first.
Even Chelani, that was the quickest check I've ever seen in sport. They ran on, had a bit of water, said check, 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 mic check, 1, 2, yes, let's go.
I said this earlier. When Zahir was on. I said, I can't remember the batter that was out. But the batter that yeah, it's dot ball. The batter that came in, the next batter that came in, ran in, took his guard, and waited for the fielding side to get ready. Where have you seen that?
At times the urgency not quite there, and coaching staff won't like that as well. There needs to be an urgency throughout, and it's unfortunately to me it's set by 2 people. One is the keeper, one is the captain. The keeper needs to move quickly between overs. He sets the pace.
It's just edged down past Caden Solomons. Yeah, you being a keeper yourself, Mr. Ferreira, you were told on numerous occasions, right, let's get through the over. I know you guys just graze behind the stumps, but let me tell you, I've got a different view on that. I think keepers do a sterling work. It's a very much a specialist position. Not anyone can find himself back there. That I can guarantee. More so, you wouldn't find me back there.
No ball called, so it doesn't matter if that is taken. It's going to be another free hit.
Yeah, just overstepping, trying to get something more on it, or out of it, I should say, Liam Botha.
Yeah, so I want to build on your point. I take your stance if you say that everyone has a responsibility to hustle. I will take that point. I just think your keeper plays a big part because visually everyone's looking into the keeper. A lot of returns comes to the person with the gloves. That's the free hit, but it's out towards square on the boundary. Will be one. So everyone takes that senior role within their own fielding position. But I think the keeper sets the pace of how quickly we move. And everyone looks at the keeper, looks at the captain. Body language is important. But I think that's an extra added responsibility on your shoulders with the gloves is to set the pace and the trend between overs.
Yeah, and I would be keen to find out how much time was allocated for the breaks. I know there were definitely 2 injuries. We know that Van den Berg was hit on the head, and then we also know that Caden Solomons got hit in the chest. That's what we do know. For the rest, I'm not sure. But we still got 11 overs to go after this one. And this, even at this level, I know the organizers of this tournament have been very severe on teams that have been slow, have had a slow over rate. Oh, cuts him in half there, and Caden Solomons gets a hand on it. And it's going to be a taxi. It's going to be a bye.
And I can tell you that is the most annoying thing that can happen to a keeper. And I'll tell you, that'll be in his mind now for a couple of overs. We are perfect. We try and be perfect. No.
Keepers are perfect.
I saw you look up in disgust. So I was very quick to grab my mic back and say, wait, let me rephrase. It's just such an important thing for you to be clean behind the stumps and support your bowler. And yeah, it hurts, that bias column, when you come off the field. It's like a goalkeeper in football. It's that clean sheet, Eugene. There's just something about it.
You guys are the unsung heroes. That's all I'm saying. Keepers.
Well, let me get out of my unsung heroes chair and hand over to Zahir for the next half an hour.
Thanks, Johan. It's going to be Jason Meir to continue.
11, 39.
There's no cricket next week, right?
6 in the over for business, so it's 183 or 6. And then Camelo ek 4 van 7. And then 31, 32 and 4. Partnership 16 and 14 and 1. Time is 36.
North for 20 in 5 for Muirhead. Oh, short ball. Got away with it. Got away with that one.
He offered up his Christmas present early there, and Fledermaus did not accept, unfortunately.
I don't think that's Fledermaus on strike, is it?
No, it's
That's not Fledermaus. It's Shelani on strike.
Apologies.
Oh, that's the old I'll drag you from offside to the on. Hit out there too deep at wicket just for one. That is now going to bring Fledermaus on strike. I know you've been giving lots of comments about this over rate, Zahir, and I tell you, one of the first questions I'll ask is, how much time was allocated?
At the moment, Shalani just, at least Fledermaus now, not able to pierce the field.
He has pierced it now, through the legs, going to go for 4. Oh, a few more teapots out there now.
Looks like a jump is the guilty party on that occasion. And straight to the fielder, and Muir just kicks the dust. And the first one to congratulate Muir will be a Jam. He's going to say, I've got the wicket for you. I let it through my legs for you to have another crack at the batter.
Yeah, and you just can see there, just Muirhead not getting bounced at all. And that is the 7th wicket. And that's one way of getting your overs bowled in a lot of time at. Just bowl the other team out for inside that period that you have to bowl your overs.
250 balls. 24 fours, 40 overs.
Martis will certainly want to wrap this up quickly. 3 more wickets in the final 10. And with Muirhead gone, you felt that he was the backbone to Martis push, at least KOVSIES pushing a score in excess of 200. The wind has certainly picked up here as the days progressed.
Loving the breeze, fella. Don't knock it. Not today. We are on the ground. We're on Mother Earth, not up there in the air.
Absolutely. So just another evaluation here for KOVSIES. What do they feel is a defendable total? They'll be looking to target something in the region of 220.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. However, you never know.
So the final power play of the innings. About to commence. Post. Ball just a 1 over and being tasked with closing it out at the death.
I go back. It's taken 3 minutes for everything to get set to bowl the very next ball in this innings.
It's an interesting delivery. It's short outside the off stump, with third man fairly fine.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's the right call. So he's basically the umpire, the square leg umpire that is, telling the batsman, because you're outside your crease, I'm not going to give you as one. You tell me. I must have missed an email somewhere. It doesn't matter where you are. It's where you are. Where would you, if you stood at the crease line, what the height would be there? Where you move there from there, and that's irrelevant.
Was he not explaining that if you had been back?
That's what he said.
That's quite interesting. That is quite interesting. Seen some interesting calls here all day. Svanek is right in front of us, and I feel that he's at least third man, and he's very, very fine. If you're looking at the length that both has opted for in his first 3 deliveries.
Oh, what we've seen from him is they're going to bowl that back of a length, and they're scared of just the guide up here. So point has come very much around. Oh, gotta watch what I say now. See, that's what he's looking for. They're looking to do that, and they just want to protect that from a perspective. Man overlooking the umpires. Lawrence Matreus, he's all of a sudden come from wherever he was hiding. He's got more purposeful walk. Hope he's not coming to me.
That was a good short delivery. Angled in at the batter, nowhere to go. Did Erasmus?
Yeah, but where was he? Outside the crease. how far football? How far?
Die drie die one for the over.
Did you give a no ball?
Nothing.
Why?
Nothing.
Which,
It should have been one.
which ball?
En dat is
Over.
in en over, dan is hij 2,
41.
0, 7, 0
Over.
en dan
Close to
was het net
60.
Nou.
1-4.
Ja.
Hij is 6, een stoel 56,
40.1 or 41.1?
1 or 2.
118,
No, no.
41.
40.
No, 40.1. 40.1 or 40.2.
0 and 2,
Show it to me.
1 and 6.
What's that
Time
name?
is 44.
Oh.
That is 5 minutes, 190 and 22.
Is it down there?
Yeah, he's going to put it there.
He's gonna make a play. He'll make a play.
De bowler is
You will,
Jason
you
Moore.
will always make a plan for me, but he sometimes don't send it to me.
Where's the Jason?
What one was it?
40.1
40.1 or 40.2?
Yes, it's 40.1. 40.2.
40.2.
Ik kan Jason Moore ja.
Not that one.
Next one. Two. Take two.
No, 3, maybe take 3?
Okay.
No, it was early on in the over.
Yes, that
No,
one.
no,
No, it wasn't that one. It was
I just
40,
walked there for that
40.1.
one.
40.1.
No, it can't be 40.1.
That's the first ball of his over. There you go.
That one.
That one.
Don't think you can go cross batter shot. The ball doesn't bounce much from Jason Muirhead. They're going to manage to get one.
That is Jason Miller.
Thank you, sir.
What do you think? Lawrence,
I wouldn't have given it for a wide for outside off.
it's not that high from watching.
I would have given it a wide for outside off, maybe. Not for.
But you didn't give one for the other one.
But it's not that high when you watch it. Yeah.
No, it's high. Well, that's powerfully hit. Work for Deepman Wicket to do.
Didn't go there.
Oh, just be one.
It's not that high when you watch it. Yeah.
These were good.
No, I know, but I mean, you watch it from behind the wicket.
Yeah, but that angle is. Oh.
It's not that bad, sir. Is it?
Oh, it's bowled him again, looking for the big shot. And Muirhead definitely knows where the stumps are.
He's picked up his second one. You miss and I'll hit, says Muirhead. KOVSIES lose the 8th. And they are losing their way here. Suddenly the target of 220. What they would have liked looking far away.
Yeah, it's just losing a few wickets here.
3-0, 27, eh? Ja.
So we're already going to finish 8 minutes ago. I see anything else.
Hij is nog van de bowl.
Not to get the best.
The only against is MATIES.
259 balls. 0.3 to 191 for 8. And then Camelo,
Finish 9
7
overs.
and 16 years to 1
This is
and
what I can't
3.
understand.
Partnership is
Back
2
was there.
of 9.
Die spelers.
30.
In die Kaap had het julle gehoor. Hey, batter in. Is daar anything?
But also at this point
Uncle
of the
Crum,
innings, you
it's
just stay
Crum.
at your...
Yeah, but they must learn.
Yeah, Crum.
But the umpire said, this is rubbish.
What's happening?
At this point of the innings, you just stay at your... I mean, every ball. Not in the 90.
3 balls to go of the 42nd. Cram in. Can he cram a few overs, a few boundaries? That's what he needs to do here. Well, they've got to find a way to bat the overs here, Zaire. Isn't that the first port of call?
If they bat all the overs, they will get their 220. But I feel that might be a tall order. That is the end of the 42nd over. Another successful one for MATIES and Myriad. KOVSIES 193 for 8.
42 overs. 262. 30 balls. Yeah, 193 for 8. 2 of 4. And partnership is 2 of 3 and the time is 49. Post, yeah, post. And the result for?
Slip in place, and we don't normally see this in the 43rd over. Well, Joe Root has finally got his 100 in Australia.
I think the happiest person about that is going to be Adam Gilchrist, because he's had a bet with Matty Hayden, who said if Joe Root doesn't get 100 in this series, he's running stark naked around the MCG. And Gilly said, if there's one thing we all agree on, is we don't want to see Haydos do that.
He's just too good a player, Joe Root.
7, 9 and 1. Extra number 2 yard, another dot ball. Partnership was 3 of 7.
Just give you scores from around Stellenbosch. It's played onto the onside. UJ bowled out for 234 against University of Western Cape. Wits University 162 for 7. Still 4 overs left against the Madiba's A side. Nelson Mandela University. NWU Vol. Looks like they posted 210 for 9. Still 2 overs left there. CUT up against UCT. It's all about the U, the C, and the T. 227 for 9. Central University of Technology. And then just the field next door to this, Tux bowled out for 196 against Pika. Bandiles Afrikaans has certainly got a lot better.
As the weeks progressed here in Stellenbosch.
I think the Red Bulls kicked in. That's the problem. 43 gone. 194 for 8.
194 for 8. 1 of 4. 3 of 8. Partnership is 3. 9. Time is 52. 3 minutes. 196.
This is the first innings, bro. No way. 50 over cricket way below. There's no reason to play this shit anymore. T20 or nuts.
Ah, polite inquiry, and that's all it is. You certainly know when things are going well for MATIES. Nobody seems to walk around the ground. Full ball delivery, just a dot ball. That's 2 dots, and struggling to find any better runs here now. That's nicely played down the ground. Straight to long on for 1.
So Cram and Rasmus, they just trying to grind out this final 7 overs. Maybe try and take it to about the 47th and then have another look.
That's not what he told me literally 2 seconds ago. You said 50 overs are far too long. That's what he told me.
I'd say KOVSIES said 50 overs are too long. I said 50 overs. You know how I play the game. It's
a quick game. A good game's a quick game.
Good game's a quick game. You gotta go. Gotta play some shots.
You will never make it on a golf course. Never, ever will you. You don't have the patience for that.
I think I've lost all my friends to that game purely because I don't play. That's the honest truth. That's the end of the 44th. 195 for 8.
Plenty of invitation.
I've gone all over the world of the most beautiful courses in the world. I've not set foot on a tee box.
It's the best way to get an interview from Shukri Conrad. Just say I'll drive your car.
Every Monday. Find me on the paddle court, sir.
I'm yet to play that game.
I don't believe that.
No, I'm yet to play.
No, we got to make a plan. We have got to make a plan.
Down the left side, wide given.
So I've got third man in front of me, and I
6 balls
just heard
still
a
left.
little bit of a nick there.
No, you just want things to happen. That's your problem.
Things must happen. Things happen quickly.
We've got a photographer way to our right here. And you know one thing that always amuses me is how close shut the eye that doesn't look through the lens is. It is literally shut closed.
What do you got? Involuntary action.
Yeah, everybody does that.
It's an involuntary action.
They look through a lens. The one eye is open, which it should be, and the other
We hope.
The other one, you need
Eyes
vice
wide.
grips to get them open.
Eyes wide shut. Here we go.
Oh, that.
Oh, that. Has he got?
Oh, yeah. There you go. I think that's a good call. That is a good call. One thing as well, I will say from this week, Zahir, is I think we need to respect the two men out there a little bit better than what I have seen. I'm saying.
Can we?
I would like us to see.
You're using everything in terms of a collective here. I feel like it's an individual thing that needs to be rectified.
No.
I have no issues with the umpires. I haven't had from the start.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking about, what I'm talking about is the players. I'm talking about the players when decisions were given or not given. I think we should just respect that a little bit. We'll never see that in rugby. In rugby, decision made, game
I
goes
think
on.
cricket's a fairly gentleman's game, don't you?
Well, that's what
You
I'm saying.
accept
This
it and
week,
you-
what I've seen is too many questioning of the umpire's decisions.
Has there?
Yeah.
That's disappointing. I come from a school that, regardless of whether you've nicked it or not, if the umpire raises his finger, you on your bike, mate.
Yeah, that is part and parcel. And the umpire, for me, is not perfect. Umpires will get it right. Umpires will get it wrong. No matter
Part of
who
the game.
you are.
That's part of the
No matter
game.
who you are.
That's part and parcel of the game.
Every umpire you come across, the great Marais Erasmus, everybody. But you just got to be a little bit more respectful of the decisions.
Swing and a miss as Erasmus looks to go downtown.
I can't believe Lawrence Matrus is giving me stick. I'm standing up for the umpires, and yet I'm being told otherwise.
Tough life, Mr. Molian. Tough life.
It's tough. Tough gig, this. Tough gig.
What do you mean? Call one page, yes, not on.
Show that again, please. I must have just gone over the shoulder line here. Ah, no issue with that. No issue with that. Good call by the umpire. Still 5 overs remaining after this one. And it doesn't seem like they are in any hurry out there.
Certainly not. It's the end of the 45th. 30 balls remaining of the innings. And the key for KOVSIES is how many of them are they going to occupy?
1, 3, 9, 13. 45 overs. 197, 4 and 17. Partnership is 6 and 22.
Welcome back, Johan.
Thanks, Zaid. Nice to be back. And yeah, this game has changed completely. 197 for 8-5 to go. We spoke in length about a 250 plus score really needed to challenge this Marty's batting lineup. 30 deliveries. The bad news for KOVSIES is that wickets column. Down to the final rights.
Certainly is.
If you were in the KOVSIES camp now, what's the bare minimum? What would you settle for right now and say, well, at least there's something to bowl to?
The bare minimum is they need to bat out the 50 overs. And
Well,
that task has just been made a lot harder there, Johan.
They didn't quite link up to the commentary, unfortunately, and the wild shot and stumps again disturbed, Bales knocked off, and it is another wicket. That's what Marty's have done extremely well. I'll take you back to, well, there we go. It's just a beautifully bowled. Muirhead has been one of the impressive stars for me in this Marty's bowling lineup. He's looked threatening throughout. He's picked up his third, that in his 9th over. Great return of 3 for 31. Ram is on tune, and we're down to Jack, number 11, walking in. 198 for 9, and that's the cardinal sin, really, Zaid, is when you get the opportunity is to not bat out your allotted overs, because you're really giving those deliveries to the opposition, that they have anything that they score from those deliveries that you did not bat is runs that's free on offer.
Absolutely, it's the first rule of one-day cricket is to bat out your 50 overs. Every ball that's not being utilised is a potential run, and if you feel that there's 27 remaining, should they get at least 20 of it, 22, they'll get up to 220, which just does sound a lot better than 198 for 9. So Stellenbosch, they'll feel very, very comfortable with what they've achieved today. It started up in the very first over with a jump, picking up that first wicket. And it was a bit of resistance from Maria. He played really nicely. But for the rest of the time, it's been Stellenbosch, both pace and spin, that have dominated on their home ground here in Coetzenberg.
Yeah, and really no surprise that the spinners have played their part. We called it early on that it was the way Marty's went about their business in the opening exchanges. They went full steam attack. The majority of sort of the first 12, 13, 14 overs. And then we finally saw spin in the 14th over. That's the aerial route, but will be a single. So Crum and Robbie, the responsibility, like you said now, is to take what you can, what's on offer, try and stay there, bat out the overs. Easier said than done, that's for sure. When the ball is flighted, so-called tail enders, the eyes will lit up. That's an important single because psychologically that takes them to 200.
It does bring up the 200, and they will be relieved that that has been achieved. Just got to talk you just through this last ball, and it might have happened, and they are making the change now. I do feel that when you have a number 11, and with all due respect to Rabi, it does seem like the traditional number 11. Possibly just bring the field up. Don't give him
at least 3 balls earlier. Didn't try and give him the single, an easy single down the ground. Maybe tempt him to have a go.
It's a good finish from Muirhead. 3 for 33 off his 9. I like your point because that's something we've been speaking about for our younger viewers. So often you can get lost in the moment and not really be fully engaged with what the scoreboard reads. 200 for 9, you've got your lower order in. You don't have to have your full quota on the boundary rope. Don't just give the single for the sake of having boundary runners. Let them work. Invite them to go over the top. Try and buy a wicket and just giving 2 or 3 away unnecessarily. I think sometimes it's almost like robotic, where there's no field restrictions in place.
That's the word. I was absolutely couldn't agree with you anymore. It's been pre-emptied into the computer. When the power play is done, field's got to go out. Doesn't matter if it's the number 1 or the number 11, and we've got to save the boundary. Where those couple of extra singles account for possibly more than the boundary. Always been of the opinion. Let him have a crack. If he gets it, okay, well done. Now we'll push the field back. But if he doesn't, it's going straight up, and that's the end of the inning.
Yeah, and to build on that, I think getting 2 or 3 dots together just psychologically plays in the mind of the batter to say, well, this over hasn't gone for anything. There's only a couple to go. Do I go play the big shot? And then out of character, you choose the wrong delivery to go for, and it finds the hands of a fielder, and back you go. And it's that psychological battle that's been won by the fielding team, who's been aggressive in their mindset.
Absolutely, because MATIES, they'd want to wrap this up as quickly as they can. They don't want to go the full 50.
If you've just joined us, bad start, as I alluded to. KOVSIES 5 for 1, 33 for 2. And then a partnership of 55 that took them to 88 for 2. And from there, just haven't managed to put partnerships together. Maria's wicket was key. There was a massive blow to the KOVSIES ambition to get themselves to a total of about 240, 250. That shouldn't be on the cards. I think if they leak runs from here on in, it'll be a big disappointment for MATIES. You can't see them scoring an additional 40 from 3.5 overs with the 2 batters at the crease, and that's with all due respect, of course. But MATIES have put the squeeze on KOVSIES, and they just want the 1 wicket, 1 more false shot.
That's the attempted big shot, but there's no power behind it. So we'll go run away to the mid-on.
And that's what I was talking about. Now, that half chance that you identify as a batter, you say, well, I've got mid-on in the circle. If I can try and scoop this over his head, I could help myself to a potential boundary. There's a lot of ifs and buts. There's the bowling card as well. Ajahn was fantastic. 2 for 25 off his 7. But Muirhead leading the charge with 3 for. That's up in the air, flying towards third. Whoa, could he have made some extra yards? You wouldn't have seen it in your picture. It was in the air for quite some time. Fielder made the decision early to back off. I think he could have been he could have been a lot closer to the ball if he attacked. Behind him is his coach.
You've actually, again, just taken out noise. This is right in front of us. And he has decided not to go for the catch in front of his coach. So that's a brave man in my book. I see Ryan Bailey taking out his notebook.
Nice and full this time. He gets it into the gap, but cut off by the long on. He was mid-on. He was dropped back for the latter part of the over. So it's a good over for MATIES. 47 gone. KOVSIES 202 for 9. Crum on 4. Robbie on 2. Really don't want to be out here too much longer. Muirhead has one up his sleeve. He's chasing a 4-for.
Looks like a jump's coming back into the attack, though. He's going to try and finish it up. He started the procession and looks like he wants to close it out.
Again, not criticizing the MATIES thought process. They'll know what's best. But I I would be hard pressed as Mered. I would have had a big little word or two in my captain's ear to say, wait a minute, I'm leading the charge. I've picked up 3. I've still got 1 over in the bank. Give me that opportunity to get 4. And I know that it's not individuals. It's not about individuals in a team environment. But he hasn't. He's been very economical. He's been at the batters, and he's created the chances. He's picked up the wickets along with the jump. So it's not taking anything away from what he's done in his 7-over spell. But I would be more inclined to give it to Mered. He's probably going to take a wicket now, and then that theory will be out of the door.
Does come another single though to the total. It's lovely when you build up an entire play and it just goes the other way.
As commentators do.
Yeah, that's what we get paid for.
Trying to create some drama.
Seems that common sense has prevailed, and the long on will be coming up into the circle.
Yeah, so I think it's worth giving the full picture to our viewers. So what's happened is Ryan Bailey is to our left, just in front of our commentary position. So the long on was back, and then Ryan Bailey said, wait a minute, he's hitting into the wind. Why be on the boundary? He's not going to clear you. So go up into the circle. And that's just an experienced campaigner that's played at the highest level, just being mindful of the conditions. And to be fair, to clear him, it's going to take a pretty powerful shot. It's great to listen to Ryan Bailey on the left. We've got the coaching box now, getting the insights from the coach, the thought process that's relayed onto the field.
The big line that he used was to not give away easy runs. And that's what we were talking about here. And he couldn't have hit the nail on the head anymore.
Goes.
It's up in the air. And falls just short.
Yeah, and this time the fielder attacked. He tried his best, but the ball dipped and no real chance there. But it is that time of the inning, so these two are probably saying, okay, well, if it's up there, we need to go for it. I'm still in the Mered corner.
I think trying to hit him downtown in our direction would have taken an almighty hit into the wind.
It's a lovely delivery. Also give Ajam his dues. He's been superb. Started that wickets column, got it going, got it ticking over from a MATIES perspective. Took a wicket with his 5th delivery over number 1. And then there was a small partnership of 28, then 55, then 23. Never really got going for KOVSIES. 206 for 9. Maybe not quite what they expected when they decided to bat. That is an absolute stunner of a catch. That was brilliantly anticipated behind the stumps and executed. That's one for the highlights reel and one to take back and say, there's something I did. Well, there we go. That's the wicket. And that's why he was brought back into the attack. Mered will probably say, well, I could have given you the same result. But what's important now for MATIES, they've dismissed KOVSIES. Just worth looking at this catch again. The angle around the wicket, the edge, that is a superb catch. Probably second slip, where second slip would have been stationed had there been one in that cordon, which you seldom find in this part of the innings. But they've been rolled over as the University of the Free State. 206. Ruben Marias 68 stands out. Seth Leathermouse played his part. A runnable 35. Bjerkes van der Berg had his moments, struggled as well, was hit on the helmet, recovered and then was dismissed for 26. And then Libber with 21 from 36 deliveries. Ajam finishes with 3 for 29 off 7.5 overs. 3 for 33 from Jason Muir. Superb display. MATIES have done the business with the ball. The question is, can they chase down the 207 that is required to play in the feature match at the USSA week? We'll be back after lunch.
Boys, can I ask you a favor?
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coetzenberg Oval. You are in Stellenbosch. It is the USA Week semi-final between MATIES and KOVSIES, and we have had our lunch. And I guess MATIES would have had a sweeter tasting lunch because they are chasing 207 to win this game. KOVSIES lost their first wicket in the first over. A bit of a rebuilding phase in the middle period. At one stage they were looking strong, 88 for 2, and then suddenly that little opening that came that MATIES was so desperately looking for. 88 for 2 became 88 for 3, 111 for 4, a precision of wickets really, and they never quite got the foot on the accelerator again. And now that has put MATIES on the brink then. Well, they still need to chase that 207, so it's definitely not writing off the KOVSIES attack, but they will need a big effort with ball in hand and in the field to try and get themselves over the line. Notable contributions, well, not really, only 150 to talk about, so it was just not what the doctor ordered for KOVSIES after they won the toss and decided to bat first. They'll look back at missed opportunities. Ruben Maria, I thought, was fantastic for KOVSIES today. Another strong hand, showing that he is really a talent to watch. 68 is what he scored. The wind has certainly picked up, true Stellenbosch fashion. And MATIES, they know these conditions. They would have had a good discussion during the break to say this is what we need to do. And I think the key is a good start, put the foundation in place, and then take the game away from KOVSIES. From a Free State perspective, the game plan is simple. Strike often, and put MATIES on the back foot. Something that we have seen throughout the course of the week, not with MATIES today, is the fact that we are going to open with spin. It was an all-seam attack up front for the first 13 overs for MATIES. KOVSIES have come out with a different approach. They've seen the value of a good spin attack, which they do possess, but they will need to be better than the areas that they're hitting right now. 4 from the second delivery, just the start that MATIES was after. With me is Zahir in commentary. It's set up perfectly for MATIES. It's really their game to lose, having done all the hard work with ball in hand. Now they must go and set themselves, apply themselves correctly, and go and chase down the score, which is below par.
100%, Johan. I couldn't agree with you more. That is, it's all roads lead to Coetzenberg for Stellenbosch at the moment. And there's a shout. There's a big shout. And the spin has worked. And they've got the big wicket of Christie. He was the danger man for Stellenbosch. And the bag for KOVSIES has been taken.
Well, I told you that the spin was the weapon throughout the week. That has been a tactic that has been employed by various teams that has played on this field. One of the teams being KOVSIES, when they played against the Madibas, that's exactly the strategy that they followed 2 days ago. Then they became the undoing of exactly that. The spin attack for Madibas came through towards the latter stages of the match when they were well in control, and then they fell away. So they'll know the value of what spin can do on this track. They've struck early, it is a big wicket, and suddenly the pressure shifts right back onto the MATIES shoulders. Yes, remember, storyline-wise, KOVSIES lost a wicket in the first over, MATIES have lost a wicket in the first over. Big responsibility on the shoulders of the senior campaigner that is walking in. Lots of experience, he's the leader of this MATIES lineup, and now he needs to produce with the bat. So Robbie only took 3 deliveries to get a favourable LBW decision from the umpire. And boy, are we in for a little contest. If you add 1 or 2 for the men from the Free State right now, they are right in this contest. 207, you'll always argue and say, we have the runs, you need to get them. They've started brilliantly.
It's almost a carbon copy of the first innings where KOVSIES got a boundary and then a jump hit back with a wicket the very next delivery in the first over. Exactly the same year with MATIES.
So we briefly saw Leon Bota's name appear on the score sheet, and that was my reference point towards the leader of the team. But it is Van Heerden that's in with Murray. Murray played his part with the ball. He was superb. For me, the standout bowler. Also taking 3 wickets. Maybe this is going to develop into a nail-biting contest. Ajam and Murray changed the course for Marties with the ball. Murray straight up with pads on, and he's going to play his part with the willow as well. 4 for 1 after an eventful first over from Robbie. Good start for KOVSIES with the ball.
It certainly was. They would have wanted nothing more than to get early wickets, and to get the big one of David Christie up front. That was just an extra bonus for the visitors, and they will certainly now be filled with the belief that they can do the impossible. They can restrict Marties to under 200 for a place in this coveted USSA final.
VM Erasmus is entrusted with the new ball responsibilities closest to our commentary position. I think, again, that's just the beauty of this wonderful game. You can script it all you want, but the stars, the script writers, are those who's dressed in white clothing. They determine what direction the movie goes. And you can have all the permutations, and you can sit and say, this can happen, that can happen, but it's ultimately, from a bowling perspective, putting the ball in the right areas, batting, the application, getting through the tough periods. Let's see what KOVSIES do. That's flicked off the hips, and it's vacant territory, and that's going to race along. It's a good start for Murray with the bat. First ball he faces goes off to the fence.
Certainly seems that Marties, they're not going to hang around. They're going to try and get this as quickly as possible. And a short delivery, and just a little flick off the hip, and it ran away for another boundary.
Erasmus will have to be tighter than that. They've already adjusted, and I don't mind to see that from KOVSIES. So they're saying we need wickets, we can't leak early runs. That's just going to shift the momentum towards Marties. So they've taken out the slip. Now you do have mandatory catches in this power play period, but no one behind the stumps bar the keeper and third. So a different approach. Erasmus steams in. Again, it's a work towards the leg side by Murray.
It's a very interesting feel that Erasmus has set. He's got the deep square leg out, and he's got a third man. Those are the two men on the boundary, but he's also got a short mid-wicket. So he is giving himself the freedom to attack the stumps. If he does drift onto the leg stump, there is a bit of protection.
Little shimmy from Murray. Saw that there was an opportunity to get under the ball and over the top, because that's where you would like to pick him up. But unfortunately, from a Murray perspective, not getting all of it, and only results in a single, which brings Van Heerden on strike, yet to get off the mark. Murray on 5, 9 for 1 in the second over, halfway through the second over. Run rate won't be a problem at all for Marties. 207 is not going to challenge you in that department. So KOVSIES understand the importance of taking wickets and taking them regularly, especially in this opening salva. There's so much batting depth in this Marties lineup. They're accustomed to the conditions. They know how to play on these tracks. They know how to absorb early pressure. KOVSIES certainly still very much alive, helped along by that early Rabi strike. Maker's name shown by Van Heerden. I'll remind him, you're still not off the mark.
They certainly are. You can hear the chatter in the field. This KOVSIES side, they fully understand that this first 10 overs is going to be the key to the game. If Marties get away to a flyer, that is game, set and match. So they know they need to pick up at least 3 within the power play to keep them going. Just to send a few butterflies floating in that dressing room.
I like that from a captaincy perspective, they're constantly changing their field around. It's not to say that that's the norm, but they understand the position, and they've identified an opportunity. Quickly, there's a reshuffle in the field, protection on the offside boundary. Just a bit straight, and it's just nudged into half a gap from Van Heerden, who gets off the mark. Brings the left-hander Murray on strike, and that of course brings another dimension to it. You've got to be aware of that left-right hand combination, and Erasmus will have to adjust his lengths and lines as they run their singles or change ends. So for Murray, you can see a clear change as well. No one behind the stumps, where with Van Heerden, it's a more attacking field. Smacks that and smacks it through. Will it have enough wheels? It looks like the fielder will win the race. It can't prevent the two. Nice fluent motion from Murray. Settled in quickly. Did his job with the ball. And that's the art of the modern day cricketer. You've got to go and bowl just short of a 10 over spell. He bowled 9 overs. Murray took 3 for. And now pads on. Different strategy, different mindset. But he looks right at home, untroubled.
Certainly does, and it's MATIES who moved to 12 for 2 after the 2 overs. Quite an eventful start. There's been a couple of boundaries. There's also been a wicket. So if you're wanting to see some good action, this is the place to be.
It's all happening around us as well. There's constant appealing to our right.
That was a huge appeal there.
There's a game on our left,
By
one at the
Northwest.
top right. It's great to. I think that's another just an advantage of this facility is that you can have 4 cricket games going on simultaneously. Cut away by Van Heerden, can't beat the inner ring. And that's what Robbie would want. He wants him to play off the back foot and maybe then slide one in that's a bit quicker.
He's going to build the pressure. He's the left arm spinner.
And they have so many spin options, KOVSIES. When it doesn't work out at the one end, they have the option to give the ball to someone else. A lot of variations in this team as well. Boundary is protected on the leg side. Square leg is on the fence, and then they've got a mid on out. Offside, if it opens up the offside, that's a certain opportunity, but it has to appear as that inner ring that's protected by 4 fielders currently. No one there for the dab shot to third, which is a reverse sweep, of course, if you want to employ that, which is not necessary. It's just giving you a bit of an extra picture of what the field set is like. Van Heerden just runs off to one of the KOVSIES players and asks him to tie his shoe. That's always a good giggle. It's friendly competition always, but now to get the gloves off and the inners off and then tie the shoe and get the gloves back on, it's just easier to run to what you identified as a potential friendly candidate in the KOVSIES lineup. Still to meet someone that says, no, well, I won't. I'm not going to do that. Another good over, that from Robbie. It's been on the money. 12 for 1 after 3.
Probably giving the last one just a little bit more air. Asking the question of Van Heerden. Not taking the bait just yet. He's the MATIES captain.
That game I was referring to on Tuesday went down to the wire. We had just short of 100 overs. We had 100 overs in the day, and it was amazing to watch how the Madibas just brought themselves back into the contest and through spin. And that's how they won that game. KOVSIES will feel aggrieved, and they had that game for the taking. But they've played here. They know what to expect. That's a loose one from Erasmus. They don't want to be giving extras away at any given time, but when you're defending 207, every run matters.
Certainly does, and we saw the importance of not batting your full complement of 50 already from KOVSIES. They left at least 20 runs out there, and they certainly don't want to be gifting another 20 with a ball.
What they've done with Murray is that they've put the protection. They've given Erasmus some extra opportunity to play it to the offside, but now he's whipped this over his legs. That's 6. That is an amazing strike by Murray, just illustrating how dangerous he is. It was a conscious field set where they put the man out on the sweeping boundary on the offside. He just waltzed inside the line. Just look at the quality of this. So Erasmus is pacey. He just opens up his body, aims for the area, it's with the wind, bang, 6.
It's excellent from Muir. He's not a very big man, but he certainly packs a punch. And that has gone all the way.
Now, it's the game of chess. How do you respond? Not only Mr. Bowler, Mr. Captain. What's the field set going to be like? Remember, you're only allowed two fielders outside the inner ring.
Hasn't made any changes. It was just a little discussion in terms of the length and the line that he wants to execute.
And that's the man that's on the offside sweeping boundary that will come into play. Murray just jogs in for an easy single. And that's also a good lesson for the younger viewers. It's yes, you've hit the 6. You might identify the next opportunity and say, well, let me try and repeat that and put all the pressure on the bowler. But there's risk involved in that. So just getting the 1 to take over that scoreboard, it's on 20 for 1, it's comfortable. I think that's really just a good value from Murray. He's raced along 14 from 6 deliveries. Van Heerden slightly slower, only 1 of 11. Slow back in play for the right-hander who offers the straight bat.
Certainly looks like it's going to be Muir that's getting to take the attack to this KOVSIES side. And Van Heerden just the rock on the other end that everybody bats around.
Again, I want to throw this at you, Zayen, and say that we've seen the success of Rabi from the one end. Seam has not always worked for KOVSIES specifically in this week. That one is wide it and flying down the leg side and will be 4. So that's 5 additional runs. 1 for the wide, 4 for the boundary. That's another 5 off it. So suddenly Rasmus's figures 0 for 21 and he's not even through 2 overs. So my question to you, do you go gamble and you say, okay, well, we've played here, we know what to expect. Do I go spin from both ends in a power play, or do I trust my bowler, or do I change the seam department, bring someone else to replace Erasmus, who's leaking runs at the moment?
I feel that you've got the 1 spin on, and it might be just throwing all your eggs into one basket with spin from both ends. You feel that if your paces are going to be effective, it's going to be with a new ball. You want to give them at least that opportunity. You do know that spin does play a part, and that's why you've gone with Rabi. You feel that at least 1 seamer could potentially make a difference.
A lot of movement from Van Heerden across his stumps, goes towards the offside, nudges it into the leg side gap and gets 1. So I'm with your point, and I'm trying to play the devil's advocate here. I'm by no means saying that Rasmus is not a quality bowler, but at this stage, he's just not he's not building the pressure that's being built by Rabi on the other end. You just see how he moved across to a 4th stump line, Van Heerden. So for Erasmus, it's just so key to build the pressure. Meerred goes the aerial route once again. It's over the top. It's traveling a couple of bounces, 4 more. How do you contain this man? He's on to 18.
Certainly it's not Erasmus, because he's dropped it short on 2 occasions in this over, and on both times he's been dispatched to the mid-wicket fence. He's got protection out there, but the way Muir is striking the cleanless is just going over the rope or 1 bounce. So Erasmus and KOVSIES under a bit of pressure here early on.
And you know what? You're given the opportunity to use the power play as a batting team when you have the foundation, but also someone showing intent to take the attack to the bowlers, as Meerred has done, which we didn't see in the KOVSIES innings. They were quite prepared to play around the rock in their innings, failed to make the most of that power play. And again, there will be a difference between being over-aggressive. You could quite easily be 3 or 4 down with an aggressive approach, but there's been a total different mindset from Meerred specifically. They've come out, they've attacked the power play, the fact that there's only 2 allowed outside the inner circle, and they've found 30 runs from 4 overs, where the majority has come from Erasmus, who's conceded 26.
Johan, it's also a case of you can't be pitching up at USSA week and then suddenly decide, okay, we want to play an attacking brand of cricket, we want to take on the power play. There has to be something that is consistently worked on throughout the season. And as we know, that's how MATIES generally play week in and week out. So they come here they come prepared, and they know how they're going to approach the game.
So it's a different story altogether, where you feel that you are playing a better team now and you need to take the initiative. That's when mistakes happen. Unfortunately, that's what happened to KOVSIES earlier in the day.
26.
Like how Robbie is just flighting the deliveries into Van Heerden. He's inviting him. At this stage, again, he's got long on back and he's got a boundary rider mid-wicket. That's the two that's allowed out. So offside is vacant if you pierce the gap. Mid-off in the circle as well. So again, a very tidy start from Robbie. He's applied the pressure from his end. The problem is from our commentary end. How do they stop? How do they stop the leaks there? Do they continue with Erasmus, or is there a change that's imminent when we turn ends on the money from Robbie? One mistakenly led into a celebration for KOVSIES as well, but the key there was Van Heerden called early, and it's his call. It's in front of his eyes, so he hits it and he runs.
The key is also he ran in a straight line. He didn't have to run around the bowler. That extra split second is often the difference. And this is exactly when KOVSIES lost their second wicket. They were going along nicely, and then suddenly they found a run out, which led to the second wicket falling, and it's exactly the same time. So this innings is certainly following a prototype here.
And Wood remains on 18. Very good over again from Robbie. He's returned 1 for 5 off 3. Now, what happens from a KOVSIES perspective? 5 overs gone, 31 for 1. Run rate is healthy from a MATIES point of view. They only need 207.
18 and 9, 2 and 1.
So Zahir, the answer is we stick to the formula.
Certainly does seem that they are not wanting to make the change here on the commentary side. I feel that after the previous over there might have been a rethink. But it looks like KOVSIES are going to back their plan.
Beautiful looking drive, only straight to the fielder. If he can't afford to drop short because the field set doesn't allow for it. So Erasmus, if he does go short, there's no one protecting the leg side boundary. No one whatsoever.
It's been a different game though, bowling to Van Heerden. He's been a lot more circumspect. It's when Muir is on strike. That's when the action happens.
That's much better. Nice straight line and length from Erasmus. Very difficult to climb under that or get yourself under that and manufacture a shot. Fine leg also vacant, so you really can anticipate what the plan is. It's an offside line. It's a foolish line. That's the way the field has been set up. For me, again, easier said than done. If I was Van Heerden, I would be trying to knock the ball into a gap and get Murid on strike. He's fancied Erasmus. And there is slightly short. It's picked up because there's no one there. It's a risk-free shot. A couple of bounces, trickles over the fence. 4 to Van Heerden, his first boundary.
And the skipper says, I'm joining the party. I've sat on my bat for long enough. And it's just slightly short. And he's lifted it over the mid-wicket boundary. Certainly shows the intent that MATIES want to play the game with.
And having built up the pressure on the first 2 deliveries, it's just short. It's just short enough for Van Heerden to open his arms, to open up the field on the leg side. Very well executed by him. This time slightly slower, pushed towards mid-on who does the fielding. And it's that boundary per over, not coming from the Rabi end. This has allowed them just to settle in a run rate of 6.56. 35 for 1, busy with the 6th over. Head scratching time. The brains trust will have to get together for KOVSIES and say, what do we do? How do we get our second wicket? What do we need to do? Where's our best opportunity to get number 2? Again, lovely drive, great fielding, but only a half stop, which gives Van Heerden an opportunity to scamper through for 1. Say the man that I would not like to see face up to me now as I'm running in is the man that's cut loose, Murid, 18 off 9.
Certainly been hitting the ball nice and freely. Anything slightly over pitched or
Short. He's giving it the full sink.
So let's see the subtle changes now. The fine leg has come up into the circle. Third is in the circle. Another early move from Muirhead, who goes over the top. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 more. Goes on to 22. Well, I've said that he's fancied the seamer. He's not going to let him settle. And another productive over that brings 9.
2, 6, 4, 1. 38 balls.
That analysis, I don't know, Zahir. For me, surely the change comes now.
Has to be, without a doubt. I think any longer and we might finish this game within the power play.
10, 3 and 1.
Certainly need a
Hy het 1 4 nou.
change.
Zahir, it makes way for Eugene Molion. Nice to have you back. Good afternoon to you, Eugene, and what a start by MATIES and specifically Muirhead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ferreira. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, this is not a surprise to me. They got the early scalp of David Christie. He is a dangerous customer as well. But now, Muirhead, left-handed batter, can hit the ball to all parts. And he's got Van Heerden in company as well. And I tell you what, if he stays together for about 10, 15 overs, I think it's going to be hard work for KOVSIES.
Been very impressed by Robbie. He's applied the pressure. It just hasn't had the support from the other end. Right-hander Van Heerden on strike. He's been the quiet one in the partnership, but given an opportunity to get his first boundary in the previous over, it's slightly short from Erasmus, which he made full use of. Uses his feet this time around.
Yeah, just down the ground for 1. Let's not forget that KOVSIES have done really well to get to this final. They obviously don't have, in terms of resources, what some of the other universities have, but to just get here and showcase in the showcase semi-final really means a lot to them. And let's not forget, I mean, there's still some way to go, and they can really just keep picking up wickets. It's probably going to help their cause a lot more. It's not going to be defended, this total. They're going to need 10 wickets.
And you're not going to defend it if you have a man like Muirhead that's in a full cry, helps himself to another boundary. Over the top he goes with the restrictions still very much in play.
Excellent use of the feet, wasn't it? And you knew that Midhoff was in the ring and just laughed at it with absolute ease over Midhoff. He's just got quick feet, this youngster. And he as well is very used to the conditions here, even before his move to Stellenbosch. He hails from KZN area as well, and had a prolific Cubs series here when he was in the Cubs.
Good little tussle between these two, but yes, he looks the real deal.
The question I ask, Mr. Ferreira, is this. Oh, keeping it low. Is this, there's so many cricketers, good cricketers, coming out of the KZN area, whether it's to the schooling, etc., but find themselves going to tertiary institutions outside that area. And the likes of the Dolphins probably are feeling that because they don't get some of the best, better players to stick around in the region to pick from as well. They come here to Stellenbosch or even the Tuks. We've seen a few. Bishop is there, very prolific opening batter. So there's a number of youngsters that are leaving the KZN area, and that's potentially something to look at in terms of tertiary institutions in that area. I know they're playing in the other section of this USSA week. They're not at this week. They were at the previous week.
No, and I'll build on what you're saying because I think the same applies to Varsity Cup rugby. It's the same scenario, and there's a lot of quality schools that has produced many Springboks. Look at the Pietermaritzburg area. I think that the fact that they've got two franchise teams playing Division 1 cricket assists them to be an attractive proposition for those finishing grade 12 to stick around and invest into Tuskers or Dolphins. But like you say, again, if you want to further your studies, you're not always in that luxury to be able to go and study pharmaceutical or lawyer's degree or whatever that might be in the institutions that's around KZN. And that forces you into a MATIES, IKES, UJ, Tuks. It's a difficult one to digest, but it's a real threat, of course.
Yeah, and just the layer of getting bursaries from the likes of Tux, MATIES, UJ. It's also a lure for these youngsters to say, listen, I can further my studies elsewhere. But yeah, it is a little bit one-way traffic. Only busy with the 8th over. 49 for one away from Team 50.
And that is, you've called it, and there is the 50 up. It's a little milestone. There's no chance for overthrow because the sweeper is quick to react. And I like the one word that you use, which is so key, and that's a bursary. At the end of the day, there's a financial aspect to it as well. And to be fair to parents, I'm a parent, I would do the same thing. If my child was in a position to get a bursary to study on, to go and play sport, or because she's talented enough, I say she, I've got 2 daughters, then that helps a great deal from a financial burden that you don't have to carry. It opens up the opportunities that's around the offering of, in this case, the Western Cape. And then suddenly you've lost a protege from a school that's in your system, and you've given that person across to someone else who further develops them, and then they pop out in a USSA week or a franchise team. And you do your commentary analysis and you say, former pupil of KZN now playing in the Western Cape.
Yeah, very much so. I'm gonna throw another another little span in the works here for you, for Mr. Ferreira, because this is USSA, and obviously when you come to your school, you need to reach a certain grade to get into university. But what happens to the school kid that doesn't meet those grades to get into varsity? Dust on the leg side, just no run. That doesn't get into varsity. But education is important. That is for me where we also need to look at, because as we're sitting here, I think we all agree education is very important. Your cricketing career only goes to so far. What you do after that, you really need to consider and work on. So we also need to focus on those aspects as well. Not necessarily at a week like this, but there's going to be kids, schoolboys that are not meeting the grade to get into any university.
I really love what you've just said, because there are so many diamonds walking around in this country that did not have the opportunities to go to a school where they can get the best qualification to put themselves into a position where they get a bursary, or even noticed, where they even noticed to be picked up by a talent scout, because there are only so many scouts that can go around, do so many weeks or so many matches, but there are still so many gems walking around in this country. I will not be able to give you the answer, but I think it's a real opportunity that the higher powers can invest into. How do they not miss the next big star that did not follow a typical journey of where a star is identified?
Yeah, and those are interesting conversations, and I for one hope that there could be a solution for every sort of topic we come up with and scenarios, because I think it is very, very valid. That's 8 gone here, 52 for 1. That was Cram finishing off his first over. I think he was very much too straight, was just sort of ambled in to the onside and easily one's taken.
Again, I don't want to hammer the point, but I think you've raised something so interesting. And again, it's really easy to sit behind the microphone and say, we call on former players to invest some of their time in communities that are less privileged to go and see if you can maybe through a day or a weekend or a couple of weekends you run a cricket clinic, you unearth a couple of stars which you then feed off to a system and say, you know what, I've seen this talent and this talent through the clinic that I've hosted or through the development officer in that district to say this is what we're going to do, this is how we are going to unearth the talent that we have available. I think it comes down to the planning aspect from a provincial level. Say this is what we are going to put in place. We're going to have our mini cricket system, we're going to have educators, we're going to do these clinics in these areas, and then we want that feedback so that we can pick up early enough on someone that we can nurture through a system that might not be able to afford or even get into a tertiary educational system, but that can play a role in South African cricket, South African netball, South African rugby, and all of the sports that we offer in this country. Beautiful shot over the top for 6.
Oh, they're not resting on their laurels whatsoever. Beautiful use of his feet that time from Van Heerden. Just ambles down here. Flattermouse, apologies, has first class experience playing for the Knights. I do apologize for that. But it's just an interesting debate, and one way that we can, what you now said, there's something that stands out from what you just said there, and that is provinces. And I think so many times provinces are too reliant on the likes of Cricket South Africa. I think provinces need to step up, identify players in their region because they've got easy access to these players. Identify players, see how they're going through their schooling, says, right, okay, can't, right, we can assist, because there are various colleges around, there are various other tertiary education. No, can't just be varsities because you can't get on there. There could be colleges, there could be other sort of education for them to go on. But the thing I like what you said is the provinces need to do more to look after that aspect, because they can at a flick of a button see who the cricketers are that's coming through the schooling system, identify those kids and say, right, okay, we're going to try and invest and help you out here. And if you have the talent to really progress, then so be it, but then the education is covered. So for me, I like what you said there, that it shouldn't just be a Cricket South Africa thing, and that's one thing that stands out. We can't put everything on Cricket South Africa. It has to be provinces looking from within, and they've got to do it. They've got to help unearth these rough diamonds as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to throw another one at you as part of an ideal world. Great to paint the perfect picture. I wonder if I was in a position of power at a big school, and I'm not going to call it by name because I think that's unfair, but if I was a school that's known to unearth Springbok players or players that go into a provincial system, what stops me from just changing my mindset slightly through my governing body? So let's identify a school where we can tag onto. Let's go and assist them through our own opportunities, give them the opportunities to come to a clinic. Let's go and fetch them with transport, bring them to our facilities. Let us invest in their tomorrow. I would love to see in an ideal world that we break barriers and we say, right, you, School X, go to this area, you take a school of interest and you make them part of your program. And I'm not saying that's not happening. I think there can be more of it, and I think that can bring people a lot closer together and have people that's in a position of strength and where facilities are like we are experiencing today, give learners, give youngsters the opportunity to see this for the first time, to get that hunger to start playing the game, to envisage, to dream, because it only needs a dream, Eugene, and no one will ever stand in front of your dream. As long as you dream it, it can become a reality.
Yeah. 9 overs gone, 58 for 1. And I know we're talking a little bit more about outside stuff, but I think it's very important. And the other aspect, I'm just trying to recall what you were saying there, that they are, like everybody, I mean, we were at school, and everybody that finishes school, what you're going to study, BCom, for example. I want to do BCom, I want to become an accountant, I want to be this, but they might not meet the necessary. Why not tap in to the likes of a Nedbank, a Standard Bank, First National Bank, who I know offer certain things, especially guys coming through. Okay, now we can look after you, but then we'll give you an interim. Oh, a little bit of a walk down the pitch. Oh, that's going to go for horns. It's gone all the way. All the way. And Muirhead, well, he is trying to just cash in on this opening power play.
And he is investing some serious money into his cash outs here. This is another big one. Quick moving, quick feet from Muirhead, perfect position, head down still, and then gives it the full treatment. And it's flown over the clubhouse. It has recovered, thankfully, but the pressure straight back onto the bowler. Busy with the 10th over, and Muirhead is taking the fight to KOVSIES. They're only defending 207. It's a fast start for MATIES.
That it is. Hope the ball was checked. Well, you've got to hit your straps. Hits the stumps and then they come through for a single.
Can I say that's the part of cricket that I dislike the most. Is the fielder has done brilliantly, hit the stumps, and you're allowed to go through for one.
Well, it's a very easy solution. Don't throw the ball when he's in his crease. Goes without saying, that one. But I mean, you now reporting on a lot of things, Johan, and you probably could inform me a lot better than what I know. But I'll just ask my question at the end of this delivery. Again, using his feet, but just sort of paddle around to find leg for one. I'm sure companies, we keep talking about, maybe not the overriding sponsorship to teams, but looking at individuals that want to go in a certain direction. Contact those people. If it's BCom, contact the banks or investment companies and so forth, the likes, and say, listen, we've got this kid. He didn't quite make it, but he wants to put him through this course. Would you be able to assist? And then at the end of that, they put him on a plan where they can give back to those companies and maybe do interim work or, work for them in the future. Oh, there's an appeal. There is an appeal. And it's more than just an appeal.
Yeah, there's
now it's given us wide.
There's the salt. Where is the shaker? The salt shaker's come out. It's salt in the wounds. You've had a massive appeal, only for the umpire to now turn around just easily and say, oh, by the way, that's above the head, so that's a wide.
All I'm going to say is consistency is key.
So, for me, every sports-loving person, I think, can play a part in the development and opportunities that's given to those who don't have. And being on radio, I launched the challenge to the schools in the area last week, 2 weeks ago, and I said, we have matriculants that finish their careers, and their kids will either now become sponsored or they won't even take up the sport anymore because they are going to be focused on getting the tertiary education. That sports equipment that's going to be in a cupboard, that's now going to sit in a box until my next child is 5 years older. Let's rather go and take that to your local school, donate it to the sports organizer, and that school does an outreach program to someone in the community. Go and drop it off at a school where that kit or kits can make a massive difference in the hope that's created for those who want to take up the sport. It's such a cost to buy equipment, and it's certainly, I mean, you've got to look after food on the table first. That's primary objective number one, and schooling fees and what goes along with that. You can't just walk into a retailer and buy the best of. So instead of taking your cricket pads or bat and putting it in a cupboard where it's going to do nothing for nobody, why not donate it to your local sports organizer at your school? Reach out to a school where they can really use that and give it to someone that can use it to take up the sport, so that the first seeds are planted to take up this game or games. It doesn't only have to be cricket.
Scored it. Yeah, well, The power play is done and dusted. That's the first one, that is. 67 for 1. Oh, what a start. What a start for the home side here. MATIES in pursuit of 207. KOVSIES have got it all to do. They're turning again to spin. It's going to be Fluttermouse again.
So I promise we will stop that now. But you put the key in the lock, which is unopened. Something in my heart, which is really close to my heart. It's about people getting opportunities through initiatives, and I really just think that everyone can play a part in assisting those who really can't afford it. Well, someone who can't afford it now is conceding sixes. It's the KOVSIES lineup, and that is travelling and more air miles handed out by MATIES.
Well, that hit the tree, and thankfully the ball came back this way towards the field. Otherwise, it would have been another skatejag session out there. And Van Heerden, he is a powerful, powerful youngster. Hit that a long, long way. And now another change. Deep mid-wicket going out.
Look at the body language, Eugene. You can just observe. It's silent. There's no one, literally no one talking from KOVSIES.
You know, it's such a fine game, this, because you need to stay in it. As long as you stay in it, I mean, if you, the bowling side, if you're KOVSIES, you say, listen, and we just need 9 special deliveries and then that's it. You need more than 9 deliveries to score the 207. But you need to get those 9 deliveries quick. And that's what you always got to have in your back and your head. We keep talking about on the cricketing field going bang, bang, getting 2 wickets maybe. And that's all you need to maybe shift the momentum in your favour. But as long as these two are going about, I said when I came on, if they stick around for another 10 overs, well, MATIES will be well and truly on the way.
Yeah, Christie's wicket came early. In the first over, 4 for 1, similar fashion to the KOVSIES innings. They lost their first wicket in the first over as well. Since then, it's just been Van Heerden and Meerhead who has changed the course of this game. 75 for 1, but they've been allowed to make more of that power play, that the field restricted to players are allowed outside the inner circle, but they've put the runs on the board. This run rate is 7.03, and now they can sort of just take the foot off the accelerator. If it's there and they can identify it, yes, then play the shot, but they can also milk the 1s and 2s that keeps that scoreboard ticking over, and there's no threat.
I don't think these two want to just go in 1s and 2s. Let me tell you, the one thing that MATIES do have, they've got a power bunch of hitters on the top order. Maybe something that KOVSIES didn't have, but they certainly pack a punch on top of the order here. End of the 11th, 76 for 1. 130. 131 still needed.
So in your, just building on the interest of cricket around the country, I mean, most schools play it, but club system-wise, we always look at clubs and the importance of having good quality clubs in regions. Do you still find that there's still a vested interest in clubs around the country, not so much the Western Cape? Because I think we are spoiled. If I go to a club like Durbanville, I know they have 8 senior teams. So is that still the focus point outside of the Cape?
Outside of the Cape, I can't speak for. I know they're trying their utmost here in this Boland region by having the likes of T10 competition to involve the better club cricketers to play with, sort of the better club cricketers and your professional cricketers to maybe unearth further diamonds. Again, too straight, just help down the leg side. I think it's just going to be one. So Van Heerden just pull up a little bit, so he might be struggling. Maybe just a little bit of cramp or stiffness. It's not like it was. I mean, the man next to me could probably talk more, but Western Cape always had a very good club structure because they played 2-day cricket. And from that, batters, bowlers could develop the game. Now with 50 over cricket, yes, it moves with the times and etc. Because I don't believe you can ever Oh, you struggle. I don't say ever. You'll struggle to have the same team out for 2 weekends. But they're certainly making a concerted effort here in Boland to really get that sort of investment in club cricket a little bit more, if you know what I mean. So, yes, Durbanville, they've got a lot of teams. They've got many a team, and that's good. They've got a different cricketing culture there. And that is the key. It's the culture around the clubs, and that will help embrace that, and that's where the numbers come in. And if you can get that, I think your club cricket will be, or your cricket club will be growing from strength to strength.
Yeah, someone that was picked up through exactly that and constant performance. Jody Lawrence, if I'm not mistaken, came out of the Durbanville first team and got his first taste of provincial cricket last season, if I have it correctly.
Yeah, the Smiling Joe comes in there, just steams away, just does his job. Yeah, I saw him playing first in that when we did have the local CPL there, and he just steams in. He loves hitting the deck hard. Umpire just having a word here with Cram, just running on the surface here in the danger area. You want to stay off. These wickets are getting drier by the second, with the breeze now blowing across it and the sun. I don't think I've seen clouds this week. I don't think. Could be wrong. Maybe you had some clouds on Tuesday.
No, not really. I can tell you that the wind was certainly very prominent, but not as today. It's a gentle breeze compared to what we normally have in Stellenbosch. Remember last year with the international series, that under-19s, when England visited us, how we sat at this very table. We were almost sitting on the table to keep ourselves from blowing away.
Let me tell you, we were on the other side of the side screen. So as you look at it, we were on the left-hand side on the side screen. That's just sort of below our screens here. And it was dusty. It was everything else. But other than that, it was the ground, as you see it, is impeccable. I'll say that before Keegan Van Aarde comes to me, who's the interim chairman of USSA. And what a job he's done here, as well as John Wright, the tournament director. And we've got to pay kudos to them. There's a lot of work that goes into this tournament. Man, oh man, checking every student card and everything else. Oh dear.
That's a logistical nightmare. I must say, I'm glad I'm not tasked with doing that.
Yeah, and they also have selectors that are going around the grounds, checking players. Seen Gary Hampson, seen Lewis Bosman. Down the leg side it goes. Sounds of Creed once again. Arms wide open.
That's brilliant, I must say. Well done.
And then a man to my right, his fingers are going like the Yellow Pages. You remember that song? Let your fingers do the walking through the Yellow Pages.
Yeah, the jingles that stick. Maybe that's giving our age away as well. I won't give the advertising, but I'll just give you the jingle. You've got an uncle in the furniture business. There's a couple that come to mind.
Well, that slower ball ends over number 12. 80 for the loss of 1. I mean, that first wicket fell ages ago now, it seems.
Absolutely in control, MATIES, of their own destiny. They don't need to do anything different to what they've done in the first 12 overs of their reply, chasing 207. Chalani is introduced into the attack. Van Heerden well set on the 32. Murid has been the aggressor, 36 of only 25. Is their way back for KOVSIES? Can they produce a couple of unplayable deliveries?
Something special. They need a half an hour of just finding something special just to give them a little bit of a sniff. Still 127 needed. Shalani into the attack. Van Heerden on strike, 32. Yeah, and the body language doesn't suggest of anything. Just need to up the intensity just to get something going. Starts with a good length ball.
Yeah, we all have a story. We're not going to reminisce. I just want to say that I do ask you a question. You were talking about jingles. Back in the day when we had the night series going, that posters made every player had a certain slogan. And I remember Adrian Caper being Capes of Good Hope. I had his poster on my wall. Did you ever have that?
I never had the poster. Just beats the bat there. Another one just skidding through, and we've seen a lot of that through the week. I never had that, but I know the Western Province song from the B&H days. We've come to win. We've come to win. Western Province. Another run. We'll drive it in. Western Province. We'll take the wickets. We'll score the runs. We won't let up till daylight's out.
I love that. Thanks, Eugene. That's.
I wanted to finish it, but I wasn't told
Yeah,
not to.
I saw there was some quick movement here from Zaire. Yeah,
Province will take it away. There we go. That was the old B&H song.
I stood in a bus driving from the airport terminal to a parked aeroplane on the tarmac, and I suddenly woke up to the reality that Adrian Caper was standing next to me, and I almost collapsed. It was such a big moment for me. I'd never met him. I'd never seen him before, apart from on television, and here he was standing next to me in a bus on the way to a plane.
Oh, this is good. This is good. This is maybe something that KOVSIES need here. Chelane, well, he is just running in, hitting a nice line in length, hitting the deck hard. That's 4 dot balls. The men with bats in hand, they don't like dot balls. They don't like facing dot balls.
Chelani, 2 balls shy of. Can it be? Can it be? Without putting that commentator's curse, I'm going to regret it in the next delivery. So I already apologize, Mr. Chelani. If this goes for a run, it's my fault. Thankfully, it should be a leg by and not a run off the bat. Just wait for the umpire's signal. Of course, he's not going to give it. Okay, I'm done, Eugene. Maybe I should now take over.
Enough said, folks. Enough said. It's going to bring Mead on strike. He's on 36. I've enjoyed every time Jason Mead goes out to bat. Really enjoyed his intensity that he brings to an innings.
Dug in short, but beautifully opened up the face, just riding the ball to third. Myriad has the full array, has the aggressive shots, has the delicate touches.
And that means that it's very difficult to bowl him because you got to get it spot on. 13 gone, 82 for 1. Let's see what happened elsewhere.
79, 6 and 4. Time is the 43. 4 minutes is 58.
Excellent start for Chelani. Only conceded 2. In the greater cause of a run rate of 6.31, he's certainly done his job. But yeah, 82 for 1. It's a really tough road back for KOVSIES in this encounter. 207, remember, is the target. That's bottom right of screen. Myriad set on 37. Van Heerden has 33.
Oh, there's a swing and a miss outside that off stump. UJ, after being... Oh, apologies, that's the wrong game. UJ, after being bowled out for 234, have UWC now 64 for 3 after 21. Wits posted 187, and now Madiba's in all sorts of bother. 54 for 5. NWU Val posted 219. And it's Varsity College that have made a good start here. I think they're just away to our right-hand side here. They're 101 for 2.
Again, it's the early movement of the feet, and he cuts it away and thinks about the second. If they ran that first one harder, could have resulted in two. The field had lots to do, a lot of ground to make up, but restricts them to the single.
Looks like UCT is in a very good position. 108 for 2 after 20, chasing 232 against CUT. Well, the game to our left, University of Pretoria, posted 196. They got bowled out for that. They have Booker 65 for 3.
Again, just good awareness by Van Heerden, who nudges onto the onside and gets another single.
I'll tell you one game that is very interesting is ETA College. 170 all out they got. Currently have Madiba's B 84 for 5. So a few interesting games going around Stellenbosch at the minute.
Good areas there from Crum.
Hate it when people creep up on you without you knowing. That's better. He's hitting the deck hard, and this is a nice over. Just a 2 from it so far, and here we go again being spoken to. I think
It's your turn.
I think the patients have run out. The patients have run out. So is that a first warning? Is that a first official warning?
It is.
Well, has the captain been notified?
Shimmy's down the track. Goes aerial again. Oh, this time, Eugene, that's on you.
Just hits another tree, another horn. He can run on the wicket all he wants, is Meerhead saying. And that has gone for a maximum. I mean, he packs a punch, this kid. Just tucks the bat under the arm, gets the gloves up. I mean, while the ball's still midway in the air.
He strikes me as someone that can instantly just go over to a decision-making process to say, I'm going. This is what's going to happen. This is where I'm going to go. I'm going to target this area, and that's going to be the result.
And sometimes when you have a bowler being consistent with his line and length, it's sometimes easy because he said, he's bowled 2 balls in the same area. I'm backing him to bowl about the same area, but how am I going to score? So if I go there, bowls it in that area, what are my scoring options? That's the thought process of Jason Meerhead. And that's what I said. He just doesn't accept the dot balls because the bowler bowled a really good over. Bowled a good line, good length, and then that good line, good length, Meerhead, but just coming down the pitch a little bit, allows him to hit that favourite shot of his there to deep mid wicket. Beautifully picked up.
And he scored across, it's a pity we can't see a wagon wheel of where he's accumulated, but it's been across the ground. It's not a specific area where he's gone and said, okay, well, I'm a dominant leg side player. I can play offside, leg side, late cuts, the traditional square drive, off drive. He's really got it all.
Well, he's definitely someone that Boland should look at, himself and Christie. They are players that can really hit over the top well. They can accumulate runs if they need to. They can really take the game away from you. Chilani, after a very good first over. Pitches are really starting to get that dark brown colored, aren't they? Drying out. I know they do water these pitches at the end of play, but with the heat and wind around, it doesn't last long.
What I would also look at Meerhead is that added bonus of being a quality spinner. And if you go to a franchise that's really not scared to use spinners, it's Boland.
Oh, 100%. We know what to expect here. We know. I don't think it will ever happen again. I very strongly doubt it will ever happen in T20 cricket again that we'll have 20 overs of spin. Will never happen, Zahir. I'm willing to put my head on a block. Not a heavy one, just a nice soft one.
So for our viewers, there's a little side bit going on. Eugene referencing the fact that they bowl 20 overs of spin, which is all 20. And Eugene saying it will never happen again. Zahir very quick with the right arm out and saying, okay, I'll take that bet.
Listen, the guy's flown in from Dubai. He's still jet lagged. He's not thinking properly. Well, Van Heeren is doing his job and he's brought Meerhead back on strike here. So he's just going about these things, just saying, right, okay, over to you, Meerhead. Murdoch is up in the ring. Murdoch is up in the ring. He missed out. Oh, you can see there. He missed out. Gets the ball to cut away for 4. Hits it straight to point.
It's easy to ask you a question when a guy has players on 44 from 32 deliveries, but you are Eugene Molion, walking back to your mark. You're more than halfway through a very good second over as well. You've put some pressure on these two, which we haven't seen from the other bowlers. Where are you going to him?
No, he's just got to hit you off your lines and length, and you just got to hold your hand up and say, right, if he does get it right, then so be it. You've won that battle. You can't just go away and say, like, listen, I've got to change it up. No. Because you've bowled good balls that end up being dots. So just keep ploughing away. Like what happened there before, where Jason Meir hit the 6. And that you got as a bowler, you just got to hold your hand up and say, listen, well done. You thought me there. Now that I know that that's part of your armory, especially when I bowled 2 or 3 dot balls. Now, in the year, Tilani must say to himself, he's bowled 2 or 3 dot balls. What could Meir do here? Oh, he's bowled the ball on the legs. Just for 1. And another tidy over from him. Just the 2.
So they've turned and they're walking towards the change room, which signals the drinks and interval. Marty's in a position of power, chasing 207 against KOVSIES. They well placed on 92 for 1. Van Heerden on 35. Meerhead on 45. We'll be back when we resume in a couple of minutes' time.
drinks have come and gone. 15 overs into the second innings. MATIES 92 for 1.
Change of bowler. Leketa comes into the attack.
Yeah, it's going to be more spin by the looks of it. And can he be the man that has that golden arm for KOVSIES? They're going to have a slip in place. 2 men saving one on the offside and 2 men on the on. I'm trying to see where the other one is. Yeah, that's fine. So 45 and mid-wicket on the onside. Slip, backward point and guide cover. All trying to save the one.
There we go. Some encouragement from right in front of us. Long off, getting busy, and encouragement is so key. Just a bit of an energy needed now from KOVSIES. The belief, yes, they are under the pump. It's a big mountain to climb, but it's not over until it's over. There's some turn. That's good. That's encouraging for Leketa. Good start.
Like the pace. It's all about the pace. And he's gonna get is the drift that's gonna come into the left-hander. Going to pitch and then maybe turn away like you saw there. Good start.
Well, you asked for it, and maybe this is the golden arm that you were talking about. So very important for Leketa. It's 3 good ones.
Come on, Jason.
Nicely just driven. Jason Mead, he will not just be settling on those dots. You can see they're very active. He's just going to have a word here with Van Heerden. Now then, is he going to stick around the wicket? Looks like he is, to the right-hander.
What I like, Eugene, is that he still, for a set batter that's more than willing to attack, he still has the confidence to toss it up. I like that. See, I'm a new bowler. Let's see if you have the confidence to attack me from the onset. But at the same time, good from your end to walk down the track. Maybe just give a bit of a word of encouragement. This is what the bowler's doing. This is what I've seen from the first 4 deliveries that I've faced. This is what you can expect. Just hold your head. We've done a lot of the damage. We're batting at almost 6 to the over. We don't need to go after him straight away.
In fact, he's actually over the wicket. We haven't seen much of this.
Yeah, and look at where Van Heerden is taking guard as well. Very interesting to see his setup and where he goes. The previous one was on off stump. Look at that. Closing the stumps completely. Excellent start from Leketa.
Beautiful start. Beautiful start. And that got some encouragement from his supporting troops there as well. So this is something that Chelane needed. Somebody just to keep it tidy on that end. He's still over. It's just gone for 4. Not to alarm you folks, or you both, if you like to go in for a walk, but apparently I spoke to one of the men here. They said while they were looking for a ball there yesterday up in the hills, they had a visitor of the slithery sort.
And they didn't call this part of the region the Cape Cobras for nothing, eh, Eugene?
Still hitting the deck nice and hard here. And you can see now, just looking at the body language now of Jason Mead, you can see it's starting to irk him. It's just starting to get a little bit itchy, starting to shadow shots being played a lot more now.
He wants to move this game along. He's 4 runs from a milestone, but that's the furthest thing from his mind. He wants to get this target as quickly as possible. He thinks there's bonus points on offer in the semi.
Oh, there it is. You said it. Ah, he was itching. And that goes for 4, and that takes him to a marvelous 50 of just 40 deliveries.
Certainly is an innings that will define the semi-final and has put MATIES well and truly on their way to a home final. And what occasion that's going to be if they do get there. But the way Muir is going, he certainly wants to speed it all up.
Yeah, you just get the feeling of batsmen once they about as we look at that strike rate of 125, 3 sixes and 5 fours in that knock of 50. With an offer, not capitalizing on that time, just hits it straight to cover.
It's been a quality knock. From the moment he walked in, he's shown the intent, the desire to take the game on. And Eugene, as you know me well, that's the only way to play the game.
That's why you must have enjoyed that first little half an hour that you were on there in the second innings.
Absolutely. This is all about positive intent and a positive mindset. There's no time for sitting on your bat here.
That's carved through point work for the sweeper. He does magnificently well. Saves 2 runs for sure. They come through for 2.
That's the spirit KOVSIES are going to need if they are to formulate some form of a comeback. Because the game is slipping away and Muir, he's certainly taking it away. Needs some of that spirit, maybe a little bit of magic with a ball or a run out, and you could just have an interesting game just yet.
That's why I say you got to stay in the game. You got to stay in it. Don't let it drift around the wicket now. Ooh, a little bit of heat there.
Bending his back a little bit more there, Chelani. Trying to extract that little bit of bounce there in the afternoon.
Tries again, but this one is well picked up by Jason Muirhead. And he has hit that quite magnificently onto the onside for 4 more.
He was waiting on the back foot, and the moment it arrived, swung it away for another boundary. Muirhead, he's on the charge. Also brought up the MATIES 100.
This partnership 1 away from 100. And Van Heerden has played his part. He's 35 or 55. He's just watched and seen what Jason Muirhead's all about from the other side. But he's also done really well.
Said it from the outset that Van Heerden, he's going to be the responsible one. He's going to be the one that they bat around, and he's the rock of the innings, which has allowed Muir to just express himself and really take on the bowling.
Laketa back over the wicket here to the right-hander. Driven. They're going to look for 2. You can rest assured that Jason Mead will come back for that 2 runs.
Certainly gave it plenty of air. There did Laketa, inviting Van Heerden to take it on. I feel that the spinners have just not been able to turn on the squeeze in the same manner that Muir himself had done earlier. Just shows the value of being an all-rounder, being able to take wickets with a ball and then come in and play a magnificent innings like this.
Yeah, he's had a good week, as Jason Muirhead with both bat and ball, and he would love to just see his side through here to that showpiece final tomorrow. It's a tight affair happening there on the ground to our left.
Just haven't been able to string together a collation of dot balls to increase the pressure. Whenever they've tried, Muir has just found the release shot. Just take one down the ground, and for this, at this point in time, that's all he needs. Doesn't need to do any more. He's brought the required run rate well below the initial ask.
Yeah, as I said, it's interesting happening away to our left. 95 for 3. Picker chasing 197 for victory. Ends the over. 107 for 1. $103 run partnership between Van Heerden and Jason Muirhead. Exactly 100 needed.
Feel that if Muirhead's still going to be there, it's going to come fairly rapidly. Slani's tried. He has really tried. He's charged in, either gone short or he's gone at the wickets. He's tried to make something happen.
No, 100%. 100%. He's just tried to give us bowling innings some little impetus, energy that's needed here. Change in the field. We'll see. Fine leg goes into the ring, and they're going to have a deep mid wicket. So I reckon he's going to try and bowl this into the surface and hopefully hope that Jason Muirhead hits that ball to that man that has just been posted there at deep mid wicket. But what Jason Muirhead will do is just tuck it off the hip for one.
108 for 1 year. Lani trying to prize that breakthrough for KOVSIES, just to give him open the door just a little bit, just to push it ajar.
It's down the leg side, will be called a wide. As John Wright just walks past us. Short, cut, and let's just say papers. 4 runs to Van Heerden.
He moves into the 40s with that boundary. So he's also approaching a milestone. He's the MATIES skipper. Way too short and too much width. An easy put away for a player of the caliber of the former South African U19 captain.
That's going to be one for the over. Van Heerden not happy. He's not happy. He said that was way over my head, Mr. Umpire. This is the type of thing I said to you about let's just get on with it. Respect the decision. Let's move on. The decision's not going to get changed. Oh. Full ball, just hit to mid-off. Easy single, ends the over. 114 for 1.
I feel the longer that this partnership grows, it just makes it harder and harder for KOVSIES to get back in the game. That's the partnership. We saw the big wicket earlier of David Christie, and that's when KOVSIES would have thought they're in the game. But if you look down that lineup, there's so much batting. Dilma, Solomons, Goede, Leon Bora only walking at 7. That's just almost unheard of. But high up for his provincial franchise.
Doubt he'll be coming in. I'm thinking he's next, followed by Caden Solomons, followed by Percent. Good point. But I mean, at this stage, you can send anyone in if you're a MATIES supporter.
You know the game better than that to call it so early, Eugene.
I'm not calling it. I'm just saying the position they find themselves in.
just feel that KOVSIES are waiting for something to happen rather than trying to make it happen.
Oh, that is smoke through the offside again, just for one. Van Heeren is starting to just spread his wings a little bit more here.
Eugene, you know how I feel about batting in terms of playing with an attacking mindset and taking the game on. I've got the exact same feeling about the bowling. Whether you lose the game in the 45th over or the 35th, it makes no sense. You've got to give yourself a chance and try and at least create an opportunity.
I can't agree with you more, fella.
That's a change.
It happens. You know, it's these festive coming up, so
Handing out
present.
you're handing out early Christmas gifts.
That's your present, fella.
I'll appreciate it. Thank you,
Don't
sir.
ask for another one.
You ain't coming down the chimney again, you say?
Did you see the size of me, fella? Can only happen once.
Feel sorry for that reindeer.
Good work off his own bowling. Laquette has been good here. Order of 6, busy with his third. Nicely bowled again. Nicely bowled. No pace on the delivery. Just beware a batsman that marks up his guard again. Again, beautifully bowled. Good end to the over. Just the one from it. 115 for one.
That's the bowling lineup. Rabi, he picked up the early wicket just with the third delivery of the innings. But since then, you look at the wicket takers column, there is nobody that's been able to add to it. And that has created the problems. For KOVSIES, William Erasmus, he's particularly had a hard day at the office, going at close to 12s. Likewise, Kram and Veldermas going at 7.5s. So nobody really being able to turn on the pressure and just dry up the runs for KOVSIES.
Change as that man that has picked up that wicket, Rabi, he's back into the attack here.
He's just the last throw of the dice.
Just remember that line that I couldn't remember through this Western Province song I used to sing through the West B&H series.
Let's hear. We'll indulge you.
You know, after this ball. It was irking me. It was really eating at me that I couldn't find that one line.
I just love the way you turned your cap backwards when you started singing. It was like, I'm breaking into a bit of Fresh Prince here, a bit of rap. That's what done it for me.
Nicely bowled by Rabi. Oh, finally. It's Lay's time. Finally. It's been there, sitting in the sun all day. Finally, somebody's decided, listen, it's time to crack open the Lays.
He goes down. Should just be a couple. And instead it goes for another boundary.
Yeah, he's picked it up nicely. As Van Heeren. He moves to 48 now. The fielder couldn't stop it. And these two are just going on their merry way.
boleh.
49 for Van Heerden. That ends the over, 120 for 1. And that line was, we'll be at the final, we'll win that too. Province will take it away with a hay at the end.
With a hit there. My very first attendance at Newlands was a BNH final. 1989, Western Province versus Free State. There's actually a story behind that, but I'll tell you on another day.
I'm all ears. I will be all ears. Don't worry about that.
Corey Van Zyl, Alan Donald took the new ball for Free State that night up against Lawrence Seif and Terence Lazard. But the big ones coming in, 3 and 4, Peter Kirsten and Adrian Caper.
Driven to the sweeper. Just got to tell our main man as Van Heerden goes to a 50. He's 50 coming off 71 deliveries. And he has been a perfect foil for Jason Muirhead.
He has certainly been. Has had a taste of Division 2 cricket with Southwestern Districts, but now back at MATIES.
Yeah, just for our main guy from Pitch Vision, we weren't talking about this game, we're talking about the good old days of Benson and Hedges, and that's where the line, I was singing the song that Western Province had, and I couldn't think of that one line, Mr. van der Merwe, and finally it came to me, and that line read, as I said.
Did he miss your full,
It looks like he missed it.
your full rap edition earlier on?
He's missed it.
Oh no, it's a classic. We got to get Bandile to get just clip that a bit later for him. It was a classic. And Muirhead going downtown all the way. Cars, watch out, because he is in a devastating mood.
Well, he wants to rest up. He wants his feet up. That was beautifully put away for horns. And they just can't find a ball, a wicket, something special here just to peg back MATIES. They're going to have a look at the ball. And I think the ball's gone over the fence somewhere. It's a little bit of scuttejach, as I say. A little bit of Scott.
I'm just worried my car's parked over there because it was going in that direction.
That makes two of us, fella. But I'm thinking they're looking at the garden just here, this side. That's a position at the minute. Just 80 runs needed with 9 wickets in hand. Surely, you got to say that MATIES are more than favourites here at this stage. And Free State, they've got to find something, anything, to really try and get themselves back into this game. A little hat-trick might do that.
Just a little one.
Just, well, maybe 1 or 3.
Maybe they should call our co-colleague, and I don't know if you missed that story earlier, but
No.
hey, it's unbelievable.
Well, you might as well inform me.
Took a hat-trick with one eye. Went to the hospital. You keeping. You the one and only Johan. Went started the game keeping. Stood up. Got hit on the head as the batter turned around. Rushed to hospital. The doctor said, and I'm not paraphrasing. The doctor said, "Sorry, mate. Is it serious? I just want to watch the rugby, Dad. I just want to finish the rugby, and then I'll come back and give you 16 stitches." That's what happened. Then got the 16 stitches. Thought, you know what? I'll go back down to the field, watch the mates. They were 10 men, no 12 man. Skip, can I get back on the field? Because Skip said, well, here's the ball issue there. Took 5 with a hat-trick. Won the game. Player of the match. So, yeah, it all happens here in this commentary box.
If that happened in today's time, that Doc D would not be allowed on the field, mate.
Said I got to watch the rugby finish. Thought that was fairly special. That was the best part of the story. He did term it Ripley's Believe It or Not. That's
Oh,
how he
well,
started.
Let me tell you, if that should go to a quiz question, what happened to Jan Ferreira after being hit on the head?
When the
And
doctor refused to do the stitches because he was watching the rugby. Yes, today has been a day of stories. Found out that you ran the 110, just over 10 seconds. I see our producer still doesn't believe it.
That's why Duncan Fletcher never had a fine leg or a deep backward square. He said you must feel in the middle of those two. You can cover both areas.
What a great coach Duncan Fletcher was. Thought he invaluable to South African cricket.
Oh, he was good. Let me tell you. Oh, that's in the air. Now, this is a chance. Oh, and it's taken. It's snaffled up. And that's the end of Van Heerden. On 50. And finally they've bagged another. That's only the second wicket.
So KOVSIES have their breakthrough. It was one that they were searching desperately for. And Laketa, he has served it up. He went for a 6 earlier, but he was brave enough to toss it up there again. And on this occasion, Van Heerden not able to clear the boundary. He's on his way for a well-played 50.
Yeah, and Laketa gets reward. He gets reward. Not getting all of that. And it was well taken. Running catch, and in walks the captain, Leon Botha. Now, let me tell you, nothing's going to get nudged around here with this fella in. He's in good form and has been this season. I think it's been a really good season for him, playing for Boland.
Just when KOVSIES thought they might have an opening, in walks Leon Botha. Certainly is the season of giving as they keep on providing us with highly skilled batters here at Stellenbosch.
It's still Rabi. That's going to continue. Oh, I think it might be Florimas. Apologies, still Darren Rabi. Oh, Jason Mead, he's not going to let up here. Great work there at extra cover, stopping that ball.
Fuel spin, trying to do the trick here for KOVSIES.
Now everybody has to start, just struggling to get that feet moving there. Leon Botha.
That should get him off the mark. Little fumble at point.
That overcomes and goes. 130 for the loss of 2. Baketa, he's going to continue, and why not? Just got a wicket off on Herden.
Botha's come off a campaign of playing primarily T20 cricket, but surely what can adapt between the formats very simply.
I think he's still going to play his shots, that's what I think. What I'm saying is every batter has to start. That's what I'm saying. So he's just finding his feet here. You can see him starting to get itchy, start touching the pads and everything else. There you go. There you go. Some might say he's still in T20 mode. That reverse sweep played very well for 4.
Didn't take more than 5 deliveries. Leon Botha saw it outside the off stump and towards the vacant region and immediately hauled out the reverse sweep quite comfortably to pick up his first boundary.
This is there, right? Like this. Smashed out hard to deep and wicket just for 1. We also got to give kudos to the umpires, the scoring team here. Ball and scoring team going to all the grounds, doing sterling work. It's going to be a busy few weeks for them, one feels. Cubs is going to be back here again in January.
Schools SA20, phase 2.
Schools SA20 phase 2. What date's that? I've got a keen interest. Stellenbosch's in it this year.
Yes, the girls' side, they are. Did their regional game. There's a left arm seamer opening bowler. She is high quality. Absolute high quality.
Yeah, she's come down from the Lions, in fact. Yeah, and they moved down and school at Stellenbosch. It's going to be a quite close affair. I think Tross Day from Boland is qualified. Not sure of the school from Southwestern Districts. What date that takes? I think that takes place at the end of the SA20.
Actually, it takes place on the 23rd, 24th and 25th of Jan. Same day as the final, actually, of the actual competition.
Yeah. It's hit down the ground by Leon Botha just for the single. Jason Mead finds himself on clickety-click, 66.
I've got a question for you. If you have a look at international women's teams, how many left-arm seamers have you picked up?
Can't be many.
Not one.
in international cricket.
If you look at the World Cup that's just played, I might be mistaken, but as far as my recollection, there was not one left-arm seamer. Left-arm spinners, yeah, there are plenty. But left-arm seamers. So we might be onto something here in the Western Cape.
And those games in the school version of the SA20, is that happening at MATIES or
Yeah, that will be happening at
at MATIES?
At Coetzenberg.
All
Yeah.
the games,
All the
boys
games,
and girls.
boys and girls.
Pushed down to Whitey's mid-off, and Jason Mead is so quick, he's still got Fuller running in him. Comes back for 2. In the boys section, it's the 2 schools that got to the finals.
The girls
They-
section is just
The
one
girls
team.
section is just the one team.
Yep.
139 for 2. Yeah. Brighton.
Bridgeton.
Is it Bridgeton?
Bridgeton
Bridgeton.
Hub.
Apologies. Bridgeton Hub.
They beat Tembeletu Hub in the Southwestern Districts final.
That could be quite an interesting 3-way battle. Play each other once.
And there you go. So last year, fantastic final.
And then the top 2 go to the final?
Top single one.
No, I mean, they play each other once, and is there a final for the girls?
Yeah, there'll be a final, yeah. And then the winner of that goes through to the Nationals.
Tickled around the corner, and that's raced away to the boundary yet again.
Last year it was your old club, Victoria Hub.
Victoria Hub, yeah.
They managed to get through to the finals. They met some stern opposition there, Steyn City, in the final, amassed over 200 in the final. Of course, they had a Protea in their lineup, Garabo Mesu, who just recently went to the World Cup. She smashed a fantastic 100 in that final. The only 100 of the week across boys and girls. So certainly serving up some quality entertainment.
Oh, that is pulled away by Jason Mearhead. Has gone for horns yet again.
But he's just lifted that so easily. It's gone with the wind. And it's floated across for another 6.
Oh, uppishly driven. That brings up the 150 for MATIES. Coming in the 26th over. They're making this look very simple here at the minute. Another reverse. Same result. Papers for Leon Botha.
Leon Botha's on the charge. It's the MATIES who are moving and moving quickly towards the final on their home ground.
Yeah, some might say he's still in T20 mode, Leon Botha, but he's certainly doing a great job here. Just keeping the momentum going in favor of MATIES. One ball to come, and then I'll hand you over to Johan Ferreira to hopefully take you to the conclusion. Could be an exciting inclusion if these two batters have anything to do with it. That ends the over. 154 for 2.
We bid farewell to Eugene. You'll see him back in a little while. Johan, hopefully we'll take it to the end.
Nice to be back. Thanks, Eugene. Jason Mead, 78. What an innings. Leon Botha on 13. They target 207. We always said it was too light in the run department and all about wicket taking for KOVSIES. They've only managed 2. Just been such a dominant display by MATIES. From the onset, took a wicket in the first over of the match. It's a bit of a rebuilding phase for KOVSIES, but they just kept their grip and that run rate under control, and that's allowed them to only chase 207, and that is a wicket. The leg bell is off, and that is the end of Jason Muirhead. Oh, he has to walk. What an innings. We've been treated to a full array of the Muirhead shot selection. There we go. You could just see the bell pop off. Maybe just too full to go onto the back foot. But let's just pay homage to Jason Muirhead and the 78 that he's treated us to this afternoon. 154 now for 3. Darren Robbie strikes for KOVSIES. But that is a wonderful individual contribution, not only with the bat. Remember, he took 3 wickets with the ball as well. And a strong candidate to walk away with the Player of the Match award. Unless someone from KOVSIES puts up their hand right now and just organizes a couple of butterflies and maybe some family members on top of that in that MATIES dressing room. 154 for 3. Kent Goedeke walks to the crease. Someone who also played a part with the ball today. Didn't quite go according to plan, but he joins Leon Botha in the middle.
Certainly was the big wicket that KOVSIES have been looking for, and could possibly just be the twist that this game requires. You said it earlier, Johan, just add another 2 and you could easily be in with an interesting afternoon.
Darren Robbie has been superb for KOVSIES. If you look at his analysis, 7.1 overs, 2 for 21. In the greater scheme of things and the run rate that has been maintained by MATIES, that has put them in this position where they only need to bat at 2.2 to the over to win from here. So that equation is not going to come into play. It's all about that wickets column, and Darren Robbie is giving his team a fighting chance. What they won't do for a double strike right away. Kent Goedeke then with Leon Botha at the crease. Slightly short and just dabbed into the gap to get off the mark right away. Was thinking about Goedeke, and then there's a misfield as well. And that's also just applying the pressure. Run that first one hard. You never know if there's a potential knock-on in the field, and that can result in that second run.
Certainly has, and I feel that Leon Botha, he's going to have to be the one that guides the chase from here on in. Muirhead and Van Heerden, they were the set batters. And as quality player as Botha is, the pressure now just shifts towards him to play a more senior role.
And that's just nice timing, just waiting for the ball to bounce and turn, and then playing it with the turn into the gap that's been left on the offside for Leon Botha, who helps himself to an easy single. Top effort from Darren Robbie. There's been a full-on onslaught, bar the opening wicket that fell pretty early. He's kept his calm. Just want to slap towards long on from Goedeke.
He certainly has. He hasn't been taken in by what's happened to the other KOVSIES bowlers. It's the end of the 27th over, 157 for 3. You feel that he could easily have got sucked in and probably tried a little bit harder to take a wicket, and that's when you straining by either over pitching or going a little bit too short in search of wickets and not letting the natural progression of your spell take place. But he's managed to stay calm, go about his processes, and certainly the most impressive bowler on the KOVSIES side today.
And the KOVSIES storyline would be, remember they were 88 for 2 at one stage, and that third wicket just sparked a bit of a collapse and then finally rolled out for 206. Now, I like what you've just said there about trusting your own process and not being caught up into the greater scheme of things. Just doing what you do best, stick to your game plan. Yes, a game plan within a game plan, because you have to be mindful with what's going on around you. But the value of doing it from both ends, and Seth Fledermaus is needed now. 2 overs, 0 for 15. Can he back up what's being done at the other end? Good all-rounder, Seth Fledermaus. Plays his part with the bat. Tried his bit this morning when it was falling apart. Now he has a job to do with the ball. Yes, only 50 more required. You can't think about that. You can think about what happens if there's another wicket to fall now. What can potentially happen? Well, what they have done is they've managed a beautiful shot over the top. Ken Goedeke has settled in quickly and he's helped himself to his first boundary.
Found that a little bit strange there from the long on field, and unfortunately it's not in your view, but he seemed to run around the boundary, never towards the ball. He was always behind the rope, and that's probably played a role in him not getting there. So just gets a little bit tighter now. So
A lovely point, and it's like you said, it's a pity that the viewers can't see that. Because there you want to be cutting off the angle more than running with the pace of the ball. The ball will beat you because this outfield is extremely quick. So you best serve to run towards the angle of the ball. That's your best chance. They've got so much batting depth, Marties. One goes out, the next one comes in and looks as settled as the one that's departed.
absolutely, it's a batting lineup that really does run long.
It's too short from Fledermaus, and it's smashed towards the boundary rope again. Won't be cut or 4 more.
That was through no fault of the long on that occasion. That just was too powerful, too much power behind it as it just sped away for the second boundary of the over. So Fledermaus, he's coming under pressure, yeah.
And you'll hear Zaire reference long on, and you'll see the shot being played towards long off. Remember, there is no long off, so the long on has to run around and do a lot of work. And it's just the distance. He can't cover the distance. And the horses bowled it. What they've done now is they moved the long on a lot straighter. But it's too little too late. 2 boundaries conceded in that over, and Ken Goedeke has gone quickly to 10. Leon Botha on 14. 165 for 3 means Marties only require another 42. We asked for Seth Fledermaus to be a bit more tight, conceded 2 fours in that over, so his analysis 0 for 23 of 3. So at the moment it just feels like a lone roll from the top, and not too many offering the support.
Interesting element was that for Fledermaus, they only had the long on the boundary. Everybody was up in the circle, so at least they were attempting to create a bit of pressure, but bowler's got to back up his captain's plan. You cannot bowl 2 half trackers and expect not to concede runs with that field.
I was looking at Leon Botha when he came to the crease, and I think you and Eugene were referencing the T20 mode when he pulled out the reverse sweep. And I've been trying to go back in my mind through the course of the day. We haven't seen the traditional sweep and the more conventional reverse sweep that's come into play in modern day cricket. And Leon Botha, yes, he is in that mode, but sometimes when a bowler is tight at you, you can do something differently to put the bowler off their lines. And it was very evident with Leon Botha when he came to the crease that he was immediately on the attack, but slightly different to what we've seen throughout the course of the day.
There was a statistic recently on Cricket Info which it basically navigated South Africa's success on the subcontinent, really, from Bangladesh through to Pakistan and India. And I'll continue after this ball. And the major highlight that was picked up was that South Africa's batters have swept more over the last 2 years, which has resulted in big role in their success on the subcontinent.
And that's too full. It's a loosey from Darian Rabi and will be put away. So often you can bowl the loose delivery, but it still has to be put to the boundary. And Ken Goedeke was alert to exactly where that opportunity presented itself.
So arguably Rabi's worst delivery of his spell, and Goedeke, he did not need a second invitation. Back to the sweep effect. It's one of Coach Shukri Conrad's primary tools in equipping batters.
Same area, same result.
Carbon copy. Feels like Rabi, he's tiring a little bit now towards the end of his spell. He concedes 2 boundaries as Marties cruise towards the total.
Just too full. Picked his spot outside off stump, dragged it across, but there's no one there. So it's safe shot from Kent Goedeke. He's raced along 18 from 14. Leon Botha 15 of 17. Yeah, today, to be in the modern day setup, it's really a weapon that you can bring to the party and manipulate the field. So the reverse sweep is part of the modern day setup, which you not only need in the subcontinent, but we've seen it in South African conditions, Australian conditions. You need that in your armory.
The big aspect of it is it's basically a free get out jail card to get you to the other end. And that's the key about it. You don't want bowlers, particularly spin bowlers, dotting you up, because that's what creates the big pressure. You feel that you now need to play a big shot to take on the field, and often that leads to dismissal. Where it's just a little paddle around the corner. It doesn't have to be a big anti-Kroneer slog sweep. Just a little paddle or reverse just takes off the pressure, gets you to the other end, and often there's maybe a left-right combination, causes the bowler to rethink his plans. Captains have to reset the field as well, so certainly is a good option for strike rotation.
I remember, and it's not so much the sweep shot, but the ramp shot. Remember when Sam Constas came onto the test scene, and what he did to India, and it was totally out of the ordinary. I mean, especially at test cricket level. Jasprit Bumrah is one of the most intimidating bowlers to face. Never mind try and lap and ramp. That's the freedom that the new generation plays with.
No, the modern day batter has no fear. It's been born in T20 cricket where your price on the wicket has basically been dissolved. I think that was the big thing before, that batters placed an emphasis on their wicket and how they were going to protect their wicket. T20 cricket batters have ripped up that script. They have absolutely done that. They are now fearless. They attack from ball one, virtually.
Oh, another one. Look at that. It's flat batted baseball type shot that races towards the boundary. It's the wheel of the ambulance that's behind the side screen. That's another powerful drive from Leon Botha. Just look at that. Waltzes down the track and then goes bang.
We speak about batters without fear. Leon Botha, he is the prototype of that. That was a shot struck with immense power.
Isn't it amazing how cricket evolved? Am I right in saying, was it 96 when we first saw the pinch hitting roll? I think it was Sri Lanka that introduced it. And then keepers becoming opening batters. Prime example would be Australia. But I mean, Sri Lanka did it. And suddenly the role of a traditional lower order batter keeper became a top order aggressor. And now look where we are today. It's part and parcel of from 1 to 11.
I think we actually saw that in the 92 World Cup already. We saw Mark Greatbatch of New Zealand.
Absolutely, that's a great example.
He was batting at 6-7,
yeah.
Wandering in the middle order, and suddenly the power play restrictions resulted in only two fielders. And New Zealand always innovative, always trying to. Remember, they opened with a spinner in that. These days it's the norm, but but they were the ones who threw the balls, Dick back Patel. So Mark Greatbatch, he kind of set the tone, really took on the world's best bowlers, just walked at Malcolm Marshall and, and those type of things.
Slower ball, it doesn't matter what speed it comes at, that's going to have enough to go the whole distance. And Botha has decided enough is enough, time to change gears.
The required run rate is down to 1.1 as the Maties now need just 23 after this delightful shot. It was a slower ball, but I think Leon Botha saw it before it was even delivered, and he sent it all the way over the boundary.
Yeah, it was telegraphed. He ran in, and there was just a slowness to everything that happened in that delivery stride, and Leon Botha picked it early. They're coasting now. Partnership very quickly has moved on to 30. Kent Goedeke 18, Botha 25. 100 Crum under the pump, 38 conceded already. Overcorrects, 2 straight, just helped around the pads for a single. Now,
So we go back to that Mark Greatbatch, he was the one that started it, and then we moved into 96 with Ramesh Kalavuridharana of Sri Lanka. Him and alongside him had Sanath Surya, who was an absolute dynamo up front. Anything short, anything. There was a game against England in the 96 World Cup where where the two of them literally tore apart. But again, as we said earlier, it's not something that you can pitch up at a major tournament.
that's flicked around the corner as well. Will need to be cut off by the sweeper on the boundary, who will do his best to restrict them to 1. But another productive and fruitful over for Maties. It's been their storyline throughout. Bar the loss of the early wicket in the first over, they've been in complete control. Modest total in of 206 that they are chasing down. Already 186 for 3. Botha on 26. Goedeke has 19. The 92, remember that first delivery of the World Cup. Alan Donald had a wicket which wasn't given.
Jeff Marsh edging it almost to first slip. David Richardson taking it. So, but like we said, you can't pitch up at a week like this or any major tournament and expect just to implement a new strategy. Sri Lanka had actually gone to Australia 6 months before the World Cup, and that's when they trialled it in the World Series. If you remember the first time jerseys with numbers on, and how exciting was that? And you saw this little wicketkeeper walking out at the mighty MCG and starting hooking and pulling the likes of Craig McDermott and the rest of them. So that's when they trialled it and they saw how successful it could be, and then launched it at the World Cup. So it's the same with these teams. If you're wanting to be attacking, you want to be playing the type of cricket that Maties play, it's got to be something that you have employed throughout the season.
I think it's also, we'll just wait for this delivery and then continue on the discussion. Oh, again, it's just, it doesn't matter, it's a change of bowler. Dumelo Chelani has greeted with the same approach. Kent Goedeke is having none of it. It's just there for him to hit into his arc, and he helps it around the corner once again. Oh, lovely from Goedeke. Just too short. There's no one there. You can't employ that line if you don't have a fielder there. It's going to be bread and butter all day long for the likes of Goedeke and Botha. My point about the modern day cricketer and also your skill set, maybe a word of advice to our younger viewers: give yourself enough tools in that toolbox. You can't just be a bowler nowadays. You've got to have a skill set in the batting department. The more you offer the team, the more your chances to move into what the modern day cricketer requires of you. You can't just be a straight out number 11 that comes in and bowls at pace. Remember, look at that famous 438 game, the valuable single that Makaya Antini dabbed to third, and then Mark Boucher put the finishing touches on that game.
We don't even need to go that far back. The Kagiso Rabada's half century.
KG, of course.
Now the other day at number 11, that just swung the test match in South Africa's favour. So even if you're bowling at 140 clicks, you've got to be, and that's a wonderful asset, but you have to be able to hold the bat. The days of tailenders just walking in and in Courtney Walsh and Danny Morrison mode and exposing their stumps, those days are long gone. And equally, if you're able to bowl a couple of overs of off spin, but a leg is even better, you can become an invaluable asset to your side.
I totally agree, and that's been the T20 injection into the skill set of modern day cricketers. I remember it was Australia and New Zealand that played the first T20. They had moustaches going. It was it was sort of just, hey, we're going to do something different, and then it just picked up.
Kevin Pedersen called it hit and giggle cricket. I remember Glenn McGraw bowled the Under Armour, as in reference to the chapel delivery. Hamish Marshall came out with an afro. But the good players, they'll find a way. And Ricky Ponting got a 90 in that game. And that's what people forget, that no matter what the format, whether it's T20, T10, first class, the good players find a way. And that's what Ricky Ponting showed on that day.
So while we have a break in play, because the ball has been hit into the bushes, and I tell you, it's a brave soul that walks in there. Is there space, in your opinion, still for a cricketer to play ODIs, T20s and Tests?
Absolutely, 100%. It's I take, and yes, Tristan Stubbs is struggling a little bit for form at the moment, but although he just finished up as the highest run scorer in the Test matches and given a rest for the ODIs, but you look at somebody like him. So he plays T20 cricket, one-day cricket, and Test cricket. The difference is that he has chosen to only play SA20 and IPL. He's not going to play CPL, BBL, whatever L, that you'd like to go 100, whatever you want. He's decided that the only leagues he's going to play is SA20 because he loves the Sunrisers and it's his hometown, and he'll play IPL because that's obviously where he makes a bit of money. And fortunately, he's across those two leagues, he makes, along with his CSA contract, he makes enough money to sustain himself. What is enough? That is the eternal question to anybody. But and that's how he's able to play all three formats. But whether you're a bowler or a batter who plays 4 to 5 leagues a year in conjunction with all three formats, that's when you really struggle. So it's not so much the international schedule that impacts on a cricketer these days. That's the way the modern game has changed. It's more the leagues around the world and how much money you want to make personally, and you don't begrudge that to any player, because the professional contract is only as short as a professional cricketer's career is only as short as it possibly is. So you're wanting to maximize your income. But to answer your question about the three format player, definitely it's just got to make a couple of hard choices.
Yeah, I like how you've answered that. And again, your longevity. If you play all three formats, your career will probably be shortened, because it's just it takes that much out of you. So you've got to be mindful of that. So yes, chase all three formats if that's what you want to ultimately achieve, but be mindful of how long you can play this game for at a professional level.
You take James Anderson, for example. So the amount of tests he played for England that's never going to be beaten in our lifetime, and the wickets he took. And you compare that to someone like Dale Steyn, who just over 400 wickets, compared to James Anderson's 700 or something to that effect. James Anderson could focus purely on playing Test cricket for England. Yes, he started out as a one-day bowler and played a bit of T20 cricket, but he got to the point where Test cricket was his priority. And the difference set up within the ECB compared to CSA was that they could afford for James Anderson to play Test cricket and remunerate him accordingly. He never felt that he was missing out on a certain amount of money because he wasn't playing one-day cricket or T20 leagues or all of that. Yeah, he's only now thrown his name into the hat at various T20 leagues that he's retired from international cricket. But where Dale Steyn needed to play in the various leagues, and which ultimately caught up with him, he was one of the fittest cricketers around, and but ultimately it caught up with him playing in all the leagues. Eventually, a shoulder injury ending his career. So it all comes down to finances, I think, Johan. I mean, wouldn't we love to see KG play 100 tests?
Yeah, Jelani has just missed his mark there, and that one is tucked around the corner. They'll think to him, they'll come back easily. The previous one he got away because they've still left that mid-wicket region vacant on the boundary, and he eyed it. It was there. It was in the arc, but just in time to get it in the right spot. This one tucked around the corner, and the other two. I just think that that short length that he's using, he hasn't got the backing on the boundary to play that sort of a mindset, and I don't really think that that's the way that you're going to get Goedeke out.
Certainly not.
It's short again. This time it's over the offside, but can't prevent the two. Yeah, I just think they've got it wrong to him. He's almost waiting on the back foot, anticipating that that's how they're going to attack.
I feel that Goedeke possibly also got it wrong there too. Going into the wind. He's been hitting it throughout the day with the breeze. And it's, I must say, it's become a lot more than a breeze in the afternoon. But that one was into the eye of the wind, and it almost got caught up by the mid-on fielder. So I think possibly coming towards us, that's when he's a lot more dangerous.
This is exactly the area that the run up from our commentary position. This is the freedom hit where you can really just give it the kitchen sink and it's going to travel. So how's Botha going to approach this? Only 13 to get. Crum runs away from us, having conceded 40 already. The first answer is tap it towards long on and get a single. Now, Goedeke has been the aggressor. Since he's walked out, there's been one approach. He wants to finish this in a hurry. Both batters on 27, and it's come in quick time. Partnership already 41.
Just 12 runs needed.
You have to feel for the bowler, Andrew Crum, running as a pace bowler into a stiff breeze. Not easy. Well, there's your answer again. Goedeke around the corner. Will it have enough legs to get to the fence? Excellent fielding. Absolutely brilliant commitment. At this stage of the game, to still throw your body around, you wouldn't see it on the screen, but the fielder came around from fine leg, ran across, full dive out, stopped it just before the boundary rope, pulled it back, up on his feet, chucked it back. That's good. Good to see.
Shows commitment. That's what your coach wants to see. You are on the route of losing a semi-final, but still giving it all.
Off a shout, but not from the bowler. It's more just to clear the lungs. The umpire just waiting for the return to signal if it was a leg bye. Indeed it was. So extras column gets one more added to it. But the intent was there again. They've got that square leg on the boundary, and then the fine leg who is called into the circle now. Third also comes into the circle. So they're protecting straight on the boundary. Long off out, long on out. Straight bat. Technically correct from Leon Botha.
Certainly are getting close to reading the last rights here. As David Bumble would say, start the car.
Width of it out towards the cover boundary. Another single. Yeah, you can't really. I mean, if you're Ryan Bailey and you're going to analyse your team's performance, there's not too much to fault in what they did today. KOVSIES won the toss, decided to bat. At one stage, you felt okay. KOVSIES were trying to build something of promise and giving them bowlers an opportunity to potentially defend something around 260, 270, but then it fell away, and 206 was really never going to challenge the MATIES lineup. Oh, and it's another beauty that bounces twice before the boundary rope. It's another 4. And then MATIES coming out showing real intent from the onset to chase down a modest target, but with aggression, and that's put them in this winning position.
Certainly feel like they're a side that haven't even shifted into top gear yet. They are still sitting in with plenty in the reserve tank.
and looking for that perfect game tomorrow in the final.
Yeah, again, I have to question the way KOVSIES have gone about attacking Kent Goedeke. There's been no indication whatsoever that he's vulnerable against the short ball. And he's just raced along to 33 from 24 deliveries. Jan Botha himself has been in a hurry, accumulating 28. 32 overs gone, 203. Only 4 to get, 18 overs short of that required 50. It's going to be a massive win for MATIES, a big win. And a big statement again. Botha, will this be the last over? Look at the maintained run rate. It suggests that this could be the final rights. Interesting, despite the only single digits needed, 4 to get, they still have boundary runners out. Just counting them at the moment. 3, 4. 4 players out on the fence protecting 4. Shifts and moves around the crease, and then that's a bit sloppy keeping. The wide is called with the additional run after the keeper misses, so that's 2 added. And that also brings up the 50 partnership. What a 50 partnership to get in no time, really, between Botha and Goedeke. 2 wides means that the over hasn't officially started. You have to re-bowl that delivery. So over to you, Mr. Goedeke.
Just 2 runs needed. Where is he going to look for that winning boundary?
Does he want to finish it in style? The
Of
way
course.
you finish it, yeah,
Of
I'm inclined
course.
to go with you. It's guided towards vacant real estate where fielder comes across, but it's not going to be the boundary we anticipated, but it is going to be the last 2 needed to put the stamp of approval on a dominant display from MATIES. Umpires will just confirm that that is the end. They will communicate with the scorers. Just that we have it official. The cap comes out, the umpire hands it to the bowler, and it's handshakes all around. What a performance by MATIES, chasing down 207 in a hurry inside 33 overs. And there's confirmation of the scorecard. Jason Muirhead surely will be the player of the match. 3 wickets along with the 78 from 67 deliveries. George van Heerden also weighing in with 50. And then an unbeaten 28 from Leon Botha and an unbeaten 35 from Kent Goedeke. Means that MATIES will go into the main fixture. Darian Rabi was superb. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33 when the onslaught came from pretty much everywhere. Liam Erasmus especially missed his mark early on, conceded 35 from the 3 overs that he put down. Andre Crum, 6 overs for 48. Seth Flenemaus, 3 overs for 23. Tumelo Chelani, 5.1 overs for 33. And Kalo Laketa with 1 for 34, the only other player apart from Rabi to pick up a wicket. But confirmation then, the University of Free State KOVSIES not enough on the board, bowled out for 206 inside 48 overs. MATIES racing there in some style, 207 for 3 in 32.1 overs. It's been a pleasure to be in your company today. Thank you very much for watching USSA Cricket from Stellenbosch, and we look forward to the grand finale, which we will bring to you tomorrow. From all of us and the production team, have a great afternoon, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 9:30.